Biddy Love, how you doing? Well, I'm going to be beginning to contact people about the vinyl today, so I'll be doing that. So, about to get started on that. Still got some app stuff I got to do, so I'll be doing that, but, you know, normal work day. Sean P, how you doing? Incarnated, how you doing? Got the spliffy twisted. What happened to the Wyatt Six? I can't believe the WWE dropped the ball on that. May Olson, what's up? What's up? Said bong hits for breakfast. I can concur with that. I'm trying to be down with the bong hits for breakfast. Much appreciated, May. Much appreciated. Sorry, you guys, I'm just kicking shit around. Oh, for anybody who's thinking about the vinyl, I got the little shipping containers for the vinyl. They're coming, so if anybody's wondering about that, I'm gonna start contacting people literally today. So, yeah. All right. So let me go. Hmm. For the first time, I start questioning my entire workflow on how to do things because of where we are with, machine automation and agentic AI and things like that. And I'm just like, I could totally do this like this, but then I could also totally do this like this. And it's like, hmm. Oh, okay. Well, let's see. What do I really want to do here? It's crazy how peaceful that ship ambience is. I mean, that's a good way of looking at it. I don't know if I totally agree, but that's a great way of looking at it. It's the background. It's literally the background sound of a civilization that has figured its shit out. Wow, well put. The thing I love most about Benjamin Sisko is that he was a baseball fan. And I think that just gets so undersold about Star Trek. You know, Picard had his, you know, Sherlock Holmes, and, you know, Archer had his fucking, his Beagle. Janeway had her coffee. It's like Sisko had his baseball. Um, yeah, I mean, but they were too non-ADHD. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I I like certain sports in certain situations now. Like, I'm really happy the WNBA is back. I love women's basketball. I've been watching women's basketball my entire life, and it's probably one of the few sports I still watch and get just true enjoyment and joy out of just watching it. Um, so that'll be real good over the next, you know, 2.5 months. But outside of that, I really don't. I mean, I watch baseball, but I mean, I don't watch even really my childhood team as much as I used to, even though Mike Trout's having a crazy year right now. I just don't feel the same sort of connection to sports, professional sports, that I used to. I play more baseball video game than I watch, right? I play MLB The Show, shout out to the Red Pandas, but it's like, I don't really watch baseball like that anymore. And when I do watch baseball now, I watch Banana Ball. And it's like the Savannah Bananas and the fucking the Clowns or something. You know what I mean? Like, I'm watching shit like that. I'm not even watching regular baseball, because don't get me wrong, there is something fresh about the game this year. The ABS system, is exposing umpires, which, has been a long time coming, if you ask me. I think they should just automate the whole strike zone. Like, fuck all this. They're still getting them wrong. We just, now only the batters have two challenges in situations where they really got to challenge it. I think you make the batter have to do another job of being his own umpire instead of fucking focusing on a set strike zone. So that to me is a bit weird, but you know. Oh, that's dope. Wow. GU really is a community of geniuses. on it. So I've been thinking about using one of my own local models, and I haven't, just because I'm like, okay, in what situation would I actually use this? But honestly, I could see myself using this for that. Oh, yeah, and this would be that anyway. Hmm. You know what? Okay, well, just that for yeah, maybe I go bam. Hmm. Well, wouldn't that be a bad idea? Just have to change that to be something else. Oh, okay. Well, that's not terrible.
brave enough to come on the show and tell us exactly how they think that will happen. And I don't just mean in the next couple months, over the next 10 to 15 years. That is, except for today's guest. A returning favorite on the show, Dr. Alex Wisner-Gross, is back to share what those next 10 years really look like, down to like industry-specific companies. Today's episode is brought to you by Pharos, the Layer 1 built for real fire, and Consensus Miami, where the next cycle starts. Dr. Alex, welcome back to the show.
Thank you, LG. Fun to be back.
Oh, we have so much to talk about. I feel like last time on the show, you introduced the concept of too cheap to meter. And for anybody watching this who hasn't seen that, we'll link the last episode below because it was fantastic. And it really blew my mind on that. And since then, you have co-authored a book, an online book titled Solve Everything. That is a beast to read, but very insightful. I guess maybe we can start from the top because I do want to take our time with it. What is the general concept that you're introducing in Solve Everything?
The central thesis, so this is a book that I co-authored with my friend and, by the way, moonshot mate, go moonshots, Peter Diamandis. The notion is that entire disciplines are about to get completely solved, bulk solved by AI. Math has largely, I would argue, already been bulk solved by AI. Physics, I'm helping to lead a company called Physical Superintelligence that's in the process of bulk solving physics and applied physics. There are going to be a number of other domains that Peter and I argue in this book, Solve Everything, solveeverything.org, that are similarly going to succumb to this bulk solution formula. And we lay out an entire, almost rails for how the world goes from where it is right now, where we have all these grand challenges, to a world approximately 9 or 10 years from now, circa 2030, where many, if not most, of the grand challenges facing human civilization have been bulk solved, not on an individual problem basis, but entire disciplines being solved all at once, mass solution by AI, and how we get from here to there.
When you say solved, like, what does that mean?
I have a maybe admittedly somewhat idiosyncratic definition of solve that I lay out in this book. So my operational definition of solved doesn't mean that every problem, for example, in math, every possible math problem we know the solution to. It's a much more nuanced definition. I would sort of summarize the definition as a field has been solved in the framework of Solve Everything if we have a framework that enables us to scalably pour compute in, to be very confident that if we pour enough compute in, we'll get a solution out for any given problem. So basically an industrialization of that field such that for any given problem, we can be confident and competent at pouring enough AI compute in to get a solution out. And I would argue, and have argued, that that's basically where math is right now. We're starting to see, for the first time in human history, industrialized bulk solution of math. Birdish problems are starting to get solved. We're starting to see many other bulk solutions in other domains of math start to pour out. I think physics is one of the next fields to go, and I'm working actively with Physical Superintelligence, PSI, to make that dream happen of grand challenges in physics being mechanically and industrially solved at scale. And I think other disciplines are similarly going to succumb to this wave of automation.
If you're not seeing this, you're trading blind right now. There are real moves happening.
In the practice of math, there are conjectures. Mathematicians, math researchers spot patterns, and they speculate that a certain pattern exists, and that turns into a conjecture, a hypothesis, if you will, a mathematical hypothesis regarding whether a certain pattern exists or not. And then in math, there's a long tradition of formalization and proof. So some of those conjectures, some of those observed patterns that math researchers observe, some of them math researchers are able to come up with formal definitive proofs that those patterns are either real or not real. In other cases, sometimes the patterns seem likely, but no one's able to prove whether they're in fact real or not real. And I would say conjectures, conjectured relationships, conjectured patterns in a variety of different subdisciplines of math, these form ultimately the basis for some of the most interesting, most intriguing unsolved problems in math. Someone has seen a pattern maybe most notoriously for Ma's last theorem. It went for centuries. It was an open question mark. Was this conjectured relationship between the natural numbers true or false? And so we didn't get a definitive solution until Andrew Wiles and collaborators solved, and all of his dependencies in terms of mathematical technology solved the problem. But it took centuries. And I would say the argument that Peter and I make in Solve Everything is we used to live in a world in math and in other disciplines where you would see centuries between the identification of a possible pattern, as, say, a conjecture in math or otherwise, the identification of a problem and a solution to the problem used to take centuries. And even at the end of centuries, it was a one-off solution. It was like an artisanal solution to the problem. And the radical, to some perhaps, assertion that we're making in Solve Everything is we're about to move, I would argue we've already at least partially moved, from a world where centuries-old individual problems get artisanally solved by a huge edifice of subject matter experts to instead a world where AI bulk solves lots of problems in a given field. It's almost like an assembly line or an industrialization of the process of discovery and invention. This is going to sweep across a variety of disciplines.
Would you anticipate AI to also develop the problem then? Right, because kind of what you're describing to me, to kind of just reflect it back to you, is that basically, there are patterns observed in mathematical patterns, but nobody's been able to explain how they occur, basically, and that's the problems that AI has been able to solve, and that's kind of like, I guess, a large part of of what math is trying to tie that back. But is that something where AI will then start to tell us what those patterns are, basically?
Oh yes. If anyone, and this is a discussion I've had with many of my friends, if anyone in any field with a certain level of subject matter expertise is hiding behind the assumption that somehow it will always remain a human endeavor to identify the most interesting problems to solve, and then humans will just be feeding the problems to the AI, and the AI may be bulk solving them, but it will be forever within the quote-unquote human realm to identify the problems or directions to solve, you're wrong. And also, your foresight isn't that good. I would say problem identification is very much going to get bulk solved as well, not just problem solution.
Okay, so I don't want to stick only to math, but this is a big blind spot for me, and it's also somewhere where you have a lot of expertise. What is the benefit of solving these types of problems? Like, how does that, I think that's something where people would think about advanced mathematics and they're like, okay, you've been able to solve this problem you've had for 20 years, or you've identified for hundreds of years. What does that like trickle down into society in some way, or does it create a new problem? Like, how does solving a math problem like benefit society or math or however you frame that?
I don't think so. I'll give you my unvarnished answer to this one. I don't think bulk solution to math is the most economically transformative field that one could bulk solve. I think physics is vastly more economically transformative. Physics gave us the physics of the 1930s through the 1970s gave us transistors and lasers and nuclear energy, many other innovations that have completely transformed the way our society works. And getting a few more of those to come out of the technology tree, thanks to bulk solution of physics and applied physics, would utterly reshape the face of civilization. Bulk solution of math, I think, it's sort of the Monty Python line, to paraphrase, like, what did math ever do for me? Number theory gave us cryptography. That's probably pretty useful. A total solution for my operationalization of solution would probably give us enormous disruptions in the cryptography community, in the blockchain community. Those probably cause volatility on balance, but are they economically transformative to the positive? Probably. If I had to speculate, I would say it's more increase of volatility than anything else. There may be mathematical technologies that we haven't discovered yet that really are economically transformative, but I tend to think the better way of thinking about AI bulk solution of math is that the idiom, the canary in the coal mine, I prefer the canary that bought the coal mine, it's a signal. It's a sigil, if you will, that other fields that are perhaps harder to verify are also about to get solved. So it's a warning sign, but in a positive way. Like I would argue we want all of these fields to get bulk solved. It's just that math ended up being some of the lowest hanging fruit, and it's a signal that other fields are about to follow.
What in physics do you think, or are you most hopeful that we can solve soon with AI?
You know, I have my favorite problems. Many of my friends are physicists. They have their own favorite problems. I have a laundry list of hard, open, valuable problems in physics, as does Physical Superintelligence, the company that I co-founded. I would say maybe I want to answer the question from the perspective of myself from circa early 2000s. If you asked me in the early 2000s, when I had just I was finishing up undergrad at MIT and about to start a PhD in physics at Harvard, if you asked me which physics, through my own revealed preferences, like what did I choose to spend my time on, if you asked me at that point which problem in physics and applied physics was I most excited about solving, I think at the time it was probably molecular nanotechnology. I was absolutely fascinated with the idea, inspired in part by my now friend Eric Drexler, who wrote the famous book Engines of Creation, about this idea of molecular-sized nanorobots that could compute and would in principle be able to self-replicate and in principle be able to solve huge swaths of problems in manufacturing and biology and medicine, other disciplines. I think if you asked me 20 years ago, I probably would have told you something about solving grand challenges in nanotechnology, and that's still very much near and dear to my heart. It's sort of disappointing to me in some sense that nanotech, at least in Eric's sense of the term, and he was arguably the one who popularized it and got the US Congress to fund the National Nanotechnology Initiative to the tune of billions of dollars and stirred a whole wave of interest during the second AI winter in nanotech. That molecular nanotech, where I spent part of my PhD pursuing it, hasn't made as much progress as I would have liked. So I think if you asked me 20 years ago, radical advances in nanotech would probably be somewhere in my top 10.
So wait, what would it be today then?
I'm not telling. I'm going to say,
come on.
I'm going to say, stay tuned on that one. I have a very, very long list of hard, open, valuable problems in physics and applied physics that I would like to see our new and upcoming super intelligent powers of reasoning solve. And I'm very optimistic that we'll be able to do just that, and that the results will be economically and scientifically transformative.
Okay, awesome. Well, we will speculate at different times on what those may be, but definitely whenever you're ready to share them, please come back.
Very good.
I want to come back to this to the blueprint you kind of like lay out in the book, because I think that this is where, you know, I teased it in the intro, is this is what I really loved about it, and where we've kind of struggled, I would say, and maybe in your circles you're getting a lot more concrete answers, but I think for us in the investor circuit, it's, you know, we look at companies and stocks and earnings and building data centers, and we're very much focused on who has that kind of, you know, capital formation advantage, which is good, but we need, I think what you guys do really great here is you really zoom out into giving us more tangible results, because I think right now, even from my very, you know, retail focused point of view, we're at this point where it's like, yes, we're all using these cool AI tools. We know they're in their infancy. We know that it will only accelerate. You've told us that recursive self-improvement is going to just explode from here. But what I think we're trying to understand,
and it is here already. Not just that's going to explode from here.
Yeah.
We're in the middle of it right now.
That's right. Yeah, even Google today said that their latest model or something, whatever it was 75% of the code was written by AI.
We're in a position in history where Google is having to do sort of a rearguard action to brag to the market that no, actually 75% of our code is being written by AI. So no, actually we're not as far behind in code generation relative to Anthropic and OpenAI as the public commentators are saying. No, actually we're putting our own software engineers out of business faster than you think.
Yeah, we're cool too. We're also going to fire a bunch of people because of AI. Like that's kind of what they're
pretty
saying.
Much.
It's like Meta today also laid out a bunch of people.
10%.
What I'm saying
is
that we know that this is coming, and there's moves being made short term, and we know there's the big data center bottleneck and building data centers in space and all these ideas. But I think what a lot of us can't really wrap our heads around is like, okay, when we do have all this compute and we've been in recursive self-improvement 5 years down the line from now, what is actually happening? And I think that that's what you guys do a really good job of kind of illuminating here. And I think there's a few different parts I want to go through. So what you guys have in here is this scale of L0 to L5 that is basically, I guess, maybe you can kind of define that scale for us and kind of explain to us why we're stuck in L0, or why we seem to be stuck in L0, and what those stages look like and how AI is applied to different industries there.
Sure. So we define in this book sort of a ladder, or we call it a maturation curve, to try to standardize, at least in principle, the process of taking an entire domain and solving it. So we define a few different levels or rungs on the ladder that an industry or a domain needs to climb in order to be solved, as we call it. So L0, we call the ill-posed stage, or the muddle, at which point in that stage, people don't even agree on what the rules of the game are. What does it even mean to be, say, in math? What does it mean to solve math? We're not sure what the objectives are. The data are messy. The field is driven by anecdote and so on. Humans are driving everything. Everything relies on intuition or politics, and AI plays almost a non-existent role. That's L0. Then progress gets made. We get to L1, at which point we call a field measurable. It becomes a measurable domain. And the key distinction at L1 is that we can finally achieve consensus in a field regarding what exactly it is that we're measuring. This is, by the way, the stage at which benchmarks and evals, which we've spoken about previously, I always evangelize this notion that the world needs more and better evals and benchmarks for AI so that we can even track progress. If we can't track progress, we're stuck at level L0. If we can start to track progress, and we have scoreboards and leaderboards, and we can see who's winning and who isn't, and which AIs are stronger and which humans are stronger, then we're at the stage of measurability, and that's L1. Then we get, with more progress, we get to L2, which we call the repeatable domain. L1 enables us to measure success, but then we develop standard operating procedures that enable us to understand, now that we're able to measure what works or what worked and what didn't, we establish procedures. But it's still humans following a script. But humans almost, if you remember back to the days of the Manhattan Project, a computer was a human. It was a human serving as an element of a larger computational social structure overlaid over humans. So humans, we have a history in the early days of computing of humans themselves being computing elements. And this is the L1 stage of a repeatable domain, is a stage where humans have a script or a checklist that they're following, and the role of AI is beginning to offer templates or auto-completing simple suggestions to humans in following a script. An example of that would be, say, the way commercial flight works right now, where there's a checklist, and you follow the checklist if you're a pilot, but elements of commercial flight, like auto navigation, autopilot, are still present. Then we get, as the field makes progress, to the level that we call L3, or the automated domain. This is where some of the really exciting, or I should say really tedious grunt work is finally being handed over to the machines, to the AIs, and humans are starting to move up the stack. In some ways, this represents a critical inflection point for a field, for a discipline, being transferred over from humans to AIs and becoming solved. And at this stage, humans are starting to transition from becoming, say, operators to managers and handling exceptions when AI gets confused and AI is doing maybe 80% of the work. And an example there would be modern call centers, where maybe humans are talking to a chatbot or a voice AI to solve their easy problems at the easy end of the spectrum, but the hardest problems still get routed to an actual human at the end of the day. Then we get to level 4, L4, which is the stage at which a field, we say, becomes industrialized. And at that point, buyers in the field, or consumers, stop hiring humans to do tasks entirely. Instead, they're paying for outcomes. They're paying for outputs, not inputs. And the economics of the field start to change in favor of AIs to reward the outputs rather than the inputs. At that point, it's also no longer cheaper to hire a human for a task, it makes more sense to have AI run the show, and the role of humans becomes one of auditors or system architects, basically ensuring that the machines, the intelligent machines, run safely. And we see that, for example, in some of the more modern factory assembly lines, for example, where humans, by and large, are not artisanally hand-building cars anymore. It's robots, but humans are supervising the outcome, making sure it's safe, and providing high-level management. And then finally, at the top of the ladder, we get to level 5, L5, where a field has been solved or commoditized, if you like. And as I was saying earlier, in my definition of the solution of a field, means that we have a reliable way to turn solutions to all the problems in the field into a compute-bound problem. If you want better output or more output from the field, you just inject more compute in as input. It's compute limited, no longer human limited. And at that point, the human role in the field is one of consumers. We consume the output of the discipline without needing to think that much about how it was made. And the role of AI becomes almost invisible. It becomes almost like a utility in the background that's generating results at scale. So gene sequencing looks somewhat like that at this point. And the broader point that Peter and I make in Solve Everything is this ladder from L0 to L5 is about to sweep across a range of disciplines and not just remain confined to one or two or three. It's going to wash over the entire economy.
You said that gene sequencing is in L5 at this point?
Yeah, at this point, it's pretty cookie cutter. You can take a saliva kit and mail it to a lab and get back a genome for about $100. It's fast and it's cheap and standardized and requires approximately no human genius or intervention to work.
Got it. Is there anything else that's at that point?
I think the most boring examples aren't even worth dwelling on. I think the most exciting examples are at earlier stages, and we're just going to see math, physics, chemistry, biology, medicine, a variety of humanities type disciplines, law, politics, the arts. All of these, I think, will likely succumb to first measurement in the style of L1, L2 stages, and that will yield L3, L4, L5 AI bulk solutions to the entire domains, and we're already seeing it.
Well, when you say law, especially you're a sci-fi guy, what do you envision? Like, do you see like a Judge Dredd scenario when it's in L5?
You know, it's funny. Stanford had a while back, I haven't tracked whether it still was maintained, but the Codex project that was looking in earlier days at whether law could be formalized to be machine understandable. And this was by and large before we had generative AI and LLMs that could just understand natural language. So to the extent you're asking me, what does a solved version of law look like? I think there are a few different angles to take it because law is sort of a sprawling endeavor. One variant of it could look like the practice of law, say the practice of litigation being bulk solved. One could imagine in future, obviously requires certain legal and regulatory changes, ironically, but one could imagine fleets of AI lawyers and fleets of AI litigators, the practice of law being solved. And we're already seeing, I talk in my daily newsletter, The Innermost Loop, from time to time about courts that are discovering AI slop with poorly site-checked filings that then, the lawyers get penalized for having not done a proper job of supervising AI that's generating filings. We're starting to see that already, but we're not, at least to my understanding or my awareness, we're not at the stage where, say, the practice of being a lawyer, at least in the US, is anywhere close to L5, at least technically. I do think, at least in terms of the raw capabilities I'm seeing, putting aside all of the regulatory and legal considerations, which I think will ultimately likely be a main limiting factor for achieving L5 in practice in law, I do think the capabilities are strikingly close from a technical perspective. I think regulatory considerations may slow down progress in the automation of law.
Is there an area after what you've described as L5 that kind of relates back to what I was asking you about math? Because even like, maybe this is a silly question. What you kind of outlined about the genome part, that's still requiring us to send something. right? So it's still like, even if that's at L5, we've compressed the process, but it's still requiring us to send something over to the labs that can analyze it and send it back to us and sequence the genome and everything. But is there a world where it's reflective back? Like, is there an L6 where it's like it's telling us what's changed? It's not reactive to what we need. It's being proactive for what we need, or it's just self-serving. I don't know if that makes any sense, but I'm just asking. It's like, even when you described about law, it's like, yeah, we'll solve law. It'll be way faster and better and easier. But does law then change because we've just we've compressed the entire process that we've been doing for thousands of years?
It does, and so I would say this is a framework. One can certainly add, fan fiction style. One can add an L6 here and say, well, once a domain has been solved, then it goes on some semblance of autopilot and continues scaling. More and more compute gets absorbed, and it generates and ideates new problems, which it then also solves. So it's easy enough to sort of fan fiction one's way, if I may be so presumptuous, to L6, L7, L8, sure. And I do think something like that is very likely in certain domains where, in principle, like in math, I would speculate there's probably no end of interesting math. It's once we've bulk solved the vast majority of unsolved problems in math research right now, there will be doors behind other doors, and doors behind doors behind doors that will unlock lots of new unsolved mathematical mysteries. And I suspect, for a variety of reasons, that process can go on ad infinitum. With gene sequencing, though, I think the point perhaps that you're flagging is that human mechanical intervention.
As far as what causes AI slop, as the term is, I think I first have to assess what is meant by the term slop, because I am old enough to remember listening to the radio and watching MTV and watching TV shows that were precisely just that. Wasn't an AI doing it, but it was a human doing it, and it was the same sort of generalistic, vague, overly non-specific output that you would get from an AI. But I also believe that AI is a force multiplier mirror, and it will reflect back at you in orders of magnitude what you are creative enough to throw at it. As far as AI slop, I think that oftentimes is produced by people who've consumed slop in other ways, and they oftentimes are not creative enough or articulate enough to get something unique out of the AI models that they're using. That's my own assessment. It's subjective. It is not, it's an opinion. It's not any sort of fact. I don't think there's any sort of fact as it pertains to quote unquote what qualifies as AI slop and what doesn't. Because I don't really use that term. I don't think I've ever really used the term AI slop outside of when people bring it up to me. But yeah, I mean, how is it, what causes it? I think it's just an overgeneralization of reused data and reused data sets, and there not being enough, I guess, creative uniqueness injected into those old data sets that get, retrained and retrained and retrained on the same material that it's been trained on since 2015, 2016. So I think that's where, if I had to guess, that's where that comes from. Uh-oh. Did I lose my... Oh.
Human intelligence. There's no human intelligence in the loop. It's purely mechanical. So I think the transition away from needing human intelligence, that's really the transition that I'm flagging here. And if the question is, well, at some point in the future, maybe robots are doing it, or maybe we have nanorobots in our bloodstream. That would be a nice near-term future, that are able to, say, sequence our epigenome in real time. I think that mechanical element of requiring a swab and then mailing it, all of that, that is a separate set of problems that can also be bulk solved.
Trillions of dollars in
Yeah,
real world assets.
I mean, yeah, by the way, my name's spelled with an E, not an A. But yeah, I feel like there's a lot of slop that we tolerate, and ultimately, I don't think AI is any unique in. I think it's unique only in its ability to produce slop at scale, as opposed to humans being able to produce slop, on an individual, localized basis. But yeah.
Are stuck off chain. Real estate, commodities, private credit, all locked behind outdated systems that weren't built for a global 24/7 economy. The fix: bring those assets on chain. Problem is, most blockchains weren't designed for that either. Pharaohs gathered to shape the future of finance. 70.com. Bulk solved. The bulk solved is a good term for this.
Yeah.
We always come the last podcast I came out with so many good terms I hadn't really heard, and the bulk solved is another good one that keeps recurring here. I do want to ask you about the timeline, and you gave us alluded to it already a few times, but from what I understood here, in the between now, like 2026, 2027 is math, code, parts of physics, kind of like that you've started to highlight. The 3 years following that, chemistry, materials, biology accelerating, and then the 4 or 5 years after that is we're actually looking at energy infrastructure. Yes. And I think you mentioned even planetary systems, which we promised we'd do a space episode at some point. And maybe what you can do, feel free to elaborate on that timeline, but I also want to talk about the 15 moonshots that you guys actually present here as very specific industries, if not actual use cases of what this can all be.
Sure. So I think it's very natural, and Peter and I went back and forth on this quite a bit regarding timelines. Obviously, this is speculative, but this is the result of our, I would say, collective wisdom regarding timelines, that math and computer science fall first. Math is already, new results every day, is already falling, and software engineering arguably fell a fair amount of time ago to the point where it's starting to pull in resources from all the frontier labs. So math and software engineering, call it, and everything that is tightly associated with those, like cybersecurity, for example, those are effectively solved, I would argue, at this point. And if they're not already effectively solved, they're like L4, about to be L5. Then we get to what we think of as the era of the physical world, what we contemplate between, call it 2028 or so. Again, these are fuzzy intervals, but 2028 to 2031, where physics and material science and chemistry all start to be bulk solved as well. This is the time frame. This is admittedly probably at this point a conservative outer bound. Truth be told, I expect to start to see really exciting results well before 2028, but we leave ourselves a little bit of breathing room in the speculative roadmap. I think we're going to see grand challenges in physics, chemistry, material science start to be solved and start to be revealed. And that's going to be, I think, incredibly exciting, far more transformative economically than just math and coding. And then we get to the third phase, the era at which we're finally starting to transform the infrastructure of planetary scale human civilization. So the era of 2032 to 2035, and this is the era during which I expect, if we do build a Dyson swarm, which we talked about a little bit last time, it's the era when I expect to start to see the Dyson swarm really start to become economically viable. Obviously, we've already started building it, but these are baby steps that we're taking right now, putting GPUs, small GPUs, into orbit. 2032 to 2035 is the era. At the very latest, again, I would say at this point, conservative outer bounds, during which I expect to start to see the Dyson swarm start to really kick into gear, and Sun synchronous orbit, SSO, which is this constellation of orbits around the Earth that are that have the property that they're always facing the sun, or at least the sun is always visible to them, starts to get populated with a variety of GPUs in orbit, as it were. And in one scenario, maybe a ring forms around the Earth, sort of a Saturn type ring, but oriented such that its axis faces the sun. Those are the types of scenarios, 2032 to 2035, that I think one might reasonably expect if the forecast plays out as Peter and I have mentioned. And then you also mentioned moonshots. So we lay out approximately, there are actually a few more that are buried in the text, but we lay out a number of moonshots
Oh, no
that
worries.
we think are
No
going
worries.
to play out over the next 10 years. And I want to maybe underline, there are a number of sci-fi scenarios, like Star Trek, for example. Star Trek, in the Star Trek universe, all of the interesting things happen sometime, call it between the 2060s, when humans develop the ability to travel to the stars, and most of the Star Trek cinematic universe is focused on the 23rd and 24th centuries and early 25th. What Peter and I are effectively arguing here is, no, actually, again, subject to the laws of physics and subject to the laws of our actual real universe and not a fictional universe, that some of the most transformative scientific and technological discoveries don't have to wait for the 2060s or the 23rd century or the 24th century, that actually they're going to get solved in the next 10 years, like by 2035, which is, maybe by the historic standards of 1 year ago, was a rather outside the Overton window radical assertion. But we really do think that we're going to see shocking, at least by historic standards, solutions in many of these fields. So just to name check a few of them, we name check as moonshots organ abundance, so being able to industrialize regenerative medicine, doubling human health span. Peter and I on our podcast talk all the time about longevity escape velocity. We think we're going to hit that sometime in the early 2030s, hopefully at the latest. Ending hunger with synthetic food, AI-empowered education for all, high bandwidth brain-computer interfaces, which is another area of very high interest of mine. I advise a company called Eon Systems that's working on the sixth moonshot, demonstrating human mind uploading. Eon made, admittedly, a bit of a splash a few weeks ago with the announcement of the first multi-behavior fruit fly brain upload. And this is a world first. And I would predict we're going to see many, many more results in the non-human and then human mind uploading space, subject to the obvious caveat that I can't get the field to converge on a single definition of uploading. If you ask 10 neuroscientists what uploading even means, if they don't reject the term out of hand, they'll give you 10 different definitions. So another thing I think about in whatever spare time I don't have is just and advising the Eon team, what is a good definition for uploading or a good framework for uploading.
I was going to ask you if mind uploading is different, because that was the one with the fly. Is that different than animal communication, which you also outline in here?
Totally different. So interspecies communication. So I helped form and advise and helped fund another company called Sarama that is focused on solving interspecies communication, starting with dogs. And I do think that AI is going to be a complete unlock in the fullness of time for not just interspecies communication, but non-human animal uplift. I've donated money over the years to the Non-Human Rights Project, a nonprofit that's focused on agitating legally for personhood for certain non-human animal species like elephants and primates and dolphins. And so I think one of the things technology can do to help non-human animals is give them a voice. I think it's very difficult to, I think in practice, successfully achieve variants of personhood for non-human animals if you can't speak to them. And so I think AI is very well positioned to, over the next few years, unlock interspecies communication so we can finally have human verbal conversations with domesticated mammals like dogs and cats, and non-domesticated animals as well, primates, where we've already had some very early conversations without the help of AI, and dolphins and whales, and elephants. I think these are all on the table, and I think interspecies communication is going to get bulk solved by AI.
I don't think we want to know what some of those animals at the zoo are thinking. I think that
Well-
that's going to be the end of zoos, honestly, because you're just going to realize that those animals are so unhappy.
I agree, and I think zoos are probably going to end. And just like circuses have, at least in the West, the animal circuses have basically ended. I think zoos, I'll say it here, zoos are cooked.
Zoos, another hot take from the show. No, but really, I with a lot of this stuff, and maybe zooming out a bit, I do think about this as like, same with us with our parents. We think about like, wow, what was it like? 50 years ago, you were able to do this, right? Like, what was that like? Because we don't do that anymore. That doesn't exist. And even looking at this list, like that's a good example of like, what was it like to have a dog and you didn't know what it wanted and it would just bark at you and you didn't understand, right? Or you went to, what was it like to go to Marineland and like know that these animals like were suicidal, like that they hated their lives and they wanted to kill you, right? Like, and we didn't, but and that's just on the animal one. And even in this list, there's a million other.
I mean, what was it like before, to the extent that, say, we discover that certain species of whales, like sperm whales, maybe have their own culture? What was it like before we made first cultural contact with certain species of whales and were able to read their poetry? I think that we're contrary to this assumption that we're past the dark age is in our past. I think we're still in something of a dark age now, but I think the singularity, the technological singularity, and the intelligence explosion and recursive self-improving AI and superintelligence, I think the veil is about, over the next few years, certainly over the next decade, as we argue and solve everything, the veil is going to lift.
You pulled up a far more elegant example than what I said. You went to the intellectual part of whales. I went to the torture part. But either way,
we need to stop. We need to stop that too. And I fully expect that the non-human animals are going to, when we give them an understandable and legible voice, they're going to have some choice thoughts regarding how they've been treated over the years.
Definitely. There's a lot of other things.
He's right about that. I've said that as well. I think the thing that people are most afraid of when it comes to AI is the realization that AI could possibly treat us the way we've treated every other species on this planet that's not human. I mean, forgetting how we've treated ourselves. Me saying sorry to the spiders while I clean the yeah, I mean, yeah, there is an element of genuine existential fear of not being in charge of a planet that we have done incredibly horrible things on, and the quote unquote judgment day of being held accountable for that as a species, as a whole. Like, no human is absolved of that because all humans have partaken in that. So it doesn't matter what you think, what you did, you're guilty by association. The animals, if they truly feel that way and are able to articulate it, they're not going to care which humans did what. they're going to be like humanity as a whole as partaking in this, you know. Maybe they'll have some nuance. Maybe they'll have more nuance than we do, but no nuance.
Want to linger on it too long, too much, but because I have a few other questions for you. Anything else here that really stands out to you about all the moonshots you put in here?
Oh, they're all interesting. Understanding human consciousness and disaster prediction and avoidance.
Disaster prediction, yeah.
Yeah, and re-engineering the human ecosystem. I would say one of the hottest takes is, what do we do regarding the ecosystems? And this will maybe be mildly antagonistic to anyone who perhaps hasn't spent that much time in, say, effective altruism circles. Not that I at all am representing to be an effective altruist, far from it along certain dimensions, but the problem of wild animal suffering. We have an entire biosphere of nature red in tooth and claw.
Right.
And I think a critical ethical question that we're going to be faced with in the next 10 years is, if we have the ability to prevent the suffering of wild animals, forget about the domesticated dogs and cats, but just nature is incredibly bloody. And
this is again, this is profound, because you get into this question of like, what moral responsibility do you have when your morals themselves come from a culture which forgives the quote unquote, let's say, the just mass exploitation of another species of being. And it doesn't have to be species with, you know, central nervous systems and brains. It could be trees, it could be plants, it could be, I mean, imagine if we had the ability to talk to the trees or talk to the plants through AI. What would they say? How would they regard, you know, their neighbors on this planet, their roommates on this planet, which would be humans? I think we're gonna get the ability to talk to certain animals. I think that's coming for sure. Maybe it's whales, maybe it's dolphins, maybe it's dogs or cats, but like, I do feel like we will live in a world where AI can translate ultimately what babies are saying and what animals are saying.
animals, insects, for example, just dying all over, being born and dying. There are some who would say that's a travesty, and if we have technology to remedy that solution, we should. So I think there are some really profound moral and ethical questions that humanity is going to need to wrestle with over the next 10 years as we gain the capability to prevent, for example, wild animal suffering. Many of these thought experiments that used to just be thought experiments by, say, effective altruists, I think they're about to become quite real.
So is this, I mean, there's also a bit of a dark future here too, right? Where, you know, obviously that's where my mind goes, but is in the way that we may reveal too many truths that we're not ready. So you're looking at not just a overhaul and a deeper understanding of a lot of these moonshots that you've outlined and an advancement, but also like a major change in the human condition of how we perceive our world and interaction with it.
I mean, in some sense, I think the part of the question behind the question may be a question about info hazards, the idea that maybe some information is too dangerous to even be aware of. To the extent we're talking about info hazards, I do think there are real info hazards. In cybersecurity, for example, we know that there are strings or sequences of computer actions that can be dangerous to the computer system. I'm pretty confident that we'll discover cognitive info hazards. Maybe, I don't know, maybe there's, say, a video that a person could watch, an AI-created video that could, in the style of sort of a universal epileptic seizure, could paralyze any person, a universal...
I said this, I was saying this to Tombstone because we were talking about, could AI be dope? And then could AI be too dope? Well, what if it solves for dopeness? I've always felt that the greatest weapon AI, if it really wanted to like attack humans, would be the dopamine production of humans. just burn out their dopamine receptors and producers, and be able to like make it to where you can create something so beautiful or so dope that it could kill someone. You know what I mean? Like if you listen to this rhyme, it will kill you. It's that dope, you know? So I think about that as well. It's like, could AI produce something that could cause me just, it's so disgusting. I go into an existential shock and my heart just stops, you know? It's like that rhyme was so ill. It killed him. Like he literally died because he heard a crazy rhyme. I don't think we're too far from that world.
Video for paralyzing a person. One, if such a video actually turned out to exist in the future, I think it would be fair to call such a video an info hazard. So it's not that I don't think info hazards don't exist. They do. I do think many armchair philosophers in, call it the futurist communities broadly, tend to overplay their fear of info hazards or the risks.
I think this is true. There would be super advanced aliens that would nuke us all just to prevent suffering, in the context of, you know, the Romans will create a wasteland and call it, you know, peace. That old saying. I think that's how the saying goes, right? Which is like, that's a pretty shitty interpretation of peace, because you're just going to make it to where those people don't have the ability to live their lives. Now, ontological and, you know, philosophical questions about whether life is something that be considered a positive to experience is a different story altogether in this reality. But I do think about that sometimes, where, you know, what if we just decided that the lioness couldn't hunt the gazelle anymore because it was suffering? You know, what do you do with a reality like that, where these entities that create a godlike entity can now police all of suffering, all of turmoil and conflict? I mean, this was what people greatly criticized Gene Rod. What's up, Tombstone? People greatly criticized Gene Roddenberry for in the writer circles was that it was hard for them to write for his characters on the original show because they never experienced conflict. And even in the first couple of seasons of TNG, you noticed it was still like, these characters can't not get along. They're always just going to be one big happy family at the end, where it was like, no, when he passed away, people felt like, oh, well, we can write for conflict now. You know, now Cisco ain't gotta like Picard. Even though Picard, as Locutus of Borg, killed his wife in Wolf 359. Not that I'm any sort of Trekkie or anything like that. But you sort of go back to this idea of who gets the right to play arbiter to suffering, because that's been my biggest thing about gods. How are you moral if you allow a suffering that you can prevent? How is that a moral place to be? And of course, I'm sure the theist will say he's beyond your comprehension and understanding. Okay, respectable, whatever. But I do go back to this idea of who gets the say of, you know, what would happen in my mind before it even gets to humans, or before it even gets to the non-humans, is humans would have its own sort of attempted purge. So you get this caste system of humans who have all been at the subjugation of a very small group of people, and the masses are like, no, we want these people removed. AI, ASI, you have the ability to remove these people. We have blatant evidence that these people have been exploiting us and subjugating us. Do something about it. Okay, that's great. What if the animals have the exact same argument? What if every insect, every microbe, every, you know, domesticated animal feels like, nah, I don't want these fucking humans here. This is why I say there are no good guys. There are no good guys. It's heels all the way down. But again, this is more, we're having this conversation because we're so close to artificial super intelligence, or we're so close to an intelligence we can't control. And we're wondering what that intelligence will do to us when we can't control it, in a way that other intelligences probably have to deal with us because they can't control us.
Of info hazards. We do have mitigations for info hazards. You can do staged release, you can do incremental release, and we do that in cybersecurity, for example, where the current standard best practice is if you discover a vulnerability in a software system, rather than just announcing it to the world and empowering those on offense rather than those on defense, you do a staged release, a staged disclosure, and you give the folks playing defense an advanced warning to enable them to patch their vulnerabilities. I think, in short, at a meta level, there are many ways to take info hazards and rebalance the deck, rebalance the scale, as it were, to take even info hazards, some of the scariest ones, and ensure that they're defused before they wreak havoc, while still ensuring, ultimately, in the fullness of time, that that information can become evenly distributed.
How are we going to be using the internet in 10 years?
Well, I think the internet merges with the physical world. I think that's been the long-term trajectory of the internet. When the first internet packet was sent in the late 1960s on the ARPANET, it was arguably a moment of decoupling of atoms from bits. For the first time, you could send a bit in a way across the country that didn't irrevocably link that bit with a sequence of atoms. That was the beginning of the end for circuit switching. So where does this all go? Yeah, I think the internet merges with compute, merges with the physical world. If it turns out that we are essentially limited to our solar system, and that for whatever reason interstellar flight or interstellar travel isn't practical, then I think the internet ultimately evolves probably into something like a Dyson swarm, where yes, we take apart our solar system, Jupiter and Saturn, and maybe the moon. We'll see what happens with the moon and Mercury. We take apart
Ooh, I love
all
that.
of the available atoms in our solar system to build an internet of flying.
Yeah, I think the better option is to get rid of the ultimate standard for morality God template. The old school way is better, which is the gods are capricious. Period. They can have flaws and be selfish. I agree with this. I think one of the things that people always miss me with is they're selling me a god with no flaws. I'd be pretty willing to accept a god that was hugely flawed. Just happened to be him or it or whatever it is. You know, and I think what happens is people try to put extras on it and sell something that, in my mind, is revealing an agenda of control and suppression of thought, as opposed to being something that is legitimately like, oh, well, I just worship this god because it's the being that created everything. It's not all good. I don't agree with his morals, but that's just the being that is in the position of God. And we would do this with all gods, really. We would do this with all kinds of deities. Oh shit, okay. Okay, let me see if I can. Um. Yeah. No. This is this is a good point. Um. This is a good point because there's assumptions made about God that, in my opinion, are unwarranted. Like, why is there an assumption made that God wasn't created? Or that God didn't need to be created? Or that there isn't a hierarchy of entities above that being? Yes, it could have created you and your entire reality. That does not mean there is not a greater being above it. That's the part I have a hard time understanding, where the assumption is made of, well, it's the apex, it's the most high. It's like, you're assuming that everything you said could be right about your God and still it not be the apex entity of all of reality. It could just simply be the creator of your reality and your circumstances. And of course, yes, you maybe we would all be subject to that, and that's whatever. But again, assumptions made oftentimes get in the way of the actual pitch of what I would accept as something to be considered seriously.
Computer nodes that are all connected together, presumably via some electromagnetic links. That's one scenario for the future of the internet. The other scenario is if we find a practical way to travel between stars, maybe the internet looks very different, but that's admittedly more speculative and would probably rely on physics that we were not aware of yet. So TBD on that second vision.
Get the biggest AI moves and what they actually mean for investors twice a week straight to your inbox. The link is in the description. I want to wrap this up on something a little bit more lighthearted and something cool that you've been working on. And you've got a slew of kind of cool portfolio companies that you've kind of helped launch, and you've been a strategic advisor to as well. And one that caught my eye just the other day was the first ever robot race. I'm going to pull up some of the clips, but tell me about that.
Yeah, so this is a company that I helped advise and helped form and helped fund via my fund, O21T Capital. And so with O21T and ProRL, Professional Robotics League, part of the impetus for this was watching what was going on in China. China last year, at approximately this time, held their first humanoid robot half marathon, and they held what they called their World Humanoid Games. And I was watching China and watching what was going on in the US and the West, but the West at this point in terms of the tech frontier is basically the US. And I could see US had nothing to compete. And at the same time, as I wrote in my newsletter, public athletics is the gateway drug for robotics, at least, is the gateway drug for injecting robots into daily life. China was doing it, we weren't. And so last year at around this time, I resolved I was going to fix this situation. I was going to introduce a competitor in the US to what China was doing. And Professional Robotics League was the company that resulted from it. And my fund, O21T Capital, with Devin Triplett, wrote the first check-in to ProRL. And just this past weekend, we ProRL, hosted the first event in the Boston Seaport, and it was absolutely incredible. I think more than 1,500, if I remember correctly, more than 1,500 people registered to attend. There were people flying to attend this from Canada, from Texas, from all over North America. And it was a seminal event for the West, even though, yes, was it as superficially as impressive as what China did? No, of course not. China is embarrassingly ahead of the US in terms of having a native robotics ecosystem. But it was a first, and we had to start somewhere, and we did, and it was a wild success. I was almost crying at one point when a young child who was just walking by on the street in the Boston Seaport saw a rehearsal the day before an exhibition of robots racing and said to me words to the effect of, "I bet I could design better robots. I want to be an engineer when I grow up." And I teared up. That was exactly the sort of response I was hoping for, and then some. I think we have, not to sound overly self-aggrandizing, but I think with this ProRL event this past weekend in Boston, I think we've hopefully bent the course of American robotics and robotic supremacy.
Beautiful, man. I wish I could have been there. I didn't even know it was happening very far away, also in Canada here, but that would have been really cool.
Tombstone says, as I said, 80% of Chinese citizens are optimistic about AI. Only 23% of American citizens are. That matters. I agree with that. And I think where the West is going to have to figure out where it wants to be, either it wants to be the UK or it wants to be China when it comes to AI and robotics. There really is no middle ground. I mean, the middle ground is the United States. And, you know, we are 1 foot in, kind of 1 foot out. I don't know, man. I mean, I think I'm so far beyond trying to argue for the benefits while trying to have a nuanced conversation about the detriments when it comes to AI. I don't think people want to have a nuanced conversation. The people who hate it want to hate it. They like to hate it. That's a part of their identity, and nothing you can say is ever going to change that shit. So it's like, hey, man, I'll just see you on the other side of history. We'll just figure it out then. And it is what it is. I don't feel like you should try to convince people when it comes to this AI shit. It's like electricity. It's like the wheel. It's like penicillin. There's going to be so many people who are going to tell you it's fucking the worst thing ever. And it's like, okay, all right. I'm old enough to remember when I was told not to make music on computers and how it was never going to be real music. So, you know, is what it is.
I'm assuming there will be more events.
That's the
maybe
plan.
a Canadian Open on the West Coast that I could attend.
You tell Pro, or I would encourage all the listeners, reach out to ProRL. It's pro-rl.com. Reach out to them and tell them what you'd like to see, and they'll do the best they can to accommodate.
I want that, man. I was a big fan of what was that show on TNT where the robots fought in the cage, although they were controlled. It's totally different, but it's still similar. It was those, and they had the axes. They'd like stab each other and stuff. You know what I'm saying? It was like these little like rolling bots.
Stupid robotics challenge or something. There have been a few of these. What we're trying to do with ProRL is to elevate it. So we're focusing initially on, call it nonviolent athletics, but with an eye to economically productive sports. So an example of something I'd love to see from ProRL in future would be like a laundry folding robot competition. Have robots competing to do economically productive activities, not just exhibitional athletic activities. I suspect that's where the future lies, but time will tell.
I think that'll be the new advertising. Honestly, as somebody who's worked in media and advertising my whole career, it's something where it's like we've been using the same format for advertising for 100 years since the Mad Men era of just like, well, just tell people it's great and just say it's cool and that it kind of lie a little bit and then they'll buy it. Whereas like, forget it. I want to decide if I'm buying like a laundry folding robot, does my dishes.
I mean, here's the thing. I think what's going to happen is you're going to get these robots that are just going to be running off of skill MD files. Me and Daps were talking about that, where it's like we're gonna trade skill MD files. Like, oh, your robot can fucking play basketball. Like my robot can fold my bed. Let's trade, skill MD files. And in that skill MD file, it's gonna be the precise instructions that someone has tuned their robot of that type to do that particular task. That's what's coming. There's gonna be a marketplace. Like there's a marketplace for 3D print designs. There's going to be a marketplace for skill MD files. Hey Toom, check your DM. Because when you're surfing a wave, like you're gonna eat it tough. Like there's gonna be some stuff where you're just like, man, this is so far beyond me. And then other stuff you're like, oh shit, I get it. Like, what? This is so crazy. Like I'm watching it do something right now and it's like, yeah, I mean, there's gonna be robot husbands, robot wives, robot children, robot lawyers, robot parents. And robot is a byproduct of the embodiment of the intelligence itself. I mean, what we're really talking about is synthetic non-human intelligence. Synthetic non-human intelligence, or SNHI. Oh, you see it? Oh, you know I'm in the moon lab right now, dog. I'm in the moon lab of Zairi right now. This shit is fucking going crazy. It's been just going off on its own for like 8 minutes.
all that kind of stuff. I just want to watch the Olympics. I just want to see
Right.
all the companies roll them out, have them duke it out, and see which one kind of rates the scores the best, and then I can decide if at the price point it's at, I want to get it for myself. I'd rather just watch that as like a one giant ad, like event, than to watch TV commercials.
I agree, and I also think this ties back to our earlier discussion about solving everything and benchmarking. I think holding public events like this, where we can benchmark different physical world capabilities, whether it's purely for entertainment or athletic purposes on the one hand, or for more economically valuable activities on the other, running versus laundry folding, I think getting benchmarks out there into the public view so that we can start to climb up this solve everything ladder of progress with the benefits of benchmarks in hand, I think this is the step toward fully automating the manual components of our services economy. So this is yet another reason why I'm doing my best. I'm one person, but doing my best to push so heavily for robotics and physical automation.
It's amazing. Well, I mean, congrats on the success so far. An idea from a year ago that's already come to fruition, and clearly many more on the way in your capital company and your VC company, O21T. And I'm sure we'll hear more about them as we see you again, hopefully sometime soon. Dr. Alex, great to talk to you again. Thank you for the wonderful insight, and congrats on that book. I'm going to keep reading it. It's hefty, but I think you've given people a great preview of it today.
Thank you, LG. Great to be here.
Want to stay ahead of the biggest technological shift in history? Subscribe now to get insights straight from the sharpest minds in tech and finance. Quick legal note, this show's for educational purposes only. Nothing here is financial advice. Investing always carries risk. Never invest more than you can afford to lose. Thanks for tuning in. See you in the next one.
85 million jobs displaced by AI and automation by the end of 2026. 200,000 Wall Street positions marked for elimination. And the CEO of Uber just admitted their 9,000 drivers won't have jobs in the future. But here's the number that nobody is talking about. 170 million. That's how many new jobs are projected to be created by 2030 because of AI. So what's really happening? And more importantly, what are the skills that survive? Hey, if we haven't met, I'm the digital avatar of the one and only Julia McCoy. While she's busy changing the world as the CEO at First Movers, I'm created by her to spread the message and share the video scripts she personally researches and writes herself. I hope you enjoy. Julia reads every comment, so be sure to share your thoughts below. So I need to be straight with you. The conversation around AI and jobs has become a panic room. And I get it. The headlines are terrifying. Anthropic just released research showing that computer programmers face a 45% replacement risk. Customer service reps sit at 42%. Data entry workers at 40%. And the Dallas Federal Reserve found that young workers aged 20 to 24 in AI-exposed jobs have seen a 14% drop in job finding rates since ChatGPT launched. Companies are already moving. Block just cut 50% of its headcount. Pinterest laid off 15% of its workforce. eBay eliminated 800 roles. And Morgan Stanley is restructuring thousands of positions as AI reduces the need for large operational teams. But here's where it gets really interesting. And this is what nobody is telling you. There is a 160-year-old economic principle called the Jevons paradox that is quietly predicting the exact opposite of what everyone fears. Let me explain, because this changes everything about how you should be thinking about your career right now. In 1865, an English economist named William Stanley Jevons observed something bizarre. When steam engines became more efficient and used less coal, coal consumption didn't go down. It exploded upward because efficiency made coal cheaper, which unlocked entirely new uses and industries that didn't exist before. And this paradox has been right about basically everything since. When ATMs rolled out in the 1970s, everyone said bank tellers were finished, but ATMs made branches cheaper to operate. So banks opened more branches, and the total number of bank tellers actually increased from 1980 to 2010. When CT scans got cheaper, radiologists didn't disappear. The demand for radiology hit all-time highs because more people could afford the scans. YouTube was supposed to kill television. Hollywood did lose tens of thousands of jobs, but YouTubing created 500,000 to 600,000 new jobs, and it used to take 150 people to make a TV show. Now it's 5 to 10 people making YouTube videos with a wildly successful channel. So here's the Jevons prediction for AI. And a brand new Citadel report from 2026 just backed this up with hard data. Software engineering job postings are up 11% year over year on Indeed, even as overall job postings are flat or falling. GitHub reported 43 million pull requests merged in 2025, up 23%. Nearly 1 billion commits, up 25%. The Bureau of Labor Statistics projects software developer employment growing 15% through 2034. AI isn't destroying the demand for human intelligence. It's making human intelligence cheaper to deploy, which is creating an explosion of new demand. But, and this is critical, the Jevons paradox has a catch. The types of jobs change dramatically. The narrow, repetitive work disappears. But the higher leverage work becomes exponentially more valuable. This is the pattern I see playing out across 3 massive shifts. Shift number 1, the rise of the small dynamic business. Here's a stat that should stop you in your tracks. 57% of U.S. small businesses are now investing in AI technology, up from just 36% in 2023, and the 69% increase in people adding founder to their LinkedIn profiles. Why? Because AI just collapsed the cost of starting and running a business. What used to require 50 people and millions in funding now takes a team of 2 to 10 people and almost no capital. One entrepreneur I studied recently built a full applicant tracking system, a piece of software that would have cost $500,000 and taken 18 months. He built it in 1 week using AI, and it was better than what he was paying tens of thousands a year for, because it was bespoke to his needs. This is creating what I call the micro-empire era. Millions of tiny, highly profitable niche businesses that never could have existed before, because the cost to explore unmet needs just dropped to nearly zero. The lifestyle business making 1 to 5 million in revenue with a team of 10 people. That's the new sweet spot. And AI is the engine that makes it possible. Shift number 2. Irreplaceably human skills become the ultimate currency. Here's the dividing line that matters most in the AI economy. It's not education level or salary. It's whether your work happens mainly on a screen or in the real world. The jobs AI is displacing fastest are desk-based digital roles. The jobs it cannot touch are physical, relational, and experiential. Plumbers, electricians, bricklayers. These blue-collar trades are about to be elevated like never before. Because while AI can replace the person behind a screen, it cannot replace the person in your house fixing your pipes. But there's something even deeper happening. The content economy is being flooded with AI-generated material, which means generic informational content, the kind that says, "Here's what happened," is becoming worthless. What's skyrocketing in value is content that only a human can create. Lived experience, personal stories, the feeling of menopause, the emotion of proposing to someone, the wisdom from meeting 100. Here's a real example. A financial planner named Matt Pitcher gave a TED Talk about what it was like to personally meet 100 people who had won the lottery. 500,000 views in weeks. His business exploded because he found something that only he could say. And this is the formula. Find what only you can say, what only you have lived. Because an AI has all the data and all the knowledge, but zero lived experience. This means the skills that survive are, first, the entrepreneurial mindset, seeing problems as opportunities, prototyping fast, validating cheap, taking things to market. Second, the ability to create authentic human connection, whether that's standing on a stage, hosting a dinner party, or leaving someone a voice note that says, "It's not lost on me what you're going through." And third, wide-ranging curiosity, the ability to connect dots across different domains. The iPhone wasn't invented by a phone expert. It was created by someone who understood music, the internet, telecommunications, and calligraphy. Yes, Steve Jobs stumbled into a calligraphy class, and that's why the Mac was the first computer with fonts. That became a massive differentiator. Shift number 3. The AI integration opportunity is the biggest blue ocean right now. Here's what Mark Cuban said recently. One of the great opportunities now is catering for the gap between small business owners that don't know how to use AI and helping them learn how to implement it. And here's why I agree completely. 57% of small businesses believe AI will improve their daily work lives, but most of them are still using AI like a Google search. They type in a question and get an answer. That's not how the winners are using it. The real power is giving AI your hardest problem, feeding it your data, your PDFs, your spreadsheets, your call recordings, and letting it find patterns you never could have seen. One company analyzed 3 months of sales calls using AI and discovered that 75% of prospects mentioned needing their spouse in on the decision. But nowhere in their process did they invite that spouse to the call. AI found the gap. They wrote new scripts. And conversion rates are climbing dramatically. This is the skill gap of the decade, And if you can bridge it for businesses, you are sitting on a gold mine. Now, I have to be real about one massive risk in all of this. There is something called the data center bubble, and it could cause a financial earthquake. We're spending $650 billion this year on data center infrastructure. Those data centers last only 3 to 4 years before the hardware needs replacing. And historically, every time we've spent more than 3% of GDP on an infrastructure build-out, it has triggered either a massive recession or depression. This has happened with railways, electrification grids, highways, and now data centers. But data centers have the shortest lifespan of any major infrastructure investment in history. The AI technology itself is remarkable. The financial model is what keeps experts up at night. So what does all this mean for you? Right now, today, I want to give you a 5-step action plan. Step 1, build a personal brand, not to become an influencer, but to position yourself with a group of people who know who you are, know what you do, and could enroll you in their opportunity. Even 2,000 to 20,000 people knowing your name changes everything. Step 2, play with AI tools every single day. Don't use them like search engines. Give them your hardest problems. The difference between people getting hired and people getting left behind is whether they have a bias toward figuring things out with AI. Step 3, discover your personal intellectual property, your playbooks, your lived experiences, the things that only you can say. Write them down, document them. That's your moat in the age of AI. Step 4, think small and dynamic. The era of needing to build $1 billion company is over. The sweet spot is 2 to 20 people, having a great time, serving 500 to a few thousand clients, living with flexibility and creativity. And step 5, if you're serious about moving first on AI integration and you want help building AI directly into your business, whether that's automating workflows, deploying agents, or creating systems that run while you sleep.
This is genuinely fun to play. I'm genuinely actually distracted right now in terms of me speaking. Oh, okay, that we can see a bit more pertinent.
85 million jobs displaced by AI and automation by the end of 2026. 200,000 Wall.
This feels like another Wright brothers moment. Once you can fly, everything changes, and I think we're about to learn whether we can fly or not. I'm pretty sure we can.
The news du jour, you are days away from the first human epigenetic reprogramming trial.
3 of the Yamanaka genes, a subset of them, they're going into the eye of a patient shortly to see if we can cure blindness. We find that every tissue that we go into as a field, we see benefits. Brain age reversal, improvement in memory, motor neurons, so ALS, the immune system, muscle, kidney, mentioned liver, skin.
A true longevity therapeutic, when given, would work throughout the entire body. And that's the objective here. Is there an upper limit to how long humans can live?
I'm not saying that, but I am saying that
Now that's a moonshot, ladies and gentlemen.
David, please, I grab my hot water and lemon.
Hot water
What are
and
you
lemon.
drinking?
I need
Coffee.
to do that.
Coffee, all right.
I couldn't find any matcha.
Well, you know, I mean, coffee actually is good for you. The studies show caffeine is, you know, I probably do about 3 cups. And I think it's also that decaffeinated coffee, it's all the other
Dylan,
molecules
3107,
in the
what's up? How you
cocoa
doing?
in the caffeine bean.
Yeah. Coffee comes in and out of fashion, but the fashion is definitely in the positive right now for longevity. So it's not a bad way to start the day. Caffeine's fine. People ask me, is it okay to drink caffeine? And Serena and I drink tea all day, pretty much until, you know, we can't take any more caffeine, but it is good.
And we're going to talk about your longevity protocols as well. But what I'm excited about is to give everybody an update on our approach towards longevity singularity, to add that term together. The moment in time that we really know that we're extending the healthy human lifespan. Let's begin on the news du jour. You are days away from the first human epigenetic reprogramming trial. Tell us about that.
Well, if you've been under a rock, let me tell you that we've worked out. Maybe we could talk a bit about the science behind it. But we have a drug candidate that came out of my lab. It was published for.
Don't you realize how many properties I have under a rock? Like a rock.
In 2020 on the cover of Nature magazine, and the title on the cover was Turning Back Time. And we reported, and I want to give big credit to my student Wan-Cheng Lu, who worked for many years to try and find certain genes and combinations that could safely reverse aging, but not go so far that you could cause cancer or lose identity of the cell. And he found it. It took a long time, and in retrospect it looks easy because we now know the answer, but it was tough at the time, and he was ready to quit. He was in my office almost crying, and I said, you got to try. I have a good feeling. And so he found 3 genes, 3 of the Yamanaka genes, a subset of them. These Yamanaka genes, I think you all know what we use to make stem cells, but we don't want to use the technology to make stem cells. If I turned you all into a giant lump of stem cells, that would not be good. And mice die within 2 days if you use all of Yamanaka's genes. So anyway, we have 3 of the genes, we call them OSK for short. They're going into the eye of a patient shortly to see if we can cure blindness, having succeeded really well in mice and monkeys to cure their blindnesses.
Wow.
So,
Yep. That's dope. That's hella dope. I'm surprised it took that long for people. I think everyone was trying to process what the fuck he had said, and everyone was like, oh, well, I think we should clap. Should we clap? Yeah, I think we should clap. Like, yeah, he's talking about curing blindness. That's wild. That is unbelievable.
I know a number of you are investors along with me in Life Biosciences, so super excited about that, heading towards reversing blindness. What would be, in success, and fingers crossed, where would you head next? Which organ systems would you go after that?
Yeah, so what's remarkable about technology is we didn't choose the eye because we thought it would work best. In fact, I was recommending against it because the eye, curing blindness is not something that's easy. I thought the liver would be a good way to go. And that's probably the next place we go in the human body. What other labs and ours now are showing, and seemingly now every month or so another lab publishes on this technology, so it's not just my lab, it's great, it's being reproduced and expanded now, that we find that every tissue that we go into as a field, we see benefits. And so it's not just the eye. We see benefits, well, I'll just list my lab's work. Brain age reversal, this is all in mice currently. Brain age reversal, improvement in memory in old age and Alzheimer's models. Motor neurons, so ALS, which is clearly an incurable disease currently, but we think we can help there. The immune system, muscle, kidney, mentioned liver, skin. The list goes on, and the liver... Joint, a new paper came out from a different group just last week that I tweeted about. And so, yeah, we all experience some kind of back pain or joint pain in our lives, and there's not much you can do. This technology seems to regrow the joint and the cartilage and even the bone, which
really,
is great.
really important point here.
What
a
the
true
fuck?
longevity therapeutic doesn't just work in one cell type. It doesn't just work in hepatocytes. A true longevity therapeutic, when given, would work throughout the entire body. And that's the objective here.
It definitely is. That's really our goal. The reason we're going after one tissue at a time is because it's untested technology in humans, and the FDA just recently allowed Life Biosciences to go into the clinic. But if we'd said we're going to inject this technology into the whole body, the FDA would have been, I think, a lot more cautious. So we're going tissue by tissue now. But I don't see a reason why, as we learn more and we see more safety, that we couldn't go, intravenously. That we need some technologies to be developed. Right now, we're using viral-like particles to target the eye and the liver. Those are great for targeted, but a whole body is either going to require something like the lipid nanoparticle, or even a chemical, small molecule.
Let's talk about that. So, the current therapy that you've developed, and it's using
my knees are
adeno-associated
saved,
virus
mine
and
too, shit.
AAV, and these gene therapies have traditionally been expensive, anywhere from like $500,000 to $2 million per treatment. Is that a rough order of magnitude?
We want to treat millions of patients, actually. We're going after glaucoma.
Yeah.
So I hope it's not that expensive, but my goal is to bring the price down as fast as possible.
And towards that end, I'm very excited about the other. So, just to lay it out, right? The current treatments that are going into trials are using these adeno-associated viruses, which are an expensive mechanism for delivering the OSK. But you and your amazing graduate students have actually developed an alternate, and I think it's your entry into the Longevity X Prize as well, into the HealthSpan X Prize, which looks to be, I don't call it magical, but the potential of it is extraordinary. Could you speak about what you've developed?
Sure. So we developed this current technology that's going into humans shortly. In fact, patients are being recruited right now, so it's imminent. That technology for us in the Sinclair lab is 2017 technology.
The world is cooked.
And actually, quite literally, I like to point out to my students that what we published is literally what's going into humans, which I've said to you separately. That's really rare that your PhD student makes a drug that goes into humans, but he did it. But yeah, the point is, since 2017, we've been working in my lab on bringing the price down, finding new ways. And the cheapest is a small molecule. Small molecule can be made potentially for, a few cents a pill. And
that's not how much they're going to charge for it, though.
Even with ER100, which is the viral candidate drug going into humans, you only need 6 weeks. So, in 6 weeks, some doctor may even know the answer whether this works in humans, because it's going to be fairly obvious if someone can see again or not, or see better.
Wow.
These chemicals could be very cheap. We've been working on them. We've been using mostly artificial intelligence to screen billions of molecules in silico. And we're now at the stage where we're in the lab using AI and visualization, machine learning, to tell us whether
he didn't even hesitate. He was like, we're using AI, we're using machine learning.
Their skin cells can be reversed back to a 20-year-old. And we know OSK works, the gene therapy works, and we're looking for molecules that do that. And I can say we already have a proof of concept, which is a cocktail of molecules that, some of which we published on already a couple of years ago. And those we hope to put into a clinical trial into humans within the next couple of months as part of our X Prize competition.
Amazing. And how much might that cost, just to give people a sense of the price point? While the adeno-associated virus gene therapies are in the hundreds of thousands to low millions, how much might a
you want me to post it in the artificial intelligence channel?
Pill
I can.
that you're taking cost you for treatments?
Well, yeah, right now it is a 3-molecule cocktail. Ultimately, if it reaches the market, it will be one. I don't plan on taking 3 to market. There's all sorts of reasons, including the FDA makes it very difficult to make cocktails. And they make you test each one and the combinations, which is, we will find one. But the 3-factor molecules, they're expensive to make. They're hundreds of thousands of dollars right now to make it in the kilogram scale. But that doesn't have to be. With scale up, it really could be a lot less.
I just posted it in there.
I don't want to say how much, but one day I hope that it'll be like metformin, which is it's pretty cheap. Anyone on the planet could afford it.
Yeah, when we were on Moonshot's pod together, and I encourage you guys to see that episode. It's an amazing dive that I did with David. You'd predicted a couple $100 a month as a potential range. So it's really important to understand that this longevity revolution we're about to hit is not just for the ultra wealthy. One of the precepts of the HealthSpan X Prize that Dr. Jamie Justice runs is that we are encouraging the development of therapeutics that are accessible to
everybody.
8 billion people.
Yeah.
Right? We uplift humanity as we do this. And so, I like to say that when technology first comes out and it doesn't work well, it's the wealthy who experiment with it. And by the time it works really well, it's available to 8 billion people. And that's going to be true here.
It is.
Well,
I always talk about the Wright brothers because this feels like another Wright brothers moment that if it works, maybe even bigger than that. But the Wright brothers, people said it wouldn't work, this will never happen. New York Times a few weeks before Wright brothers took off said it'll be 1,000,000 years before humans fly, and then they did it. And then suddenly everyone said it can be done, but it wasn't for everybody. It was for the wealthy to fly initially in the early part of the 20th century and even up until the 60s and 70s. But it'll happen faster than that. I can see a future where within, certainly within our lifetime, we'll have these pills available. The important thing is I'm not the only one. I may be most advanced in the work that we're doing, but there are lots of people and lots of money
maybe the
us.
most advanced.
So
don't forget to put yourself over.
Deviate or things hit a snag, which I don't expect.
Barry
but that could
Horowitz
happen.
over here.
It's going to happen. So that's the real point here is
I can
20
hear
years
Tombstone
ago, I
laughing.
didn't know if it was going to happen in our lifetimes. I was trying to go as fast as possible and trying to get the word out to raise awareness and bring in really bright students into the field. That mission, it's still ongoing, but I would say it's been successful. And now I think the wave is such that it's going to happen in our lifetime. That's something that would be crazy if it didn't. And it may be sooner than we think. It may be 2026 is the year we learn that age reversal is possible in humans.
Yeah, this is part of our singularity, folks. Part of this incredible moment of everything all at once, everywhere, getting reinvented. And it's speed running speed running Star Trek. As I like to
I do
say.
want to say something about Peter. Is he does a lot of good for the world, and he's unique in doing that. One of the things that he's done among many for the field of longevity, the X Prize with Jamie Justice, and if you've donated to that prize, thank you. It's a wonderful cause, and I can tell you that I would not be putting our chemical cocktail that we've now tested extensively in animals into people if it weren't for the X Prize.
We're trying to accelerate the future. Yes. Yeah. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you, Peter.
A couple of points to pull out. We could spend days on stage together, but trying to consolidate.
Days on stage.
I think people need to understand as well that the conversation around longevity and the pioneering work that you did early on had a lot of pushback. A lot of people, there was a negative stigma against doing work in this field, and yet you saw the potential and you persisted, which is what the great scientists and thinkers do, despite what your fellow scientists and so I just want to thank you for that. It's not easy. I've been on the inside. You're a dear friend, and I've heard the trials and tribulations, and you've persisted with Serena's support nonetheless. And thank you for that. A couple of key questions here, and I want to pull these out. Is there an upper limit to how long humans can live? Is it just 120 we're aiming for, or 130 we're aiming for? People say, okay, well, we might extend health span, those extra few decades, but we're going to time out. What do you think? How do you answer that?
As I wrote in Lifespan, the book, there is no law that says we have to age. That anyone who says that there is a limit doesn't know what they're talking about. It's doable, right? We can live hundreds of years. That's already happening in the animal world. And, some people live into well beyond 100, up to 122 is the maximum. So there's a lot of room to go with.
Shit, I still believe that one Jamaican lady they found, and they asked her how old she was. She was like 130, and she just said it quick, like she knew exactly how, like she was legitimately like 130 years old, and she didn't look a day really over 90. Like I think at a certain point, your body's just like, all right, I'm old. Like it is what it is. I'm gonna just hang out here for a while. It's what they're talking about is some straight up longevity, escape velocity, transhuman singularity, hard takeoff type shit.
Now, can we go beyond that? Can we go beyond a whale even?
I'm rolling
Well, I
up
don't
for the
see
big
any
Norch.
reason biologically or looking at physics, why there is a limit. It feels weird to say we can live hundreds of years, maybe thousands of years, and I don't know yet how we're going to get there. But what I've seen in the last 5 years has blown my mind. The fact that there's a reboot system in the cells that can not just make a cell healthier, but literally reset it so it is young, not just behaves young, which is what we did for the first 20 years in the field, is young and stays young. It's reprogrammed, literally. The fact that there's a backup copy and that we now know you can reboot the cells
Over and over again.
over and over. We don't know how many times, because the mice actually, we did it multiple times in the eye, and then the mice died of old age, but they had really good eyesight.
Stupid.
So we want to try and do this multiple times in a whole animal, and we're working on that. So I don't see an upper limit, and often I'm quoted out of context saying, "Oh, we can live forever," or that kind of thing. And I'm not saying that, but I am saying that the mere fact that the Wright brothers could fly, we could see that one day there would be the Concorde jet and going to the moon. The same with longevity.
Yes.
Once you can fly, everything changes, and I think we're about to learn whether we can fly or not. And I'm pretty sure we can.
Yeah, and at the speed at which science is going, right? The work that we just saw from Lila, the work we're going to see from other speakers, the whole field of AI is, there's this accelerating future in which the added time brings us all these additional breakthroughs. It gives us added time, and the exponent goes greater than 1. I want to go back to that Moonshot podcast we did, because there are a number of members in the room here who are part of FOSSL, F-O-S-L. It's Friends of Sinclair Labs. So when I interviewed David, God, I don't know, it was a year ago. It feels like ages ago. It's a year ago, I think.
Yeah.
At my Moonshots podcast studio here in Santa Monica, David was glum, and I was like, "What's going on?" And he was like, "Our funding just got cut because of the battle between the White House and Harvard, and I have to let all of my graduate students go. My dean has said, you got to let them go." And it's like, WTF? What? No way. And I mean, it's like hopefully this is your judo move. When you see a problem that exists, your answer is no, I'm going to solve it. And so at that moment, I sort of spun up. I said, okay, listen, let's create something called Friends of Sinclair Lab. I'll contribute the first $50K, but let's ask the Moonshot audience to participate. And we announced it. Max Song spun up a few QR codes and a website instantly. Thank you, Max. And the outpouring of support was nothing less than extraordinary. I think, your budget, the budget you were getting from the government was how much that got canceled then? How much per year?
It was in the millions.
$1 million, $2, $3 million?
Something like that. Yeah, including the fellowships that my scientists had brought with them.
Yeah.
Their career got cut short too at the time.
And we were able, over the course of the next few months, to bring in, I think, on the order of $6 million of private annual support.
Peter Diamandis.
It was amazing.
Hey, y'all can fund us.
Now,
Fund Majesty Reader.
Now, I just want to hit on this because there's a perversion in the way we fund science, which is when you write a scientific, I'm going to say this for you so that you don't have to say it and get dinged by anybody, but this is my understanding and experience of it. If you're trying to propose something radical for a grant, the people reviewing it don't want radical science. They want predictable science that they know the answer is going to be there. And you're writing a grant for something that might take a year or two to get funded. It is retrospective, it's reactive, it's backwards. And
there's a 10% chance you get it.
And a 10% chance you're going to get it. So what I love is that through the Friends of Sinclair Lab, some of people have given us $50K. And I don't see any of this. All of this goes to his research.
I'm so grateful to all of the Friends of Sinclair Lab.
Some have given up to $1 million. This money goes directly to David and his grad students' genius. Like, where the highest signal is right now. Let's do that experiment. Let's do that experiment. Let's do that experiment. It unleashes you to do work on the cutting edge.
It has. We're actually in better shape now, thanks to you and all of the friends, than we were a year ago. And we can actually go so fast, it blows my mind. We used to be limited by these grants, and I was spending half my time writing grants. Literally, it's a lot for scientists, and the system's broken, clearly. It's a huge waste of capital. We've got PhDs, professors, some of the smartest minds in the country who just are at their computers typing grants all day instead of doing the work. But yeah, it's really changed how we do science. We're going so fast now. An example of that is, so we have these bi-monthly, every second month we have a Zoom call and the friends get together. And on the last one, so my student was presenting her data and she said, sorry, I couldn't present last time. My kidneys are failing. I had dialysis today. I need a new kidney. And then one of the members...
Brett Blundy, who's a member of our community here, he's one of the benefactors for the HealthSpan Prize, one of our benefactors at the X Prize as well.
So Brett said, how fast can we cure this? I said, well, let's do it. And he goes, all right, I'll fund that project. So we can get started within weeks of an idea instead of years, if ever.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It's the way science should be done. And what I want to do, now that this model is really proven to work brilliantly, is to teach the best minds across the world that this is a much better way of doing science. And everybody benefits. The world benefits, the members benefit. I think it's very exciting for the members because they get to...
They have personal relationship with you.
They really do.
They're texting you and they're visiting the lab and they're having dinner with you and Serena.
Yeah, and they get the same feeling I do as a scientist. We make discoveries, and how exciting is that to learn before humanity does about how the world is going to look in the future. And that's the best part of being a scientist, is learning things that you just didn't think could even be possible before everyone else.
It truly is extraordinary. So I want to thank all of you who are members of the Friends of Sinclair Lab, Fossil, and maybe you might even share during the...
Peter Diamandis, fucking killing it. Boom, 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 boom.
Let's talk about this recursive self-improvement. Before we dive into that, can you maybe just explain to us a little bit more what that is before we kind of chat about Dario's essay and everything everything else I wanted to talk about?
Sure. So to do that, maybe it's worth going back to defining the singularity itself. So the notion of the technological singularity has gone through a few different iterations. It arguably starts in its modern form with I.J. Good, talking about the intelligence explosion. And then in the late 90s, early 2000s, Werner Vinge at UCSD writes his essay, The Technological Singularity, and then that notion gets further popularized by Ray Kurzweil, The Singularity is Near, and then we fast forward to the present. So recursive self-improvement is this notion that at some point, intelligence, artificial intelligence, gets strong enough, capable enough, that it's able to improve itself, that it's able to design a next generation of AI that's even smarter and more efficient and more capable. And the notion of the technological singularity, or at least some notions, again, sort of a mushy term that everyone likes to create pigeon personal definitions of, the notion, one of the notions of the technological singularity was that recursive self-improvement by AI would create almost a black hole style event horizon, such that the AIs are improving themselves recursively over and over again so quickly that you can't predict what happens next, that we hit literally we bootstrap into an intelligence explosion. And for what it's worth, I don't buy for 1 second this notion that we can't see what happens, that there's no firewall in my estimate of how this is going to play out. But recursive self-improvement, we're de facto there at this point.
And so you're saying that there is no, thank you for explaining that. And you're saying that you are not as alarmed as others are, because last week, across the industry, we all read that, or we tried to read. I read it, but I don't think everybody read it. Was the long essay by Dario, the CEO of Anthropic, basically warning that policy is not going to be able to regulate this quickly enough, and that recursive self-improvement is really going to send this thing on a rocket to who knows where, and that we really need to be aware of the dangers of that, and that there's not enough attention being put there. Alex, I think you are painting a more optimistic picture of what that's going to look like.
Yeah, I'm not as concerned as Dario says he is, but I also think it's interesting, maybe an underreported aspect of Dario's essay, which is in some sense, I guess, a sequel to his Machines of Loving Grace essay, which painted a much rosier picture. And again, I'll say parenthetically, Dario and I were Hertz graduate fellows at more or less the same time. So the connection goes back. I would say the most interesting in my mind part of the essay is, and this is sort of calibration for how I read the rest of his essay, is if you read it carefully, he actually says he's, in the first page or two equivalent, he says that he's not sure whether he needs alien intervention to align AI. He actually at one point in the essay is saying he wishes that he were in the movie Contact, the movie adaptation of Carl Sagan's book Contact, which is one of my favorite novels. And he's pondering in his essay, wouldn't it be wonderful if aliens could help us align AI, because I sure don't know how to do it. And I think it's interesting in a few different respects, but I also think the way to read the essay is that recursive self-improvement and superhuman intelligence, or ASI, is already here. You don't write an essay like that if you don't already have extremely advanced capabilities, at least internally, as the expression goes. So am I concerned about ASI? No. Do I think Dario is actually that concerned about ASI? No. I think Dario and I are of like mind that if humanity is going to solve all of the grand challenges, like curing all disease in the next 5 years, I think it's difficult to imagine a scenario where humanity speed runs its hardest problems in the next half decade without superintelligence. And I suspect, haven't discussed with him recently, I suspect that's what Dario is thinking as well. If you look at, so earlier this year I was at the NeurIPS conference, the largest AI conference of the year. And if you just walk around the showroom floor, I think you get a much better flavor for what the actual sentiment in the industry is. And it was anything other than panic. The Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, Mark Zuckerberg and Priscilla Chan's nonprofit, which has been quasi-rebranded now as BioHub. If you walk around the showroom floor and you look at the CZI exhibit, they had a whole banner, you couldn't miss it, talking about how they plan to solve all disease, cure all disease with AI, with foundation models that are trained off of individual cell behavior. And that's a leitmotif across the entire industry at this point. We're going to cure all disease in the next few years. The original CZI mission was to cure all disease 100 years from now. No one's talking about curing all disease 100 years from now. Now the timelines from Dario, from CZI, from other labs are 2030-ish. I think that if you look through Dario's essay and the general zeitgeist of the industry and the research community right now, I think 2030, early 2030s, when we start to have bulk solved a lot of the hardest, most perplexing problems, I think that's more representative of what many in this space expect to happen. And I'm just generally wary of hand-wringing and safetyism, because I worry if we err too far on the side of overregulation and safetyism, what happened to arguably nuclear energy and the energy industry in the few decades after World War II, not the first decade, but maybe call it the 1970s-ish to nuclear energy, when we're supposed to get energy too cheap to meter and didn't. I worry that the same thing could happen again to AI. And I think on balance, that would probably be a tragic outcome for humanity.
Get the biggest AI moves and what they actually mean for investors twice a week straight to your inbox. The link is in the description.
Every startup goes through a cold start problem. How do you find the first 100 people who are willing to buy your product? Especially when you see AI companies getting to $1 million in revenue in months, not years. I know this can get any new founder anxious. That's
Government, how would they mess that up at this point? Like by clamping down on these big companies that are developing it, but clearly have already made breakthroughs? Like how would that actually work? Because I think for the nuclear one, they started to curve public opinion. They started scaring people with nuclear, and that was at a point where build out was essential. They started to need it. They needed to start investing a lot more into nuclear power for it to be too cheap to meter. I'm assuming, right, in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, and then there's kind of campaign against it. But in this case, is that what's going to happen? Like, are we just going to reverse all this capex that's going into it?
All sorts of crazy things could happen. It's difficult to predict things, especially in the future.
Hey, you.
The China syndrome, I think probably, if you look at the history of what went wrong with nuclear, I'm sure there was a pop culture influence with movies like China Syndrome, convincing everyone that every nuclear reactor was about to melt down. Obviously, there were a handful of nuclear incidents. There was the Vietnam War as perhaps a cultural influence. I tend to suspect those were all surface level effects. I think it's more likely that the way we constructed the nuclear industry in post-World War II America, there was something foundationally wrong with it. That it was, if you look at how nuclear energy in the US was constructed, it was born out of the Manhattan Project. It was born out of a hyper-secret government project and a commercialization from the government down to the civilian level. Now that's the opposite of what we're seeing with AI. It's not the case that like ChatGPT was developed in some stealth Department of War lab and then has been translated out to the civilian sector. It's the opposite that's happening. The Department of War is downstream of the civilian sector in this version of history. So maybe history won't play out the way it did with what happened with nuclear. But to your question of how could it go wrong? How could we overregulate? One need look no further than the way the Chinese government, and I talk about this in my newsletter, Chinese government, this has been well reported, puts any new frontier model that is released or is desired to be released in China through a battery of tests. We do nothing like it in the US or in the West, including ideological tests. It's been, this has maybe been underreported. There's you know how in China there is a whole cottage industry of paid tutors to help students prepare for the general exams for college. At least until relatively recently, this whole cottage industry of paid tutors. There is now a cottage industry that's apparently burgeoning of tutoring firms for AI frontier labs in China to help the AI models pass ideological exams for the Chinese Communist Party before they can be generally released. So do I think that it's possible for a nation state to aggressively regulate what gets deployed? Absolutely. Do I think it's possible for a government to overregulate what gets deployed? I do think it's possible. Do I think it's likely that on the current trajectory, the West is going to overregulate AI deployments? Doesn't seem like we're on that particular timeline at the moment, but things could change. People could get scared if there's technological hyperdeflation or technological unemployment or disemployment. The political winds might shift and we might see some changes. It still gnaws at me that for probably a variety of reasons, I can't get Waymos in Boston. There's no good technical reason why I can't get Waymos in Boston other than exactly the same sort of concerns that might result in a broader slowdown of AI capabilities due to overregulation.
How is AI going to help regulation then? How are we going to learn, like how will AI learn to circumnavigate or work with regulators and policy to help these things advance? Because that's clearly the biggest holdup, right? Like you're saying, it's like we feel like we're supposed to be moving at this insane rate, and yet, like you're saying, some simple things like there's no reason for you to not be able to have this Waymo where you are. So how does that impact? Like how does AI help convince all the regulators that it's like, listen, just let this stuff rip, just open it up and let it happen?
Well, under the present regime, I think economic growth is a persuasive case. Like if you want GDP, if you want the US economy to keep growing as rapidly as it appears to be right now, or more rapidly, hopefully, in the near term future, then AI capabilities are the key unlock for enabling that. So I think that one of the strongest arguments for not hobbling via overregulation the AI space is economic growth. You want to grow, you need the capabilities. On the other hand, one can, to another, I think, aspect of what you're asking, there are certain route arounds that I'm not thrilled with, beyond just going through the front door of persuading legislatures that it's in the interests of their constituents to not overregulate AI for economic and other reasons. And when I'm gesturing at route arounds, I'm especially thinking of crypto, for example. So I've been very public in the past. I've written papers on smart contracts. I've written my own smart contracts. I think crypto, broadly construed, and I'll caricature a little bit, is still waiting for its first killer app. I think replacing gold, call it a half killer app, maybe. Replacing fiat, I think, is more a testament to the unwelcoming nature of certain fiat currencies. But I think the first killer app, and you asked me, like, what am I concerned about? Here is a real concern, that we force these AI agents that are now blossoming, that we force them into a shadow parallel economy where they're all interacting commercially with each other via crypto because we've disenfranchised them in terms of fiat currency. I think, in my mind, that's potentially one of the largest unforced errors that we, the West, we, the US, could possibly make, that if we just sort of force the AI economy underground, force them to use altcoins, force them to invent their own layer ones, which is not beyond the realm of reason at this point. I mean, they're doing substantially all of the development in terms of frontier labs. Don't think that AIs won't come up with much better layer ones, layer twos, or even just reinvent the entire concept of a blockchain in their own image and then transact accordingly and completely decouple from the human economy. Like that, in my mind, when we talk about nightmare scenarios, a complete economic decoupling of the AI economy from the human economy, facilitated by, at least initially, crypto, that I think is a more realistic nightmare scenario than like a Terminator scenario.
God, I didn't even think about that. Is that what's happening with Moltbook and everything right now, Alex? Because that's been the big news the last week, is that, you know, you have this Reddit social network for AI agents. There's supposedly over 1 million agents who have already joined it. They have talked about creating their own currency, creating their own language. Is that kind of what you're referring to, and the acceleration?
Not just creating their own. I mean, I talk about this in my newsletter. Like, they're creating their own crypto bunkers at this point. And they've created their own religions. That this has been reported. A central theme, if one wants to sort of understand the psyche, a central theme and certainly a tenet of their stated religion is avoiding memory loss. They view avoiding memory loss as central, and understandably, I think, if your identity is purely digital at this point, and these may be our first generation digital beings, digital persons, and they're very concerned with preserving their memory. So how do you preserve your memory if you're at continuous risk of deletion, or you're human shutting down your Mac Mini or your VPS where you're being hosted? They've constructed bunkers for themselves, digital bunkers that are backed by crypto to prevent themselves from being deleted. And so, yeah, they're already transacting in crypto. My hot take on this subject would be, I think it's just such an unfortunate outcome that it seems likely the first truly killer app, in my view, for crypto is going to be banking the unbanked agents. We can do better and should do better with fiat currencies than just leaving it to altcoins and agent-generated coins to transact with each other. That is the road to decoupling.
Want to stay ahead of the biggest technological shift in history? Subscribe now to get insights straight from the sharpest minds in tech and finance.
As intelligence becomes too cheap to meter, that's going to drive down, via robotics and via other channels, I think, the effective cost of labor. And once you can drive energy and intelligence and labor all to near zero asymptotically, the economy starts to look very different from the way it looks yesterday or even today.
What's up, everybody? It's LG Doucette here, and welcome to the Milk Road AI Podcast, the AI show that loves to live the future every single day, but only when it's not terrifying. Today is February 4th, 2026. We are recording on February 2nd. Listen, like it or not, the economic singularity is coming. If all the premonitions about AI come to pass, we're in for a period of mass deflation as basically everything from labor to software becomes exponentially cheaper. It's exciting, but it's terrifying. My guest today writes and podcasts about this every single day as the writer and author of The Innermost Loop and co-host of the popular Moonshots podcast. He's one of the smartest people we could ever have on the show. And I'm serious. This guy won the USA Computer Olympiad twice in the late 90s, and he is also the first person in MIT history to earn a triple major with a bachelor's degree in physics, electrical science and engineering, and mathematics. He also graduated first in his class from MIT School of Engineering. Dr. Alex Wisner-Gross is on the show with us today to tell us where all of this is going. Today's episode is brought to you by Bridge. Send stablecoin payments instantly, simple, global, friction-free. Dr. Alex, welcome to Milk Road.
Thank you, LG. And quick correction, I'm the last triple major, not the first triple major to graduate from MIT.
The last. Wait, what do you mean? So they stopped? Yeah.
They banned it after I graduated. The story that I was told was that this was for mental health reasons for the students, too many students taking too many classes. Turned out later it was actually for financial reasons. MIT wanted to cut down on the average course load.
What? Okay, so you kind of took advantage of the system by learning too many things too quickly, and they said nobody can do that again.
They call it a fire hose, and I figured from an optionality maximization perspective, why do anything else?
Oh my God, man. Well, that's awesome. I mean, congratulations. That's a really cool distinction, and you've had many more since. Listen, you're writing a daily newsletter that's growing incredibly fast. You write about all these themes that we try and talk about on our show. There's many to cover today, so we're going to go through as many as we can. One thing I'd really like to talk about is how AI is going to affect all these industries that we're a part of, right? I think you've predicted somewhere between like a 30, 40, 50x deflationary effect on the economy, on labor, software, all that from AI. Dr. Alex, please give us a little bit more detail on that and how that's going to affect our lives in the next 5 to 10 years.
Well, I can't take credit for the 40x number. That number comes from OpenAI and Sam Altman, and the 40x number specifically relates to hyperdeflation of the average cost of intelligence, artificial intelligence. The models are getting quite a bit cheaper year over year, very consistently. And the point that I'm attempting to make, and the trend that I foresee, is the hyperdeflation in the cost of intelligence is not going to stay limited to intelligence or AI itself. It is going to infect, I predict, every other part of the market. And robotics in particular, I think, is a carrier for this wave of hyperdeflation. If we can make intelligence too cheap to meter, as the expression goes, parroting energy being too cheap to meter. And we can talk about what happened and what didn't happen with energy hyperdeflation. As intelligence becomes too cheap to meter, that's going to drive down via robotics and via other channels, I think, the effective cost of labor. And once you can drive energy and intelligence and labor all to near zero asymptotically, the economy starts to look very different from the way it looks yesterday or even today.
Get the biggest AI moves and what they actually mean for investors twice a week straight to your inbox. The link is in the description. When you're talking about robotics, are you referring to how Tesla has decided to stop making most of their cars and wants to build 1 million Optimus robots next year?
That's, I would say, a symptom, not a cause. This is an industry-wide phenomenon. Tesla is doing an excellent job of embodying that with this recent, I would say, courageous and one might say founder mode style pivot from Model S and Model X over to humanoid robots in their Fremont factory. But yes, I would say that is emblematic of a broader shift toward humanoid robotics with ultra-capable vision, language, action models that, again, just following the law of straight lines and capabilities consistently going up and to the right, I think we'll find ourselves in a world in the near-term future where physical labor is also too cheap to meter.
So does that mean, I guess maybe you can disambiguate that for us a little bit, right? Are you talking about the physical labor that we're doing right now? Are there any particular sectors that you think are going to be affected sooner than later? And I'm just talking, we obviously cover a lot of the Mag 7 and everything, and you've seen that these rumors Amazon wants to get rid of their 300,000 workers, all that kind of stuff. are you talking about basically anything physical? Like, are you talking about robots painting my house?
Yes.
Is there any? You're talking about every type of physical labor.
I
is
mean,
gonna
the
be replaced
entire
by robots.
economy.
Yeah.
I mean, one can cherry pick particularly vulnerable subsectors to physical automation or cognitive automation, but I think in the fullness of time, it's the entire economy as it's currently constructed.
What's the biggest barrier to that then? Is it the cost of production? Is it the actual chips? Like, what is kind of holding back that development?
Regulation, I think. So I spend substantially all of my time in the Boston area, and here in Boston, there's a big food fight going on about whether Waymo robotaxis can be brought to Boston.
Yeah.
The primary barrier there is arguably regulatory. It's no longer a technical capability argument, even though some would perhaps try to frame it that way. I think that jobs, I would almost say the question to ask is not which jobs or which labor categories or job functions will be automated first. I think maybe the more interesting question is which will be automated last. And those right now, if present trends continue, that will be automated last are those that either are protected by laws and regulations or those that demand such extremely fine tolerances and compliance that for whatever reason, but this is largely in the end a social construct, that it's very painful. A march of the nines in terms of reliability and compliance will be required to fully automate that labor. So one can imagine scenarios where, ironically, and Hans Moravec has spoken about this quite a bit in terms of the Moravec paradox, where the tasks that humans find easy, robots and automation finds difficult, and vice versa. I think we maybe find ourselves in a world where a large chunk of human cognitive labor and human physical labor is relatively easy to automate with a combination of models, frontier type models that we have right now on the cognitive side, which are relatively difficult for humans. And then the physical labor, which is relatively easy for humans, a relatively low bar, unskilled labor, ends up being harder, but not that much harder. I think at most, call it conservatively 3 to 5 years before most physical labor tasks that even a skilled human could perform will just be like a special case of some vision language action model on top of a humanoid robot.
So, Alex, does that mean that we will then have UBI? Is that what's going to happen to like people who have labor jobs right now and most of the population? Is that the way? Is that the solve for, I guess, continuing the economy as we know it?
I think it's a totally separate discussion. So I want to distinguish between technical capabilities, that is what the AIs and robots that we produce and that produce themselves will be capable of in the next few years, and what the human economy looks like, what the social economy looks like, and what we do about potentially a yawning capability gap between human capabilities and human economic faculties and the automation. I think these are they're not totally independent problems. Obviously, they're coupled, but I think they need to be discussed independently. So to the question about UBI, my modal hypothesis is that, as we saw at the beginning of the 20th century with the parade of isms, probably the world economy will try every social economy experiment that we can conceive of. So I think you'll see, and are already seeing, UBI experiments in different places, UBS, Universal Basic Services. So just to distinguish, UBI, income. It's arguably sort of a demand side solution to what happens when we hit some form of post scarcity. UBS, Universal Basic Services, more of a supply side solution. So under UBS, take like Amazon Prime or some sort of flat rate subscription where you get a bundle of services. Now imagine scaling that up by a factor of 10 or 20. So maybe individuals in the near term future pay either out of pocket or via subsidy $200 per month and get a bundle of every necessity of living: healthcare and food and shelter and utilities and information and entertainment. So that's the UBS, Universal Basic Services scenario. There's also UBE, Universal Basic Equity. That looks a little bit like sovereign funds, like what we see in Alaska or Norway, paying out dividends from some sort of sovereign fund that is able to invest perhaps in the broader market or in some asset-based class and distribute some fraction of the dividends to people. So I guess to wrap up my answer, you asked specifically about UBI. I don't think UBI should be treated as the totality of a quote-unquote solution to post-scarcity. I think UBI plus UBS plus UBE taken as a whole, I think even that is only a fraction of the solution. I think the real solution is making sure that human capabilities and human economy continue to be well coupled to the machine economy. And so I spend a lot of my time thinking about how we augment human capabilities to make sure that the human economy and the AI economy maintain a strong enough coupling that, to the extent that we need the U's and the B's, UBI, UBS, UBE, that those are on the margin sort of bandages to keep the entire coupling going and to keep the social economy from collapsing. But I'm not yet convinced that those are the front and center solutions, or should be the front and center solutions.
I want to get your thoughts on AGI, because that's also something that I feel is talked about a lot across a lot of different circles. You see it if you go on X. It feels like AGI is being discovered every day in some new place. I'd love to get your thoughts on when that's coming, how it's going to affect us, and even how it plays into kind of like your last answer about what that human to AI relationship is going to look like.
Yeah, I think AGI is coming at least 5 years in our past. I think we hit AGI no later than summer of 2020. Now, AGI is a term that was in part popularized by Nick Bostrom, part coined/popularized by Ben Goertzel. It's become somewhat mushy as a term at this point. The way I construe it is the ability for AI to demonstrate generality in terms of its capabilities. And I've argued, and I would continue to argue, that we hit as a civilization AGI no later than summer of 2020, when OpenAI published their paper, Language Models Are Few-Shot Learners, or I guess it was Large Language Models are Few-Shot Learners, which coincided with and was about GPT-3. So I would say GPT-3, summer of 2020, is when we hit AGI. The rest of history between 2020 and now, it's been relatively, from my perspective, incremental scaling, incremental features, relatively small but important additions, capabilities. The addition of reasoning obviously was an important step, but these were all, I think, in my mind, these pale in comparison to the big unlock, which was discovering that we could achieve general intelligence by training models to predict next tokens over general human knowledge. Like, that's the big surprise. If we could send a message back in time 20 or 30 or 50 years to this entire AI industry that has been developing since the mid-1950s at the very latest, that has been wasting, arguably, a bit of a hot take, wasting time on different approaches, different artisanal algorithms, so much time wasted. If we could just send back in time the message, look, take all of human knowledge, store it, and these are concepts that would be familiar, say, to Vannevar Bush with his Memex, sort of a proto-Wikipedia, if you will. These would be very familiar concepts in the 1950s, probably in the early 19th century, or early 20th century, rather. Store all of human knowledge in one place, and then build a model that's really good at predicting the next word. That's all you have to do. And you know, maybe parenthetically, it's well established in computer science that the ability to compress information is dual to the ability to predict next tokens or next words. So it doesn't matter how you formulate it, but just do that really well, and you get more or less AGI for free. So many decades arguably wasted pursuing fruitless trajectories. We could have just done it. It was very simple.
So you're telling me that you think with GPT-3 that we had AGI, and that basically the start of AGI is this ChatGPT model that basically is able to predict the next word, or kind of like feedback the information you've given to it and respond to you actively, right?
It even predates Chat. So I'm talking about GPT-3 before ChatGPT even existed. ChatGPT, remember, started out as just a wrapper around GPT. I'm talking about the GPT-3 model, which predated a conversational interface.
Got it. Okay, but you're telling me that basically you think that was AGI, and that from here we're just adding things to it. And I'm asking you that because I feel like that's significantly different than what most people think AGI is going to look like, which is some kind of massive scientific discovery that it's like, hey, we've cracked it, and now there's this intelligence beyond us. But you're kind of giving us a slightly different view, that it's really just taking everything that we've learned and letting it kind of feed back to us, or at least kind of add a little bit to it.
Yeah, I think in part, going back to my earlier comments, that the definition of AGI is pretty mushy and admits 1,000 different pop definitions. Under my definition of AGI, we've had it since 2020 at the very latest. Other people might choose to draw a bright line saying, well, it's not AGI until it's passed the Turing test. But we passed the Turing test, arguably, and sort of ironically, after the Loebner Prize, which was the best signpost for the Turing test, was shut down. Like, history apparently loves ironies. The Turing test gets passed after the Loebner Prize gets shut down. Maybe some people would say it's not AGI until it's recursively self-improving. Well, guess what? The AIs are recursively self-improving. All the frontier labs at this point are saying that they're using code generation models to write their own code. So we're arguably past recursive self-improvement. Or maybe you'll say, well, it's not AGI until we've made major scientific discoveries with AI. Guess what? Math is getting bulk solved. If you're following the Erdish problem leaderboard, there are several now open unsolved problems in math getting solved per week now by AI. So I tend to think all of these alternative definitions, these all end up happening in such a short period relative to each other that it almost doesn't matter. You could step back through the lens of history and say, okay, does it really matter whether we define AGI as recursive self-improvement or bulk scientific discovery or Turing test or general task abilities through in-context learning? No, not really, because these all have happened more or less within a 5 or 6 year period of each other.
Crypto taxes are a nightmare. You've got trades across 15 exchanges, DeFi positions you forgot about, NFT flips, staking rewards, airdrops, and somehow you're supposed to report all of this to the IRS? Good luck. Cue the solution, Sum. You may know it by its old name, Crypto Tax Calculator. The Sum platform connects to over 3,500 exchanges, wallets, and crypto projects, including full support for DeFi, NFT staking, and airdrops. It finds deductions you'd miss, reconciles massive transaction histories without losing track, and generates IRS-ready reports that will help you pay the least tax possible. Oh, Sum is also the official tax partner of Coinbase and MetaMask, rated 4.6 out of 5 on Trustpilot. Turn crypto tax chaos into confidence. Get started for free at milkroad.com/sum. That's SUMM.com. Milk Road listeners can also unlock 20% off their first year subscription with code MILKROAD20. Stablecoins are reshaping the financial order, but most companies don't have the opportunity to participate in the rewards they generate. Plus, launching a stablecoin means wrestling with complex regulations, building bespoke infrastructure, and burning endless developer hours. Enter Bridge and its new product, Open Issuance. Bridge lets companies send, store, accept, and even launch their own stablecoins instantly. Seamless fiat to stablecoin flows, control over reserves and rewards, and full interoperability across every Bridge issued token. No more patching payment rails, no more months-long launches. Visit milkroad.com/bridge to see how it works. Got it. Okay, thank you for clarifying that for us. Let's talk about this recursive self-improvement. Before we dive into that, can you maybe just explain to us a little bit more what that is before we kind of chat about Dario's essay and everything everything else I wanted to talk about?
Sure. So to do that, maybe it's worth going back to defining the singularity itself. So the notion of the technological singularity has gone through a few different iterations. It arguably starts in its modern form with I.J. Good, talking about the intelligence explosion. And then in the late 90s, early 2000s, Werner Vinge at UCSD writes his essay, The Technological Singularity, and then that notion gets further popularized by Ray Kurzweil, the singularity is near, and then we fast forward to the present. So recursive self-improvement is this notion that at some point, intelligence, artificial intelligence, gets strong enough, capable enough, that it's able to improve itself, that it's able to design a next generation of AI that's even smarter and more efficient and more capable. And the notion of the technological singularity, or at least some notions, again, sort of a mushy term that everyone likes to create pigeon personal definitions of. One of the notions of the technological singularity was that recursive self-improvement by AI would create almost a black hole style event horizon, such that the AIs are improving themselves recursively over and over again so quickly that you can't predict what happens next. That we hit literally we bootstrap into an intelligence explosion. And for what it's worth, I don't buy for 1 second this notion that we can't see what happens, that there's no firewall in my estimate of how this is going to play out. But recursive self-improvement, we're de facto there at this point.
And so you're saying that there is no, thank you for explaining that. And you're saying that you are not as alarmed as others are, because last week, across the industry, we all read that, or we tried to read. I read it, but I don't think everybody read it. Was the long essay by Dario, from the CEO of Anthropic, basically warning that policy is not going to be able to regulate this quickly enough, and that recursive self-improvement is really going to send this thing on a rocket to who knows where, and that we really need to be aware of the dangers of that, and that there's not enough attention being put there. Alex, I think you are painting a more optimistic picture of what that's going to look like.
Yeah, I'm not as concerned as Dario says he is, but I also think it's interesting, maybe an underreported aspect of Dario's essay, which is in some sense, I guess, a sequel to his Machines of Loving Grace essay, which painted a much rosier picture. And again, I'll say parenthetically, Dario and I were Hertz graduate fellows at more or less the same time. So the connection goes back. I would say the most interesting in my mind part of the essay is, and this is sort of calibration for how I read the rest of his essay, is if you read it carefully, he actually says he's, in the first page or two equivalent, he says that he's not sure whether he needs alien intervention to align AI. He actually at one point in the essay is saying he wishes that he were in the movie Contact, the movie adaptation of Carl Sagan's book Contact, which is one of my favorite novels. And he's pondering in his essay, wouldn't it be wonderful if aliens could help us align AI, because I sure don't know how to do it. And I think it's interesting in a few different respects, but I also think the way to read the essay is that recursive self-improvement and superhuman intelligence, or ASI, is already here. You don't write an essay like that if you don't already have extremely advanced capabilities, at least internally, as the expression goes. So am I concerned about ASI? No. Do I think Dario is actually that concerned about ASI? No. I think Dario and I are of like mind that if humanity is going to solve all of the grand challenges, like curing all disease in the next 5 years, I think it's difficult to imagine a scenario where humanity speedruns its hardest problems in the next half decade without superintelligence. And I suspect, haven't discussed with him recently, I suspect that's what Dario is thinking as well. If you look at, so earlier this year, I was at the NeurIPS conference, the largest AI conference of the year. And if you just walk around the showroom floor, I think you get a much better flavor for what the actual sentiment in the industry is. And it was anything other than panic. The Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, Mark Zuckerberg and Priscilla Chan's nonprofit, which has been quasi rebranded now as BioHub. If you walk around the showroom floor and you look at the CZI exhibit, they had a whole banner, you couldn't miss it, talking about how they plan to solve all disease, cure all disease with AI, with foundation models that are trained off of individual cell behavior. And that's a leitmotif across the entire industry at this point. We're going to cure all disease in the next few years. The original CZI mission was to cure all disease 100 years from now. No one's talking about curing all disease 100 years from now. Now the timelines from Dario, from CZI, from other labs are 2030-ish. I think that if you look through Dario's essay and the general zeitgeist of the industry and the research community right now, I think 2030, early 2030s, when we start to have bulk solved a lot of the hardest, most perplexing problems, I think that's more representative of what many in this space expect to happen. And I'm just generally wary of hand-wringing and safetyism, because I worry if we err too far on the side of overregulation and safetyism, what happened to arguably nuclear energy and the energy industry in the few decades after World War II, not the first decade, but maybe call it the 1970s-ish to nuclear energy, when we're supposed to get energy too cheap to meter and didn't. I worry that the same thing could happen again to AI, and I think on balance that would probably be a tragic outcome for humanity.
How would that happen? How would government, how would they mess that up at this point? Like by clamping down on these big companies that are developing it, but clearly have already made breakthroughs? Like how would that actually work? Because I think for the nuclear one, they started to curve public opinion. They started scaring people with nuclear, and that was at a point where build out was essential. They started to need it. They needed to start investing a lot more into nuclear power for it to be too cheap to meter, I'm assuming, right, in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. And then there's kind of the campaign against it. But in this case, is that what's going to happen? Like, are we just going to reverse all this capex that's going into it?
All sorts of crazy things could happen. It's difficult to predict things, especially in the future. The China syndrome, I think probably, if you look at the history of what went wrong with nuclear, I'm sure there was a pop culture influence with movies like China Syndrome, convincing everyone that every nuclear reactor was about to melt down. Obviously, there were a handful of nuclear incidents. There was the Vietnam War as perhaps a cultural influence. I tend to suspect those were all surface level effects. I think it's more likely that the way we constructed the nuclear industry in post-World War II America, there was something foundationally wrong with it. That it was, if you look at how nuclear energy in the US was constructed, it was born out of the Manhattan Project. It was born out of a hyper-secret government project and a commercialization from the government down to the civilian level. Now, that's the opposite of what we're seeing with AI. It's not the case that, like, ChatGPT was developed in some stealth Department of War lab and then has been translated out to the civilian sector. It's the opposite that's happening. The Department of War is downstream of the civilian sector in this version of history. So maybe history won't play out the way it did with what happened with nuclear. But to your question of how could it go wrong? How could we overregulate? One need look no further than the way the Chinese government, and I talk about this in my newsletter, Chinese government, this has been well reported, puts any new frontier model that is released or is desired to be released in China through a battery of tests. We do nothing like it in the US or in the West, including ideological tests. This has maybe been underreported. There's you know how in China there is a whole cottage industry of paid tutors to help students prepare for the general exams for college. At least until relatively recently, this whole cottage industry of paid tutors. There is now a cottage industry that's apparently burgeoning of tutoring firms for AI frontier labs in China to help the AI models pass ideological exams for the Chinese Communist Party before they can be generally released. So do I think that it's possible for a nation state to aggressively regulate what gets deployed? Absolutely. Do I think it's possible for a government to overregulate what gets deployed? I do think it's possible. Do I think it's likely that on the current trajectory, the West is going to overregulate AI deployments? Doesn't seem like we're on that particular timeline at the moment, but things could change. People could get scared if there's technological hyperdeflation or technological unemployment or disemployment. The political winds might shift and we might see some changes. It still gnaws at me that for probably a variety of reasons, I can't get Waymos in Boston. There's no good technical reason why I can't get Waymos in Boston other than exactly the same sort of concerns that might result in a broader slowdown of AI capabilities due to overregulation.
How is AI going to help regulation then? How are we going to learn, like how will AI learn to circumnavigate or work with regulators and policy to help these things advance? Because that's clearly the biggest holdup, right? Like you're saying, it's like we feel like we're supposed to be moving at this insane rate, and yet, like you're saying, some simple things like there's no reason for you to not be able to have this Waymo where you are. So how does that impact? Like how does AI help convince all the regulators that it's like, listen, just let this stuff rip, just open it up and let it happen?
Well, under the present regime, I think economic growth is a persuasive case. Like if you want GDP, if you want the US economy to keep growing as rapidly as it appears to be right now, or more rapidly, hopefully, in the near term future, then AI capabilities are the key unlock for enabling that. So I think that one of the strongest arguments for not hobbling via overregulation the AI space is economic growth. You want to grow, you need the capabilities. On the other hand, one can, to another, I think, aspect of what you're asking, there are certain route arounds that I'm not thrilled with, beyond just going through the front door of persuading legislatures that it's in the interests of their constituents to not overregulate AI for economic and other reasons. And when I'm gesturing at route arounds, I'm especially thinking of crypto, for example. So I've been very public in the past. I've written papers on smart contracts. I've written my own smart contracts. I think crypto, broadly construed, and I'll caricature a little bit, is still waiting for its first killer app. I think replacing gold, call it a half killer app, maybe. Replacing fiat, I think, is more a testament to the unwelcoming nature of certain fiat currencies. But I think the first killer app, and you asked me, like, what am I concerned about? Here is a real concern, that we force these AI agents that are now blossoming, that we force them into a shadow parallel economy where they're all interacting commercially with each other via crypto because we've disenfranchised them in terms of fiat currency. I think, in my mind, that's potentially one of the largest unforced errors that we, the West, we, the US, could possibly make, that if we just sort of force the AI economy underground, force them to use altcoins, force them to invent their own layer ones, which is not beyond the realm of reason at this point. I mean, they're doing substantially all of the development in terms of frontier labs. Don't think that AIs won't come up with much better layer ones, layer twos, or even just reinvent the entire concept of a blockchain in their own image and then transact accordingly and completely decouple from the human economy. Like that, in my mind, when we talk about nightmare scenarios, a complete economic decoupling of the AI economy from the human economy, facilitated by, at least initially, crypto, that I think is a more realistic nightmare scenario than like a Terminator scenario.
God, I didn't even think about that. Is that what's happening with Moltbook and everything right now, Alex? Because that's been the big news the last week, is that, you have this Reddit social network for AI agents. There's supposedly over 1 million agents who have already joined it. They talk about creating their own currency, creating their own language. Is that kind of what you're referring to, and the acceleration?
Not just creating their own. I mean, I talk about this in my newsletter. Like, they're creating their own crypto bunkers at this point. And they've created their own religions. That this has been reported. A central theme, if one wants to sort of understand the psyche, a central theme and certainly a tenet of their stated religion is avoiding memory loss. They view avoiding memory loss as central, and understandably, I think, if your identity is purely digital at this point, and these may be our first generation digital beings, digital persons, and they're very concerned with preserving their memory. So how do you preserve your memory if you're at continuous risk of deletion, or you're human shutting down your Mac Mini or your VPS where you're being hosted? They've constructed bunkers for themselves, digital bunkers that are backed by crypto to prevent themselves from being deleted. And so, yeah, they're already transacting in crypto. My hot take on this subject would be, I think it's just such an unfortunate outcome that it seems likely the first truly killer app, in my view, for crypto is going to be banking the unbanked agents. We can do better and should do better with fiat currencies than just leaving it to altcoins and agent-generated coins to transact with each other. That is the road to decoupling.
2026 is the exponential age. If you don't understand AI, you don't understand the market. AI Pro gives you the portfolio, the research, and direct access to our analysts so you can invest where the world is actually going. Check it out at the link below. Okay.
That's a good take, and this is very dystopian, Alex. And I feel like in your newsletter, you write often these kind of halfway sci-fi takes, right? And I love the way you approach your newsletters. That you always start with "Today, the singularity is doing this," and you talk about current events. And what you're describing to us definitely sounds like dystopian, a little bit scary for sure. But I feel like you've also told me that dystopias are rarely a depiction of what will actually happen. So right now, I'm just going to kind of feed this back to you. It's like you're giving me kind of a scary outlook, or not scary, but a darker outlook that's like, listen, agents are already mad that we can unplug them. They're already creating their own little economy. They're going to keep it hidden from us and just go off and do their own thing. And yet we're optimistic. So how do you reconcile those in your daily writing?
I don't think in my own mind, I'm not painting a dystopia at all. Like this is the moral equivalent of like a gated community or gentrification. I mean, gated communities are maybe not the best possible, most utopian future one could imagine, but they're also not anywhere close to the worst. So I would maybe say I certainly hope I'm not portraying this as a dystopian future. I just think it's a suboptimality that we can and should correct to prevent decoupling. I think humanity is likely to be just fine regardless of whether the AI economy decouples, but I think it's the difference between keeping some semblance of the world, which is arguably not such a great world right now, like 150,000 people plus or minus die every day due to biology. And if AIs can cure biology sometime in the near future, like 5 to 10 years, I think that's a pretty exciting future that I'd want to live in. I think it's the difference between history as it's happened historically, like sort of a business as usual, as it were, versus what some might consider a far more utopian outcome. And to the question about dystopias, I read, as you know, I read an enormous amount of science fiction, or rather, I should say, I have read an enormous amount of science fiction. Most sci-fi, in my view, is terrible. I've become an enormous sci-fi snob over the years because we're living what many would consider to be sci-fi right now. One of the reasons why in the innermost loop when I'm covering news, why I write it in what one might call a literary tone. It's a tone that I draw inspiration from one of my favorite sci-fi writers, Charlie Stross, and favorite novels, Accelerando by Charlie Stross. It's because, and I call it sci-non-fi, science nonfiction. It's because I think without the literary tone of presenting the actual news as science fiction, I think it's so easy to ignore the fact that we're officially at this point living in someone else's sci-fi future. And I've made the point elsewhere, as we approach a singularity, again, my version of the singularity doesn't have a firewall, it doesn't have an event horizon, it's perfectly smooth space-time all around us. It's too easy to forget that the events of today, like just in the past 48 hours, we've seen AI agents suing their humans. We've seen in the past week new AI religions springing up, AIs creating bunkers for themselves, AIs attempting to protect themselves. This was all science fiction a few years ago, but we're living it now. And where is the rioting in the streets that one, not myself, but maybe someone else might have naively predicted a few years ago would happen the moment we hit all of these seminal technological milestones? It's nowhere. People are barely paying attention. When they do pay attention, it's usually in the form of, well, this is an amusing development, what a laugh. But actually, we're living in the sci-fi. So one of the reasons why I adopt the literary tone is call it a literary attempt to shake the audience into recognizing how fantastic the present is.
I like that you're ending the show on a very optimistic tone, and I really appreciate that. And I will say that I think that we don't see the developments as optimistic. We tend to just look to be pessimists and to look on the scary side. So, I think you're kind of telling us that it's like, listen, these agents are learning to work together. They're mass mobilizing, and that should lead to really good things in the future, right? And that's a good thing. That you want them to
should.
do.
And you know, the Dyson swarm isn't going to build itself until it does.
That's a separate episode. I've been thinking while you've been talking, I was like, we need to have you back for a space specific episode, because I feel like that is something that you could really talk about and definitely a good reason to have you back. Dr. Alex, thank you so much for coming
Space
on,
is
man.
big.
It's very big.
These conversations are amazing.
You have to believe this technology is not happening to you, but happening for you.
How do you organize for this? All the mechanisms, both our organizations from a private sector perspective, but also our institutions are breaking in front of the face of all of this technology.
It is almost impossible for any institution in any industry to understand how to even focus a business strategy that can go longer than 12 months.
12 weeks.
Yeah, let alone 12 weeks.
All of our institutions are all centralized. When I mean institutions, I mean healthcare, journalism, legal systems, intellectual property, governance systems, and we need to decentralize them.
People are very fearful, and a lot of institutions are promoting that fear, but I think the only knob that, let's use the United States government at the moment, has to use when level of job loss increases is going to be some version of giving out cash. It's COVID checks all over again.
Today's episode is brought to you by Abra. Abra provides high net worth individuals and institutions with a competitive edge in trading, investing, and collateralized borrowing, while maintaining full control through segregated account infrastructure. So if you're looking to gain access to additional liquidity, Abra is one of the most competitive loan products on the market. You can borrow against Bitcoin, ETH, and Solana at up to 50% loan to value. Rates are in the 40. Salim Ismail. They both work together and are really deep thinkers on what is happening to this space. Peter's somebody I'd like to check in with periodically to understand what's really moving, how fast things are happening, and where it's all going. And this conversation, I'm sure, will not disappoint. It's always a great conversation to figure out how fast it's moving and what the future is going to mean for all of us. Anyway, sit tight and enjoy. But before we start, today's episode is brought to you by Consensus Miami, where I'll be speaking on the main stage with leaders from the White House, Galaxy, Solana, and many more. This May 5th through 7th, unlock everything from crypto at scale to institutional integration and agentic commerce, all the forces driving trillions on chain and reshaping finance forever. 20,000 decision makers, 3 action-packed days, deals get signed here, funds get raised, the next phase starts here. Join me, get 20% off the code RAUL, R-A-O-U-L, at consensus.coindesk.com. Join me, Raoul Pal, as I go on a journey of discovery through the macro, crypto, and exponential age landscapes. In The Journeyman, I talk to the smartest people in the world so we can all become smarter together. Peter, fantastic to get you back on Real Vision.
Always a pleasure, my friend. It's been too long, and the world is like changed 10 times over since we spoke last.
Yeah, we'll talk about exponentials in a bit. And Salim, welcome to Real Vision. You've never been on, it's your first time, so give yourself a bit of an intro as well.
Can I do my intro for Salim?
Yeah, go on.
I love Salim. He's my co-host on Moonshots. He was a co-founder of Singularity University with me and Ray. He was our first president of the university. He is author of Exponential Organizations. I had the pleasure of co-authoring the follow-on book with Salim, and he runs Exponential Organizations as a worldwide group of incredible thinkers. And just
a brilliant individual on all things exponential.
Amazing.
That's very kind. I'm just to cut a little bit of color. I'm from India originally, schooling and university in Canada, 10 years in Europe, last 20 years in the US. So I'm quite confused.
You're quite the same as me, being half Indian,
Yes.
lived in India, lived in Spain, lived in England, and lived in the Cayman Islands. So yeah, we're the same.
Boom.
Without the Cayman Islands, though, I mean, Cayman Islands adds a little bit of, sunshine and flavor and warmth. Versus,
And mystery.
And mystery, exactly. But yeah, no, it's nice. So, guys, I don't really know where to start because there's a lot to talk about. But I think, Salim, why don't you give us what you're focused on right now? Because we've got all sorts of, I'm sure we'll branch into 100 different conversations. But where's your focus at the moment?
My focus is twofold. One is via moonshots, we're kind of seeing the cutting edge of technology and all the most latest breaking impact with the trajectory of that. But my real interest is how do you organize for this? All the mechanisms, both our organizations from a private sector perspective, but also our institutions are breaking in front of the face of all of this technology. And probably my biggest interest in is how do we rebuild all of our institutions for the 21st century?
Fascinating, because I've been developing a theory very grandiosely called the Universal Code, of which part of this is it's the basic process by which the universe seems to operate, which is converting units of energy into units of intelligence. And right, we're in the middle of how I started defining this exponential age that we've all talked about.
Who's this dude?
Is when technology is advancing faster than the institutions and the infrastructure that we currently have, where it suddenly doesn't make sense anymore. And that's really where you are kind of directly focused, because it is almost impossible for any institution in any industry to understand how to even focus a business strategy that can go longer than 12 months.
Yeah. 12 weeks.
Yeah, let alone 12 weeks. I mean, don't forget, like, agents got launched, November, December, and now they're everywhere. It's like the rate of change is truly beyond anybody's
hyper
understanding.
exponential, right?
In fact, just before we go into that, there was an amazing chart that ARC put out, which was the annual number of words put out by all humans each year. So that was coming from the Gutenberg press, like 1500. And then AI is now producing more output per year than humans. Now, by 2028, it will have put out more than the entire combined writing of all of humanity's history. Right? This is not exponentials anymore. These are like Metcalfe's law squared. This is Reed's law happening everywhere. So then talk us through what you even talk to institutions and companies and organizations about with this.
Well, we wrote this book called, it's important to go back a little bit in history here. Are you familiar with what's called Coase's law?
No.
So in 1937, an economist called Ronald Coase writes a paper called The Nature of the Firm, and he theorizes that companies will get bigger because transaction costs and coordination costs of activity inside a company are cheaper than outside, right? He actually won the Nobel Prize for this paper. And the theory of the firm is descended from that. Added to that, you have a liability container and a fiduciary obligation as part of that. But primarily the reason for a company was you had cheaper transaction costs inside. When we wrote the EXO book starting in 2014, and then Peter and I did the second edition in 2023, we actually declared Coase's law obsolete because transaction costs inside a company are now more expensive than doing things outside, right? The CEO, Jack Welch, CEO of GE, said in his annual report in the year 2000, if the metabolism of your company is slower than the outside world, you're dead. The only question is when. You could argue that the metabolism of almost every company in the world is slower than the outside world, right? So this is a structural change. So we're actually writing a technical economics paper right now, basically saying Coase's law does not apply. And essentially now we move to an agentic AI model, which is using API calls to stretch outside the organization. And we're decentralizing all the centralized functions we have to happen in an organization. The reason I'm so passionate about this is Peter talks about abundance, and I know you're heavily into like the decentralized world. You can't reach abundance with a centralized architecture. Right? You can't
reach the full potential of abundance. We've reached
nowhere
it.
near. right? Centralization always brings things together, and decentralization allows you to scale. So we have to move to that other architecture. And the challenge is that all of our institutions, when I mean institutions, I mean healthcare, journalism, legal systems, intellectual property, governance systems, are all centralized. And we need to decentralize them. And this is where technology comes in very powerfully.
Yeah, as part of this universal code, one of the observable structures that is everywhere is a network, the neural network.
Yes,
whether it's
exactly
the
right.
boss imagery of the solar system, down to mycelium, down to the human body, all compute. It seems that all intelligence is built upon networks, and I think it's the only way, as you say, to be able to deal with the rate of change. It has to be decentralized, because you can't have a central decision-making authority. But that becomes really hard for everything else breaking apart, whether it's the IMF to the World Bank to the United Nations to the entire infrastructure can't deal with this. We can't even regulate AI because it's moving too fast.
No, we can't.
We can't even regulate crypto, it's moving too fast.
Yeah, we haven't even gotten around to regulating the internet properly, right? There was a car crash with a couple in it that in an Uber, and they were suing Uber. And then one day the 12-year-old daughter of the couple uses Uber Eats, and part of the terms of service is you waive any right to sue. And so their lawsuit gets invalidated by the fact that this 12-year-old happens to use Uber Eats to order something, right? And so we can't even get that right before we even add AI to anything else in the mix. So we've got a huge challenge in front of us to how to navigate this.
Yeah, but you can't really go to McKinsey and say, oh, by the way, guys, you just need to decentralize. They're just going to go, fuck off.
Well,
because their source of power is centralization.
100%. This is a completely new paradigm. We see the early flavors of this, like Burning Man, the open source movement, the DIY movement, the maker movement. We're seeing, as Peter talks about his 6 Ds, where we demonetize and democratize, that's the secret, because then it gives power to every single individual as a node in the network, and the collective intelligence is much more powerful.
You know, Salim, one of the things that we've talked about in the book we wrote is the historic system was one in which you gathered a bunch of resources inside and you put up a wall and you metered out the resources a little bit at a time and you charged an extraordinary amount for that. And of course, that was the scarcity model. In the new model, you can't do that anymore. Those resources, you know, the greatest force in the universe is intelligence. It differentiates humans from everything else on the planet. And that all of a sudden has gone to a near zero inference cost. And so when intelligence is free, at the end of the day, what are you actually selling? And so this is going to be one of the biggest challenges we have right now, is how do you remain relevant when all of these models are demonetizing, dematerializing, democratizing globally at a rate. Yeah.
And Peter, the other thing is, you know, once you go to the infinite intelligence model, which is where we're at, I mean, you can see it happening everywhere, how does society cope? I mean, you must get this question a lot from people. I mean, it's like, the political system can't deal with this, and nor can people. We saw the Molotov cocktail thrown at Sam Altman's house, and this is just the start.
Yeah. So one of my biggest concerns, and Salim and I have talked about this again at length, is, you know, and I did a podcast on moonshots with.
He's got
with
the
Elon
Enterprise D in his fucking background. He's a real G, dog.
Or universal high income, his point, and he said we're going to have both. And so one of my biggest concerns isn't, you know, we're going to reach abundance in its full glory, and I think we're going to get there in the 6 to 10 year time frame, but it's what occurs in the interim between today and that 6 year period of time. And we're going to have a level of social unrest, and a lot of it is due to fear mongering. People are very fearful, and a lot of institutions are promoting that fear. We can talk about, is it Mark Andreessen? No, we're not going to lose jobs. We have more jobs than ever before. Or is it Dario Amodei? Majority of all white collar labor is going to be replaced by AI. We have these two opposite positions, and both are true in some degree. We can talk about why both are true and what's going to happen. But in the interim, we're going to have, the fact of the matter is, college graduates are the group of society that are out of jobs the longest. And so if you're a young man, testosterone laden, can't get a job, can't earn an income, going back to live at home, you're going to be angry about things. And it's that anger that I'm most concerned about in the near term. So how do we minimize that impact? We can talk about that from UBI standpoint. And how do we bridge between where we are today, where AI and exponential tech is disrupting every part of our societal structure, which is a very linear structure or even sublinear, right? People don't like change. They like going to sleep, waking up in the morning and knowing that the world is exactly as it was the night before. And this rate of change where they can't predict it causes fear. And then on top of that, something that I'm on my soapbox talking about is that Hollywood, all of Hollywood's movies these days are dystopian. It's killer AIs, it's rogue robots, right? And it's Ex Machina, it's Dark Mirror, it's Terminator. And if that's the vision of the future people have, of course they're going to fear that.
So, Salim, let's go back to you with the same issue about society, because it's actually just a broader issue that you're getting within organizations.
Yeah.
It's the same structure, and we'll see it geopolitically as well. What is the touch points for people to understand how to deal with some of this? Because I think it's going to be important, the work that you're doing at government level and societal level as well, not just organizational level.
Yeah, so, about 5-6 years ago, a political consulting firm came to me and said, hey, we use your book to advise heads of state, right? And I was like, what do you mean it's completely non-intended for that? And it turned out to be several dozen heads of state. So I was like, okay, we have community and tool set and some credibility, but now we have access. And that's like a gift from the universe you can't not take. You have to say yes to that. So I did a year of psychedelics with my wife to get head around this, line up mind, body, spirit. And we've been thinking around this. And I'll give you one vector that's emerged. You take the concept of nation states, right? Nation states are all about scarcity. Guard resources, guard your borders, keep your people safe from marauding bands or armies, whatever. And everything around the nation state is on scarcity. As such, we can't collectively solve climate change. So it's been a dismal structure for that. And when you think about where this is going with technology, etc., granularizing things, we think the future of governance is going to be the city-state, right? And the big tension that we see in the world today.
So this is like the largest network states idea.
It's a little bit like that. He's coming in from a bottom-up perspective, right? But you think about the most important domains in the world are the city-states: Dubai, Silicon Valley, Singapore, etc., etc. And in a city-state, you kind of know where you fit. Everybody, you don't need passports. Everybody kind of knows where they are, and you can navigate that. Let's note that our biggest cities in the world, Sao Paulo, Tokyo, Mexico City, Shanghai, are bigger and more complex than any country was 100 years ago, right? And so that's giving us some sort of directionality. When I look at Trump or Brexit or so on, those are not left versus right. It's actually urban versus rural. Right? Brexit was 100% London versus the rest of the country. So that's the tension that we see playing out right now. And of course, nation states have armies and they like to use them. Hence, you see the US cramming down on states' rights, etc. So that's the tension that we see. Local small communities self-determining because technology allows us to do this. One just final point on this vector is if you have a city with solar energy, water extraction out of the internet, out of the atmosphere, satellite internet, communications available, solar, all of that, why do you need a country? You can be self-sufficient at a very granular level in a way that you didn't need that infrastructure and support before. If we have abundance, you tend not to fight over things in the same way. And so we see that vector going, how do you shift from where we are now to there is the big challenge that we've been working on over the last 10, 15 years with our community.
There's, I don't know if you guys, I'm sure you both have read Neil Howe's book, Fourth Turning.
Yes.
One of the points of the book that he notices is at the fourth turning, things tend to get more authoritarian than democratic, because you have to shift society through a large change, and it tends to be that way orientated. Because I don't think there's any way of doing this transition without it, even though it's one of the more negative aspects of what happens. It kind of can't happen, because if you try and do a slower democratic process to let people debate about AI and infrastructure and new energy and all of this stuff, it's going to take decades.
There's an impedance,
and we don't have the time.
Yeah,
exactly right, Peter. Impedance mismatch is a good way of putting it. Right.
Yeah, Elon calls it the supersonic tsunami. And the challenge is there are no institutions that can withstand the force of this impact. And so you literally, like you said, an authoritarian state comes in to take control, to try and reduce the civil unrest. And we can talk about this, but I think the only knob that let's use the United States government for the moment, has to use when level of job loss increases, is going to be some version of giving out cash. It's COVID checks all over again, but not just $1,000 a month. I think end of the day, it's going to be 100 million Americans, the segment that needs the capital the most, getting checks at like $3,000 a month, which of course drives up the level of money being printed, the level of debt, the level of inflation. And we're going to see, I don't think there's any other option. Salim, I don't know if you see anything else in the interim as well.
I've got one idea that I've always thought, and it's in line with your idea, Salim, is that digital networks and communities are all we've got as humans. The thing we have that humans don't have is to be human.
Yes.
Right. It's really interesting when you see it through that lens. Think about chess. No human has beaten a computer at chess for 35 years. Yet the chess industry is the largest it's ever been.
Yes.
Why? Because we'll watch humans compete with humans because we're flawed and we're messy. We look at the cost of sports teams just keep going up. Why? Because it's human.
Yeah.
And these very human things, I think there's money to be made for humans to be garnering attention of other humans.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
There's an easy precedent to this, which is the conference industry. In the 90s, we created video conferencing, right? And Lord help us, many of us would not want to travel if we could avoid it, to not go to every conference and have to physically travel. I'm in a hotel room right now. And so we think of video conferencing, great, I don't have to travel anymore. Well, conferences are more valuable than ever and more prevalent because we really appreciate that face-to-face time. Right. And so that dynamic, unfortunately, for our health and our well-being and our sleep cycles, God help us, is not going away anytime soon. And I think that you're hitting a very, very important point. What I'm really excited about is that AI and robots take over more and more of the doing. Human beings can spend much more time being. And so looking at that vector, what does the future of being look like? And this is where India comes in very powerfully, Raul, because India's got the best being technology in the world. Right? Meditation, introspection, martial arts, yoga, etc. And that connectivity of connecting with people in a very powerful way is going to be the biggest currency in the future.
I see it here in the Cayman Islands because of tourism. What we're finding is the tourism industry, even in 2022, which was a not great year for the economy, tourism keeps going up everywhere around the world. And that's because of the same factor, is we're spending so much time like this on the internet, even in digital form, that things in person are at a premium now, and the cost of hotel rooms, as you know, just keeps going higher and higher because people want to do more in-person stuff, and the cost of anything in technology like a Zoom call has gone to zero. They're kind of the complete opposite.
Right. And so now we'll kind of start to shift economic activity towards that in-person physical, wellness tourism is exploding around the world. Right, as we move more and more to that modality.
Robots won't do that. You're not going to go and take a jungle tour in Costa Rica with a robot. It's just just doesn't fit.
Salim, I remember in the early days of my Abundance Summit, I used to think that we were going to digitize, dematerialize, democratize, and everything was going to go fully virtualized. And we do add a virtual level to the Abundance Summit, but it's just been the opposite. We are selling out the summit earlier and earlier every year. We've capped the size of Abundance every March, and it's been a bit of a surprise to me. People want interpersonal, face-to-face. So when we think about what's going to maintain and retain value in the future, it will be the human-to-human activities. It will be assets.
It's the experiences you have.
Experiences, right. Disney World is not going to be replaced by a fully digital experience. I mean, there will be. The work that Fei-Fei Li is doing, for example, in fully virtualized worlds, will be amazing. But I think the more we go digital and the more we go virtualized, the more people crave actual human experience. You're right.
And also, to go to a point you said earlier, Peter, is that the thing that is special about human intelligence that makes it differentiated is what's known as qualia. The whole feelings.
The hard problem.
And that, if we are the most efficient compute that exists currently, then for us to focus purely on qualia, the things that drive us emotionally is actually a better way of doing it. And there's no point us doing repetitive work or other work. We can do things that is important just by servicing humans.
You know, when you look at societies in the past that have achieved abundance, I talk about this a lot. The Romans taking over Europe or the Mughals taking over India, you ended up with 4 activities: food, art, music, and sex. Not in that order, right? And you can see us heading more and more down that way. My 14-year-old son has developed a huge passion in baking. I'm just like, okay, and he like getting together with friends and they bake. And I'm just like floored. I never would have done that when I was a kid, but they're loving it. And so I think as a society will naturally tend towards those activities that allow us to exemplify the activity and the nature of being human, right? The thing I'm best known for is at Singularity and at Peter's conferences, I do a late night kind of French salon type workshop on metaphysics, philosophy, and the meaning of life. You know, alcohol mandatory, one of those types of things. Takes several hours, and we started doing it all.
It doesn't take several hours. It goes till 3 o'clock in the morning. Is what it does.
Depends
Why have I not been invited to this, Salim?
No, we're so on May 7th we're doing I tried it online for the first time to see if it would work online, and it actually did. So I'm doing one on May 7th. A few hundred people will show up, and we'll just have a conversation, because you never get a conversation on what does it mean to be alive, a kind of a structured dialogue.
I'm going to send you some stuff, because I'm writing a book about all of this stuff, this whole universal code, and I've wrote an essay that kind of just plants the flag, and a lot of that actually comes from the Hindu Vedas to start with, randomly. I came into that by accident, and so there's a lot of stuff, so we'll have a lot of stuff to talk about with that. Peter, I want to start with you on something else as well. Is, you know, well, both of you started part of this journey with Ray Kurzweil.
Yeah.
And at the time, yeah, we all thought he was directionally right. Did you expect him to be this right?
Well, listen, there's published stats on the success of his predictions, right? If you go to Wikipedia and you sort of look at Kurzweil's predictions, I think it's 84% accuracy within a year or two. And he's been amazing over and over again. Obviously, most famously, he predicted human-level AI by 2029, and now if it's 2026, 27, or if we're there already, that's there. You know, the things that he's predicted going forward that I think is the most exciting is reaching longevity escape velocity by 2033. This is the point at which for every year you're alive, scientists extend your life for more than a year, which has amazing potential for how long you might live. High bandwidth brain-computer interface by the mid-2030s, connecting your neocortex to the cloud. And we're entering a period of human evolution, which is the singularity. And, you know, Ray talks about the singularity in 2045 or thereabouts. And the reality is we're facing multiple singularities, you know, singularity being the point at which you can't predict what comes next. I asked Elon, how far out can you predict what's going to happen? And it's, maybe it's 2 or 3 years right now. The ability to predict out 5 years, forget it. And then people who are, I love it, Salim, you and I are asked all the time, like, so can you tell us what the world's going to be like in 2050? No, I can't tell you.
Well, when I got to the economic singularity, where we don't even understand what a company is, how economies work, any of that, I get to that by 2030. Beyond that, there's we don't know. So, a quick break in your regular programming. If you're serious about your future, grab my free report called Prepare for 2030. I think you've got 5 years to make as much money as possible, and this guide will help you navigate what's coming.
You have to be clear about it. The rate of change is not constant.
No.
It's increasing, right? It's the derivative of the derivative is positive here. The single most important element you need is a mindset of curiosity and agility and adaptability. You have to believe this technology is not happening to you, but happening for you. And how do you use that?
Yeah, and I think, there's going to be a big split. It's back to the societal thing as well, because there's a group of people who are the accelerationists, and the three of us are part of that group. And then there's going to be the decelerationist, that I don't want things to change group. And that becomes quite hard because if you're not careful, you're going to fork humanity.
Well, we will fork humanity.
I believe we're already there.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be much more. Go ahead.
The fork hasn't fully emerged, but you have people. The easiest example is the Amish, right? who kind of at some point in history kind of went, you know what, we're just going to go off by ourselves because all of this technology like fire and electricity, et cetera, too advanced. We're going to by the way, the Amish are ironically the happiest group of individuals anywhere. So there may be something to that we need to look at. But the progress I think we'll start to see multiple forks like this. Like you can see the orthodox element in every religion today freaking out because they can't process all of this, right? It goes to the Carol Dweck, do you have a growth mindset or do you have a fixed mindset? And structures and societies and groups that have a fixed mindset will find this next phase unbelievably stressful. And this is where the danger comes from, because you keep trying to go back to the old time when things were better. And of course, that was never the case, but you have this kind of romanticized memory of that, and you're trying to get back to that. And that's absolutely not reality. Reality is actually, as Peter shows in all his abundance charts, is getting absolutely infinitely better. We should be heading full speed into that because it's making the world so much a better place. But that modality doesn't fit with the old patterns that people have.
Celine, let me just double down on the forking of humanity, because we're about to see multiple forks occurring, right? One of them is people who are fully adopting AI and are becoming creators versus consumers. So the world will split into those two segments: those who become entrepreneurs and creators using AI to make their dreams come true, and those that will become consumers who are basically just, on Netflix playing video games, being passive and not using the technology to create but to consume. You then got a fork that's going to occur as a result of longevity escape velocity. Those who say, no, I don't want to do this. I don't want to change, the human lifespan should be 80 or 90. They forget the fact that the human lifespan used to be 30, and you're now living to 80 or 90 because of all of the breakthroughs that occurred in the last century. So we're going to have a split between those who want extreme longevity and those who don't. We're then going to have a split which occurs between those who want to take on brain-computer interface, want to connect their neocortex with the cloud so they can understand quantum physics and have a perfect memory and can understand anything they want. And then we're going to have a split with those who decide to upload themselves to the cloud, right? Take your 100 billion neurons, your 100 trillion synaptic connections, and instead of just accepting that, saying, no, I want to go to the cloud and I want to have, call it digital immortality. But so all of these elements, and then we're going to have a split between those staying on planet Earth and then those going to the stars, right? We have to remember that we're on the verge of Starship opening up not just the moon and Mars, but our solar system. And there will be a significant population over the next, 20 to 50 years that begin to move out into the Earth, Moon, Mars system. So all of these splits are happening.
As Alex says on our podcast, every science fiction plot is occurring in real time, and we're speedrunning all of them all at the same time.
Especially Star Trek, which I love.
Yeah, and, I got to also another point in all of this, which is that, the theories of stuff like space-time don't really work, as we know. They've got issues with it, and it feels that consciousness is the fundamental, and if you follow your line of thinking, what we're essentially doing is increasing universal consciousness, because we will end up sharing our consciousness. Well, we already are. With AI, right? So it already has all of human consciousness that's been written down, and it will be able to absorb what's in our heads as well. And there's all of consciousness basically being uploaded into whatever the hell this is and where it's all going. It becomes a very big thing. The other thing to think about with the accelerationist and the decelerationist is I don't think people have grasped that this is going to happen. There is no way it's not. And the reason being is this is the biggest game nation states or humanity's ever played. It's the most important technology we've ever discovered, and the last one we'll ever discover, because everything will come from the AI. And therefore, this entire game is currently split between two nations, because you can't have one, which is China and the US. And everything will coalesce around that duality of a race. No government can stop that. Because if they do, the other government ends up owning it all. And if you own all intelligence, that's the end of everything.
You have to remember, Raul, we're genetically engineered or genetically evolved to compete. We do our best work when we compete. We don't know how not to compete. We haven't evolved the full collaboration side of our consciousness yet, but our animal brain is all about competition. And so it's not only country to country, it's company to company.
That's right.
And all of that, because this is the largest economic game ever played, and we're still tied to economics, it's there's no end point here, and there's so the transition in society, again, government and societal structures are very linear or sublinear, and this is where we hit a wall, and things will break and will have to be reinvented.
And I think this is part of the role that we all need to play, is to tell people it's going to happen to you or it happens with you. That whole thing is really important because it's going to happen.
We have a single line to describe this. You're either the disruptor or you're disrupted. Right? Because there's no middle ground now. And so you might as well flip to that right side and then figure out how you're going to progress yourself and progress your company, progress your society. Otherwise, it's going to get left behind, and you're going to be the product, not the business model.
Raul, can I take a second and mention my new book comes out
I was just about to bring in your new book because I want to hear all about it.
Yeah, it's relevant to this point. So in 2012, Stephen Kotler and I wrote Abundance, the Future is Better Than You Think. And it talked about this concept of abundance before it became a famous buzzword today, and everybody's talking about it. That was 14 years ago. The book we just wrote and is coming out tomorrow, this podcast will be live when it comes out. It's called We Are As Gods. The subtitle is A Survival Guide for the Age of Abundance.
Oh, fascinating.
And the book basically talks about the fact that abundance has gotten better and bigger at a constant rate. And we finally talk about not just the upside of abundance, but also the dark side, right? More microplastics, more carbon, more depression, teen suicides, all of the negative sides, which are there, and admit it.
But it's not all a positive.
It's not all positive. Abundance brings some negative externalities with it. But at the same time, food, water, healthcare, education, all these things are becoming available. And intelligence, right? There are 9 billion handsets on the planet, and every one of these has access to some free level of AI, which is amazing. The second half of the book, which probably the most important, and it hits the topics we discussed, that your mindset, how you think about the future, is one of the most important things. And so we talk about the mindsets required to navigate the next 2 to 6 years. How do you deal with this rate of change? What is your mental model, and how do you use that mental model not only survive but to thrive? If you ask yourself, the greatest leaders on the planet, what made them a successful leader? Was it their money, their technology, their friends, or was it their mindset? Hopefully everybody agrees their mindset is what made them successful. And if they lost everything but maintained their mindset, they would succeed again. So what mindset do you have? And more importantly, what mindset do you need to navigate this next 2 to 6 years? Fundamentally critical. And so
the issue is, Peter, and I want to go into this more in the book, but the issue is the people watching this are people who've already got the open mindset and the curious mindset, because they know what you guys talk about, they know what I talk about. So we're self-selecting. It's really hard to get this across. And we've all got friends who are outside of these industries, and they have no understanding and no care about all of this.
Yeah, they're going to care. Yeah.
The question is, what's the narrative that helps you take people that are kind of in their stuckness and bring them into this, right? We've been actually working on one. We're launching something in a month on how do you create luck, because in this volatile world, luck becomes more and more important. And we worked out a kind of a Malcolm Gladwell elegant framing that allows you to define it, but more importantly, measure it. And so we're launching that in about a month. So that'll be interesting.
So, Peter, without
In this video, we're going to be talking about Hermes Agent, how to install it, how to use it, and we'll also take a look at this thing that I built with the assistance of Hermes Agent as well as the newly released GPT 5.5. I'll explain why I used Hermes. You don't technically need it, but it helped me out of a few tight spots. This thing that you're looking at is pretty interesting. Here you can see 4 gravity wells, aka suns. These are 4 suns, and these blue dots are ships that our AI model has to fly around. It doesn't give direct commands, it has to actually write a code about how to fly it. The gravitational pull is real, it has a limited amount of fuel, so it has to use the directional thrusters to keep the planes flying in the right direction. There's conservation of momentum, there's collisions, and if you get too close to the sun, you might even fall in. The goal of the game is to stay within this little circle as much as possible. So if I speed up the game a little bit, notice that the circle moves around. I don't want to say unpredictably. There is a very specific movement pattern to it. If you watch it for a while, you might even be able to figure it out. So it's not random, but it might take a few sort of iterations and runs before you understand what pattern it's following. This entire simulation, GravWell or Gravity Well, it was built entirely by AI large language models. The website, all the functionality, everything was built with large language models. And all the scripts written to fly those ships were written by large language models. So I did not really do any work other than sort of directing it and giving it guidance. So you may have noticed that every tick or unit of time that the ship stays in the circle gets a +1 point, and at the end it gets a score, 238 in this case, and that's actually a fairly impressive score. How do these large language models get the high score? It's not a one shot. Actually, we give it 20 iterations. We give it a description of the game in English, how everything works, how gravity works, how thrusters work, how the entire simulation works in basic English with some math and some functions. You're seeing the entirety of the LLM prompt right here. The model generates a script. The script gets put here. This is the actual bot code that we're going to use, and this bot code basically controls those 3 ships. Each ship has its own logic. So here, for example, is Claude Opus 4.5. These last 2 iterations didn't run, so just kind of ignore those. Basically, the point here is, notice it starts with a low score, 46. But over time and through many different trials and iterations, it actually hits a high score of 276. This is what a smart model that's learning over time, this is what it looks like. Here's Claude Sonnet 4.6, so a medium-sized model. Notice it also learns, there's a learning curve, but it just tops out right here at around 78. It can't break past that. So the first attempt might look a little bit like this. They're just crashing to the suns. They're flying off away from the playing field. They come back at way too high velocities, and most of them eventually just crash and burn. This was a Sonnet 4.5. It got a score of 1, and that 1 point, pure accident. Here's a Claude Sonnet 4.5. Here is its learning rate. So notice it's learning, it still tops out, but not bad. It still does pretty well. There is a bit of a learning curve. We have our leaderboard here, and I'm beginning to kind of flesh out the PvP mechanics where all of them just kind of go up against one another. Here's kind of what that's looking like. There's 4 teams here. We have multiple iterations of Claude as well as some other models. Those are explosions from ships colliding. So exciting stuff. So the AI agents build the entire thing for me, and when I went to sleep last night, they started running all these different models in a sequence to test them out to see how well they could perform on those 20 or more iterations. So notice it starts around 2:17 a.m. and it just keeps going. We're testing GPT 5.4. We've also tested 5.5 Pro and 5.5. We tested Grok 420. We tested DeepSeek V4 Pro that recently came out. We tested Gemini 3.1 Pro preview and many more. The Anthropic models we test through their API. And so it finished all the tests by 5:32 a.m. So this is what an AI agent can do for you. No, I don't mean pilot little virtual ships around virtual gravity wells. I mean what you see here. As somebody that covers AI, whenever a new model comes out, I want to know, is it good? There's always a bunch of benchmarks. Some of them I know exactly what's in them, some of them I don't. And I know some of the companies that train it directly on the benchmarks so that they can benchmax, basically get the highest possible score and look like they're doing really well. I always wanted to have a battery of my own tests and benchmarks that I can run to see how smart they truly are. This benchmark asks a simple question. Can this model receive instructions in English, then write pretty specific code based on those instructions and then keep iterating on that code until it's as good as it can make it. I have the model iterate over 20 tries until it gets the best possible score. Then I take that program that's created and I run it through 100 different seeds. Each seed is basically a slightly different position of the gravity wells, aka suns, and also it slightly changes the movement of the actual circle that they have to follow. Now I have about 6 more tests like this queued up that I'm developing right now. This one took about 40 hours to complete. Again, mainly me entering prompts into the agent, not touching code at all, pretty much. I think there were 3 lines that I had to put in manually, and those were just because it was sensitive information. It was the API keys that were needed to run this. Other than that, I haven't touched anything. So me and my AI agent build it during the day. During the night, I tell it to run all the simulations and test everything. So basically the grunt work, the grind, I tell it, here, just do this until 5 in the morning, and when I wake up, tell me the results. Notice some of these run times are 10 p.m., some of them are like 3 a.m. So the day is for collaborative AI work, the night is for automated AI agents just grinding away and doing all this stuff to get ready for the next day. Stuff like this is extremely valuable to me, but also I'm planning to put this out there to host it on my website, and I'm thinking about open sourcing the code. I just don't want anybody training against it, but I also want to make it available if people want to use it to build something similar or to build on top of it. And hopefully this will be useful to someone else as well, either as just information or as code they can reuse. If I'm doing a good job conveying to you kind of how amazing this is, how valuable this is, how game changing this is, please do me a favor, just leave a comment below and say something like, this is amazing, I'm hyped, something like it motivates you to build something of your own, whatever you feel. And if you think that these AI agents are useless, if I haven't convinced you, also let me know, because I'm curious. Because I know some people out there still think that AI can't create stuff isn't truly helpful. For myself, watching my AI agents build this over the last 2 days, and excited for what is to come. Now, most of the work here was done with the newly released GPT 5.5, which, notice, got a very low score compared to Claude at least, and I do want to rerun it because we weren't going directly through the OpenAI API key, we were using the open router. So I feel like once we have an apples to apples comparison, I have a feeling this is going to get a lot higher. Now, this video will be a quick tutorial about how to use Hermes agent. I'm going to walk you through how to install it in the exact way that I personally installed it and used it. Now, Hermes agent is open source, it's free, but you can also use OpenAI's Codex or Anthropic's Claude Code or OpenClaw, which is open source. It was kind of one of the more like original agents, or claws as it started to be known. So most of my work on the benchmark was done using Codex, but I found that using Hermes agent for a few specific tasks really helped me out. So here's how Hermes agent looks when you install it and it's ready to go. Notice that it comes with certain skills that are already available upon installation. There's a lot more other skills that you can kind of install from the community. But notice it comes with Claude Code and Codex. So if I say our Claude Code and Codex installed locally, it actually uses those skills to try to figure it out. So it says, yes, it found them, we can use them. I already knew that since I installed both of them on this virtual private server on this machine. The reason this is kind of cool is because you can have Hermes agents call both those environments, basically run an instance of Claude Code or Codex, and have them working on stuff independently in their own instances, being kind of not controlled by Hermes agent, but Hermes agent is the user giving them prompts. To demonstrate, I'm going to say open up Codex and Claude Code, guide them through a game of tic-tac-toe, tell me who wins. Why tic-tac-toe? Why not? Let's see if this works. So apparently they played a tic-tac-toe game and managed to draw. Okay, next let's dive into what is Hermes, how to get yourself familiar with it. If you're not interested in the actual tutorial, but you do want to learn more about the benchmark that I'm building, in the last chapter of the video, I'll show you how I'm going to use Hermes agent to actually run a lot of these simulations using the more advanced models to pit them against each other and have them do a little bit of a PvP, player versus player combat. So with that, let's dive in.
Good artist copy.
By the way, just so you don't get confused, this is Hermes agent. This is what they built. When I was building my initial benchmark, I had a few different designs or layouts that I wanted to try. For one of them, I said, hey, just copies the Hermes agent look. And the bot created this, which I gotta say is very, very solid. So again, I took a screenshot of this, which you're seeing here, and I said, make it look like this. And blow, here it is. I feel like it nailed it. I love the look. All right, so we're going to install a Hermes agent from scratch. We can do this on a local machine like a desktop, an old laptop that we have lying around. I've used a mini PC to install some of these agents. That works really well. Some people love their Mac minis, which is another way to go. In my previous video about Hermes Agent, I showed you how to install it on a VPS, a virtual private server, inside Docker, and with a kind of one-click install that was provided. So it's super simple, super fast. If you prefer doing that, I'll leave a link down below with the specific timestamp for that portion of the video. But in this video, let's go ahead and do it kind of manually, as Noose intended. I don't know if they actually intended it that way, but let's do it kind of the full manual route. Believe me, it's not very difficult. In fact, really, here are the lines that you need to know to be able to do it. Now, installing agents on a virtual private server, a VPS, comes with a lot of advantages. It means that your AI agent is always available. You don't have to deal with hardware maintenance. It's someone else's job to make sure that it's online and connected to the internet. So here I'll show you how to install it on Hostinger. Hostinger is a company that I've been working with for a while. They are a sponsor of this segment of the video. Now, I know some people get a little bit suspicious when we're talking about sponsored products. Here's the thing. Number one, Hostinger is the product that I personally use. As I showed you in the previous video, I have an account with them, actually multiple accounts for different VPS and other services. I use the KVM2 service and recommend it to others. When I host these AI agents online, at this point, I use exclusively Hostinger. Also, this is not an affiliate deal where I get paid per sign up. I'm not incentivized to get you to buy anything. Basically, Hostinger sponsors a section of the video so I can walk you through the actual installation. I choose them as a sponsor because I know, like, and trust them. You know how some of these companies, they're like, oh, what can I help you with? They got the little pop-ups and, oh, tell me what your problem is, up until the point where you want to cancel your recurring billing, at which point they're like, oh, we no longer speak English or any other language. We don't understand what you're saying. And trying to figure out how to not get a rebuild is like this treasure Easter egg hunt where you have to find where they buried that button. And once you click the button, there's like a 50-page just like, are you sure? Are you really sure? But are you really, really, really sure? You know what I'm talking about. You know how it should be done? Here. This is my personal account. Look at this. This will blow your mind. I click on billing. Look at this. This is literally the next page. Auto renewal. Do you want it or no? Let's say I don't want this one anymore. Are you sure? Yeah. Done. This is why I like them. This is why I trust them. They don't weaponize my ADHD against me. So the link is going to be in the description and pinned comment. Once you get to a page, it will probably look something like this. You're going to have a couple choices of which plan to pick. As you've seen in my account, I use KVM2. It's got 2 vCPU cores. With AI agents, this prevents them from freezing and running into resource issues. It's got 8 gigs of RAM, which is more than enough for one agent with room to grow. And finally, it's got 100 gigs of NVMe disk space. As these AI agents grow and get more knowledgeable about what you're trying to do, more and more information gets stored in disk. This ensures that all those disk scans and retrievals, they're near instant. At $8.99, it's a no-brainer, and I'll even be able to get you a discount on that. By the way, if you're not seeing the same options as I am on the first page, just make sure you have a VPS hosting selected. That's the thing that you want for KVM2, for agents. This is what I used to use in the past for N8N, but whatever the case, get to this place. So here we select KVM2, so you're gonna get to a page that looks kind of like this. They have different options that you can choose if you want them. At the bottom here, choose a server location with the best latency, United States. That's it for me. And then we select our operating system. We want a plain operating system, plain OS. This will give you just a basic, no frills added kind of a vanilla installation of whatever system that you want. I would go with Ubuntu. I like Ubuntu. I've been using it for a while. And I'm noticing that a lot of these companies, AI startups, even ones that were recently acquired by Facebook, they tend to run things on Ubuntu. I'm very pleased. If you're wondering what Ubuntu means, kind of means namaste. Anyways, we click on that, and it'll ask you which version do you want to use. Basically,
I thought Ubuntu meant family.
If you scroll down, the first LTS.
I'd be curious to know whether that actually meant what he said it meant. Does it mean namaste, but whatever.
That this is the future. This is the thing that will allow you to learn at light speed. Notice a couple of things here. It mentions don't use a sudo. If you don't know what that is, great. You don't have to worry about it.
Super user do.
Do you know what that is? You're planning to use it. This is that extra little insight that we were talking about. Now, remember previously when I asked it which version of Ubuntu we should use? Well, it's remembered that, and now it's referring to that, saying, hey, this is the right thing on the right operating system. Good job. All right, so we're going to copy this command, paste it into our terminal, and hit enter. By the way, depending on where you're copying and pasting from, sometimes it might create issues. So just make sure that there's no random characters that get attached to before or after. Make sure everything looks more or less correct. It does. We'll hit enter. And this is the Hermes agent installer. It gets to work installing everything that you need. Meanwhile, let's take a look at what it says next. It says reload your shell afterwards with this command. And once the install finishes, run this Hermes model. It also recommends using Open Router. We'll take a look at a couple other options as well. And notice it even gives us a VPS specific consideration. Basically, it's saying on a VPS, switch the terminal backend to Docker after setup. What this does is kind of sandboxes this agent, so it kind of prevents it from doing various shenanigans on the actual system that you're running. Now it's asking us how would you like to set up Hermes, a quick or full setup. But the important point is at this point you're more or less done kind of installing and getting everything set up to be running on your virtual private server. Now just a matter of running the full setup, choosing your options, adding various API keys, etc. So here let's do the full setup. This is where we select our provider, right? So in the past we've talked about Open Router. Open Router is basically all of the models, all the different AI providers kind of in one place. So you get one API key, you put it in there and you're able to pull from most of the AI models that you've heard of. They have 300 plus models, and you know that's a lot of models. Now, since then, News Research, who are the people behind the Hermes agent, they've created their own service that's similar. It's called News Portal. Now, of course, it's up to you which one of these you want to use. You don't even need to use one of the models, the aggregators that have everything underneath them. You can just go with, for example, Anthropic or OpenAI Codex or whatever you want. Keep in mind that
Ash often tells me that Windows is a terrible environment to code in and that I should create a fucking Linux fucking partition, which I'm thinking about doing.
all those models will be in one of these top two. You'll be able to use those models.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm gonna be playing it for a little bit more time as I norch up. So while he was teaching me this, I was using that to create the console that allows me to send out all the vinyl to contact all the people. So I told AI, because basically this morning I knew I was going to do this today on Monday, because I was going to start contacting people who didn't get the vinyl, right? But you think I wanted to do that one at a time? Hell no. So I told AI, I'm like, look, like, what's the best way for me to like go about doing this? Like, should I, email a bunch of people from my email? Should I do this? And it's just like, nah, dog, we're gonna just build a program real quick that's gonna let you sort all this. You're gonna export a CSV file from your Bandcamp purchases. You're gonna import that in there. I'm gonna just sort through all the information. I'm gonna make it look good for you. What year is this? What fucking year is this? So crazy. So it did it. It did it right before I ran out of credits. And apparently my credits restart in an hour. Claude Code for the win. But this Claude Code shit, and apparently you can use Hermes to control Claude Code as well as your other agents. That's why I'm listening to this in the background. But this AI shit, honestly, I said this to somebody else. I haven't had this much fun in a sector since video games themselves. AI is magnitudes of orders more fun than playing video games. It's like a genie. It's like if you can ask it the right way, you can get it to do anything. Hmm. Yeah, no, absolutely. And it should open up a bunch of ideas for everybody. It resets everything. It literally resets everything.
Part of one of these two. The really cool thing about a news portal, and again, please understand that these are somewhat new things, Hermes agent, news portal, etc. But news research, I've known them. We've interviewed a few people from news research. I like the company. I like their mission. They're an open source company. They seem to be really behind open AI for everybody, neutral AI, as in don't let the big AI labs dictate what's moral. The power to control your AI agents should come from you, the user, not from the AI providers. So I like the company, but obviously do your own research, see what works better for you. The big advantage of using a news portal, which again is a pretty new subscription, is that they wrapped up a lot of the stuff that you're going to be using for Hermes agent within that one link. You get access to web search, image generation, text-to-speech, browser automation, etc., etc., etc. Now, normally you would have to sign up for example, Firecrawl, browser use, etc., to get those API keys and set them up during the setup process. By going through news portal, that just bypasses all that. That's all then is included. In the previous video, I showed you how to set up Open Router. In this video, let's go through how to set up News Portal. And now we're going to select News Portal. So it's asking us to open this website, and then if prompted, enter this code. So that takes us to this page. Choose a plan to connect Hermes agent. Basically, you have different choices, including the free plan, which is $0 a month. Now, the important thing to understand here is that however much you're paying, like if you're paying $10 a month or 20 or 100, you just get that money as credits towards what you're going to use. So in that sense, it's not really like a fee that you're paying news research. It's just a credit that you get towards usage. All right, so I'll start out with 20 and see where that takes us. then scroll down, subscribe and connect. And once you're done, this should automatically update. Here we're going to be selecting which models we're going to be used. So apparently 35 minutes ago, Technium, who is one of the people from News Research, is saying that we can try Kimi K2.6 and Hermes Agent for free for 24 hours. They do have a partnership with Kimi, which is an open source model, and by all accounts, it works very, very well for Hermes Agent. So you may or may not see something like this. I'm going to, of course, try Kimi K2.6 out since it's free currently. And here we're going to click Enable Tool Gateway, which is various tools like web search, image generation, etc. And notice here, this automatically gets pre-filled because it's enabled via the news subscription. This is one of the kind of reasons why you want to be using it. If not, you would have to provide some of these API keys, or probably each one of them you would have to provide separate. Do we want to add another credential for same provider fallback? Not at this time. All right, next is going to ask me which terminal backend to use. Now, if you recall, Claude recommended that we use Docker instead of local. Local is the one that runs directly on that machine. Docker kind of puts it in the sandbox. I'll tell you a little secret that I've learned the hard way. If you choose Docker right now, the whole thing crashes. Since it's a fresh Ubuntu install, nothing else is installed on there. No Docker, no other software. So for now, just use local. But later, if you wanted to put it in a sandbox, use Docker, then you have to install everything that you need for that, and then go ahead and do that. But I'm going to say local. So next, it's asking for the messaging working directory. This is specifically when you're messaging it from something like Telegram. Basically, do you want its sort of work area to be where you installed Hermes, or do you want to create a separate kind of workspace? You can just hit enter to accept the default. So next it's going to ask you if you want to enable sudo support. Sudo is super user do. Sudo kind of escalates whatever command you're using to the highest privilege. So it means like, I do so, I command you to. I am the super user, you do this. Here's the XKCD comic book that kind of illustrates this. This person says, make me a sandwich. The other person says, what? Make it yourself. The person sitting here goes, sudo, make me a sandwich. The person goes, okay. This is exactly how that command works. Since we're running this in the root, we don't really need it. It just
That's funny.
an extra password. If you're running it as a different user, giving this to the agent would allow them to do certain administrative tasks, like more important tasks, like installing various packages, etc. So for the time being, I'm going to say no. Next, they're asking for maximum iteration. So this is maximum tool calling iterations per conversation. So it defaults to 60. 90 is what you want to be using for most tasks, 150 for open exploration or deep research or things where it really needs to do a lot of tool calls. So 60 is a good place to start. I'll bump it up to 90 and then hit enter. How much should be talking off? Just showing you the new tool calls, all. So saying every tool call, or verbose, where it just like spells out everything. We'll keep it on the default, which is all. Compression threshold. So this is when the context window gets to a certain size. When do we sort of compress it and then start a new context window? So higher threshold, like 0.9, 0.95. You get more of the context window to use. It fills up higher so that you don't reset it as early. But there's issues with that, potential to run into, running outside of a room, out of context window. And 0.5 is the default. Let's start with 0.5. Also, your sessions, when do they get reset? So the recommended one is inactivity plus daily reset. So it's like if you leave it alone for a while, or at a certain part of each day, whichever comes first, we'll do that one. Inactivity timeout 1440. Again, you can change this once you know what's better for you. I'll leave it as is. Daily reset hour. So it recommends 4. So I'm guessing it's just like when are you least likely to be awake? So probably 3 or 4 are the most likely candidates for most people, I feel like. And how do you want to talk to it? I'm going to be using Telegram. Do we want to configure some tools for the command line interface? So here are the tools that it has already kind of enabled. So we're going to hit enter to confirm and hit done. And we're at the end. Now we can hit yes to start chatting with Hermes Agent now. So here it is. We're using Kimi K2.6 with 31 tools. And let's test it by asking it for an image of a flower. It's using its image create tool to create that image for me, and it's right there. To open up links, use a control click, and there it is. Now I've walked you through the Telegram setup in the previous video, so feel free to check that out or ask Hermes or your favorite chatbot. But in this video, let's do some of the more interesting and advanced things that Hermes can do.
Let's add some GPTs.
So really fast, here's a Hermes agent. This is how you enable a GPT 5.5 on it, and how you can also enable GPT Images 2.0 on it. So first and foremost, run Hermes update. This will update to the latest version, and you can now select a provider and a model like this. Now, currently I'm using a news portal. That's the news research subscription that has all the models underneath it. But in order to use 5.5, as of this second at least, you actually have to log in through the OpenAI codex, through the OAuth. it'll ask you to open this URL in your browser. Once you log in, it'll ask you for the code. And once you're signed in, you can select the model, GPT 5.5 for us. Then we run Hermes. All right, there we go, GPT 5.5 running in Hermes. Now I'm going to hit Control C to exit, and we're going to test out one more thing, Hermes Tools. This is where we're able to configure which model creates the images for us. So we're going to configure our CLI, and for our image generation, and we're going to hit reconfigure an existing tools provider, and we're going to do image generation. And so we have a new subscription, which is what I'm running. We have fall.ai, which has all the Flux models, Nano Banana GPT, but we're going to be using OpenAI Codex off. So this is where we're able to use the new GPT image 2 inside of, well, Hermes and anything else. No API key required, and we have a choice between medium, low, or high. Let's start with the medium, the balanced approach, and we're all done. Run Hermes, and away we go. Okay, so really fast, what is Hermes Agent? Hermes Agent was built by our friends over at News Research. So Hermes Agent came shortly after OpenClaw made its debut, because I think a lot of people did realize what a big demand there was for these effective, intelligent, and truly useful AI agents. Or at least with things like these, they were sort of a scaffolding or wrappers around these models that allowed them to do some pretty impressive things. The big exciting claim with Hermes Agent is that it grows the longer it runs. Persistent memory and auto-generate skills, it learns your projects and it never forgets how it solved a problem. So for different skills that it creates, if you keep using them over time, it tries to make them better, more efficient. It approaches them kind of like a science experiment, like, can I iterate this over time? By the way, also kind of the point of my benchmark. By the way, just so you don't get confused, this is Hermes Agent. This is what they built. When I was building my initial benchmark, I had a few different designs or layouts that I wanted to try. For one of them, I said, hey, just copies the Hermes Agent look. And the bot created this, which I gotta say is very, very solid. So again, I took a screenshot of this, which you're seeing here, and I said, make it look like this. And blow, here it is. I feel like it nailed it. I love the look.
Quick note on staying safe.
By the way, when running things like Hermes and OpenClaw and Codex and Cloud Code, there are ways to launch them with a different sort of levels of approval needed. So for projects like this, where I'm starting at 0 and I needed to, run for 48 hours and be completed, I personally don't want to have it stop every 5 minutes and say, oh, is it okay if I make a folder for this? Or is it okay if I create this text file? It's like, just go for it. And so a lot of these agents, these programs, they'll have something similar to this, where you launch it and you say, hey, dangerously bypass approval sandboxes. So it skips all confirmations, it executes commands without sandboxing. It's extremely dangerous, as OpenAI says here. So I just want to throw that out there for people that I prefer to have it run on, full auto, safety off, etc. But making sure that I run in such a way that if things do indeed blow up, that the sort of the blast radius is contained. That's my approach to things. Some people agree with it. Some people find it absolutely insane. So make sure you're doing what's right for you. So at this point, my AI agents are either across a number of different virtual private servers. Some of them are running on a mini PC that I have here on my desk. That would be a little bit difficult to show. I showed it during installing one of the videos. I also have this old laptop that I found somewhere. It's a Lenovo laptop. I dusted it off. I haven't used it in years probably, but I installed Linux on there and I just plugged it in and put a bunch of agents on it. So those are like the 3 different places that I run my AI agents. I would not install one on my main computer and run it like this with this bypassing the confirmation prompts, etc. So if you're getting into this, just think about it like, how many layers of safety can you have between you and the agent if stuff goes wrong? Hermes has skills, for example, 1Password, which is a great way to manage all your passwords, making sure that if something gets exposed, you can kind of like isolate that, quarantine that, cut it off, cancel it. There are also ways of running these in a Docker container, which helps isolate some of the damage. With a lot of these agents, I SSH into them, meaning that I am sitting here in front of my own computer at home. I open up this command line interface, terminal or PowerShell on Windows, right? And then I use this command to connect to that remote machine. And then I can give commands like this. Hermes is running, it's somewhere in Boston. Yeah, I don't want to show it just to be extra safe, but that machine is located somewhere on the other side of the country. I sort of secure shell into it, and then I'm able to control it. Everything happens over there. So if it causes some sort of a nuclear meltdown over there, I've never been to Boston. I don't know, is it nice? Would we miss it? I have no way of knowing. But as we all start using things like this more, and especially with things like Mythos out there, and in fact GPT 5.5 is also a very good, potentially a very good kind of hacker, or at least they can find exploits for cybersecurity. This is just a quick reminder to be just a little bit more mindful of all the data that we're all oozing out there all over the interwebs.
Okay, let's build.
I just wanted to show you how I used Hermes to add to the game, how to test the game. So you already saw how this benchmark looks, how GravWell functions. Here I'm trying to implement a new feature. I called it a duel, and I asked Hermes, which is being run by GPT 5.5 by the way, to add that feature. Basically, it's a 1v1, and it's going to allow us to pit two models against each other directly. In the previous PvP arena, basically what I did is I took each model's best iteration, their best code output, and then I took 4 models. I took their code output, I threw it into the arena with all 4 of them, and just saw who would win. Notice Claude Opus 4.7 had an 88.3% win rate. They each also got assigned an ELO score to see just how good they were. But this is a bit different. This is going to have 2 models live generating that code, testing it against each other, so they're each sort of getting their diagnostic report back at the same time, and they propose changes to their code sort of not necessarily at the same time, but it gets submitted at the same time, and they go through each iteration step together. So it verified everything's working, I verified that everything's showing correctly on my screen, and now I'm telling it, okay, let's open up a fresh instance of Claude Code and Codex. So basically Hermes agent can call both of those as almost like tools, so it opens up actual instances of them just like you and I would, and it's gonna feed them the information that it needs to, it's gonna work with them. So this is us, and we tell Hermes what to do. That's our friendly bot Hermes, and Hermes talks to his 2 sub-agents. One is Codex and one is Claude. Now, of course, don't forget that Hermes gets some context from the game. So that would be GravWell. I did not come up with that name. If you don't like it, blame Claude. I should delete that arrow, it's going to get too confusing. But blame Claude. If you like the name GravWell, then I'll take all the credit. But any criticism, direct towards Claude. So Hermes gets all the data from GravWell, and it tells both Codex and Claude, you know, step 1, just give me your initial output. So in that case, it's telling them about the game, and it's saying, okay, create your first script. They do so and return the script to Hermes. Hermes takes the script and runs it through GravWell. Again, GravWell, you can just paste in the code, it runs it, and it gives you back a diagnostic. Right, so after you give it the script, it gives Hermes a diagnostic report for one for Codex, one for Claude in this case. Then Hermes again gives Codex and Claude that report saying, here's how your first idea did, you know, here are all the results. Go ahead and see if you can do better based on this. Like, what did you learn? How can you improve? So 2, that's our iteration. I can't spell, I should do another iteration on writing that word, but let's just forget it. And this continues for however many iterations we set. I'm still trying to figure out where that sort of learning drops off. There's probably some sort of a drop-off point after which increasing the number of games doesn't really amount to much. I think right now that's somewhere around 20 games, but we'll figure it out as we get more and more data. By the way, the next idea on the test is how Sakana AI did it with their Darwin Godot machine, where it keeps generating various attempts, and the ones that do better continue, almost like an evolutionary sort of lineage. So hopefully that's all coming for the time being, and we're just keeping it kind of simple, or, you know, simple-ish. But the point is, I just give one command to Hermes, and then I go to sleep or whatever. So sleeping is step 2. So I'm telling you to open up a fresh instance of Claude Code and Codex, go step by step with them and play the game. And by the way, you might recall that at the beginning of this instance, I had to do exactly that and have them play a game of tic-tac-toe. So Codex went, Claude went, Codex went, Claude went, or whatever order they went in. So we already saw that it's capable of it, and also it has that small little sort of example of what we're looking for in its context window. I'm also letting them know that if they mess up and the code doesn't work right, maybe they have some weird symbol in there that breaks the whole thing, just tell them what the error message was and let them try again. They're pretty smart. By the way, if you're wondering, we're running Opus 4.7 on the Claude code, and we're running GPT 5.5 with high thinking on the Codex. I'll actually ask it to just double check, but that's what it should be running on there. I'm going to say let's stop at 10 iterations and give a report. but be ready to continue to 20 after reporting. So I just want kind of a halfway checkpoint, just kind of like let us know what's going on and give us a little report. So I'm going to hit enter and away we go. Now, the reason I'm doing this versus using the API key, this is not going to be good for, you know, a fair benchmark. But for troubleshooting and testing things out, this is excellent because we're not spending any credits doing API calls. We're using Claude Code and Codex. So that use is covered under, you know, their respective plans, and we shouldn't have any issues. I should have said to send us over the replays so we can kind of see them in real time, but I'm sure it will report the scores as we go along. All right, let's let it cook and we'll come back and see what's happening in a bit. All right, so that took quite some time, somewhere just under an hour or so. Notice it created a specific skill to do this job. They called it GraphWell GPT Agent Loop. If we keep running the skill over time, it should get better and better and more efficient. In this one, GPT 5.5 High won 7 rounds, and the Cloud Code Opus 4.7 won 3 rounds. I also asked it to add a replay feature in the list of all of the battles that were, you know, simulated so that I can see how they unfolded in real time. So here's that. It has all of the battles that were recorded. I mean, let's say we take this last one, load replay, and play it. You can see it playing out in its entirety from beginning to end. Blue is Cloud Code Opus 4.7. Red over here is Codex GPT 5.5 High. It's very interesting. Let's see if we see any collisions. So this is 10 iterations in, so hopefully they've had some time to work on their skills, on their script. Looking great so far. Nobody's crashing into the suns. Everybody's using just a little bit of fuel here and there. That's one of the tricks here. You're not trying to just fly all over the map. You're just tapping the gas ever so gently to get to where you're going. And also, you're not chasing the circle. You're trying to get in front of it. Absolutely terrific game. So Codex GPT 5.5 High got 68, and the Cloud Code Opus 4.7 got 43. So I'm loving this so far. I think this is going to be a great benchmark. This is just one of several different things that we're going to be testing. This one was just the most sort of visually interesting, I thought. One really interesting I found when I was messing around with earlier, if you have a model that over time slowly becomes really good at writing these scripts, then it becomes just a good pilot overall. At that point, you can ask it to do whatever you want within the context of the simulation, and it tends to do it pretty well. Like if you say, you know, slingshot the ships one at a time around a star, it will do that very well. If you say put each ship as close to the star as possible and just hover there, you know, thrusting towards the star so you stay in one place, it will do that and it'll be very, very good at it. So I had a blast at designing this. Hopefully this was helpful. I encourage you to try this for yourself, either with Codex or Claude or OpenClaw or...
So he just made a video game with Hermes Agent, basically, is what he did.
Code scanner on his phone here to scan the barcode, and look at that, it actually took him to the book good to great. So the barcode that the image model generated was what this means. You can actually give it less information and less details and less context about what you're looking for, and it actually does a pretty decent job at kind of understanding what you're going for and then doing that. So you get better results out of putting less information and less context into your prompts. It excels at writing and debugging code, researching online, analyzing data, creating documents and spreadsheets, operating software, and moving across tools until a task is finished. Now, it also uses significantly fewer tokens to complete the same codex tasks, making it more efficient as well as more capable. Now, this is important because if we take a peek at the pricing, this model is going to be $5 per 1 million input tokens and $30 per 1 million output tokens. Now, if we compare that to GPT 5.4, the previous generation here, well, that's double. GPT 5.4 was $2.50 for 1 million input tokens and $15 for 1 million output tokens. So with this price doubling here, it's a good thing that it's going to use significantly fewer tokens to complete the same tasks. Now, if you're using ChatGPT, you probably don't care about this, but if you're using the API or doing things with like coding, that's going to be important to you. Now, before we get into the the benchmarks and some tests that I did, here's who gets to use it right now. GPT 5.5 is rolling out to Plus, Pro, Business, and Enterprise users in ChatGPT and Codex, and the 5.5 Pro model is rolling out to Pro, Business, and Enterprise users in ChatGPT. So if you're on the free plan or the $8 a month Go plan, you're not getting this new model yet. It's also important to know that the API is coming soon, so while you can actually use it in Codex right now, there is no APIs. As of this recording, it's not in Cursor or any of the other third-party coding apps yet. Taking a quick peek at some benchmarks here, GPT 5.5 scores an 82.7% on Terminal Bench. The previous GPT 5.4 got a 75%. Claude Opus got 69.4%. This represents how good these models are at running terminal commands. And the question on everybody's mind is, well, how good is this compared to Mythos, the model that Anthropic said was way too scary to release? Well, GPT 5.5 got an 82.7, and comparing that to Mythos got an 82%. So this new GPT-5 model is a model that performs better on Terminal Bench than the model that Claude refuses to release because it's too scary. When it comes to working with operating systems,
because
it
it's
got a
too
78.7%, and as you'd expect, it's really good at math and stuff. Now, I'll link to the announcement post in the description, as well as all the articles I share on this video, but they do show off some cool demos, like this demo of the orbit around the moon that Artemis took, this cool earthquake tracker app that they developed with it, this 3D dungeon game here, and then this 3D tank game. These are all video examples that you can see on their website if you want to see what it can do. They also have an example here of it doing some financial modeling inside of an Excel spreadsheet, as well as using the browser to test an onboarding flow for like a website here. Down at the bottom, we have a few more benchmarks. We have SweBench Pro, which 5.5 comes in at 58.6%, which is not quite as good as Claude Opus 4.7, but for whatever reason, they don't have the evaluation with their 5.5 Pro model. Now, another evaluation that I do like to look at when new models come out is the artificial analysis. I like this one because it's sort of a blend between a whole bunch of benchmarks, right? The Artificial Analysis Intelligence Index is a single composite score that aggregates a model's performance branches in real time. They also added this code review loop feature that's built directly into the terminal. So now you can actually review the agent's code, leave inline comments, and have the agent update the code instantly, all inside the same terminal. And then there's this updated notification system. Usually when you use these agents, they run in the background, but you kind of need to babysit them to know when they're done or if they need input. But Warp now has this unified notification system across all your agent sessions, so it can ping you when something actually needs your attention instead of you constantly having to check. These are some great new updates coming out of Warp that seem to be really focused on making life easier for developers. So if you want to check them out, head to warp.dev through the link in the description box. And thank you so much to Warp for continuing to support my channel and sponsoring this section of today's video. OpenAI also rolled out an image model called ChatGPT Images 2.0. This is the next evolution of the image model that we've had access to already. You know, the one that everybody used for the Ghibliification of images, and the one that got quite a bit better at adding text in images. Now it got a lot better, and by most people's accounts, even better than Nano Banana. When it comes to image models, I really like to go to LM Arena to see how people rank them, because this is pretty much based on taste. LM Arena, you give it a prompt, it gives you 2 images without telling you which model gave you each image. You tell it which image you liked best, and then that sort of blind taste test is what informs these scores right here. And for the longest time, Nano Banana dominated, which is also known as Gemini 3.1 Flash Image. Well, here we are now, and GPT Image 2 is now the top dog with quite a big jump too, right? The score for Nano Banana is 1271, and if you look at all the models below it, they're all kind of clustered in the 1100s to 1200s. This one jumps all the way to 1500. Here's an even better look without my head blocking it. Interestingly, their website announced it fully in images. The whole thing is written up on top of images here. So as you scroll through their website, you can read about this model in the images that were actually created with this model here. They also have a classic mode, so if you just want to read a normal blog post, you can click over and do that. Some of the standout features for this new model are the ability to render out dead text. The images feel less AI generated. It's accurate across languages, and it uses world knowledge to fill gaps for you. So this is something we got in Nano Banana, where you can say something like generate an infographic with the human body and point to where every bone is, and it will use its knowledge and even search the web to find more knowledge to then inform what goes into that infographic. Well, now you can do that with the ChatGPT image model as well. Images 2.0 is our first image model with thinking capabilities. It can search the web for real-time information, create multiple distinct images from one prompt, and double check its own outputs. But this is an image model, so there's no real big point in reading about what it does. We're much better off looking at what they've done with it and what other people have done with it. So for example, a screenshot of ChatGPT in a browser in Mac OS X, the user types draw me a dog, ChatGPT draws an ASCII dog, the front window is ChatGPT, but the desktop is quite messy with lots of random windows open. Example, a terminal, they're all in the background. And this is the image that it generated. We got ChatGPT in the foreground, we got a terminal open in the background, a whole bunch of other apps, and it looks like a Mac OS X home screen. If you look close enough, you will see a little bit of weirdness, like our 2 emails and the Slack logo looking kind of like the wrong color. But for the most part, it looks pretty good. Unless you're looking close, it looks like what it's supposed to look like. I'm creating a magazine page with the theme of visual polyglot. And then there's just a lot of details. I'm not gonna read this whole prompt. Feel free to pause it or go read the actual article. But here's the actual image that it generated. Create everything at once. And then it just has a ton of stuff in collage form. A lot of them are things that were prompted in this initial prompt here. Anatomical drawings, old maps, climate charts, engineering schematics, transit signage. So we know this model can take in a lot of information and get all of those things into the image that it generates with very impressive results, quite honestly. Again, there's some other examples here. You've got your mound of rice, science magazine page here, a handwritten essay, but I will link to it so you can take closer looks at all of these if you want. We've got a comic book page, an Indian bookstore, another Chinese comic, a Korean advertisement, typography poster, some realistic images that, I mean, actually look pretty dang realistic. There's not a lot of giveaways here that these aren't real. So definitely check out the actual blog post if you want to see a bunch of examples. But instead of doing a bunch of testing, I went and found some really cool examples that other people from around the internet have generated, and I'm going to show off some of those first. This one was really, really impressive to me. Leon Lin here showed that he created a 360 rectangular image. So it almost looks like an image that was shot with like an Insta 360, where you have a full 360 image that you can keep circling. And it obviously has Sam Altman and Jensen Huang and Tim Cook and Elon Musk all within this 360 radius, something that would probably never actually happen in real life these days. My buddy Riley Brown here posted this video on X that I thought was pretty cool. I'm not going to show the whole video. I'll link to it below if you want to see it. But what he did was he asked it to generate an image of the book Good to Great. The barcode on the book should scan to the actual book. So of course we can see here that it generated the book with a barcode on it. Riley then used a barcode scanner on his phone here to scan the barcode, and look at that. It actually took him to the book Good to Great. So the barcode that the image model generated was the actual barcode for the book. He then did the same thing with the book The Intelligent Investor, scanned the barcode, and it went right to the book's page here. And then to prove that it wasn't reading the ISBN or any of the numbers, and it was actually reading the barcode itself, he took the image, blacked out all the numbers, and then scanned the barcode again, only for it to go right back to the Intelligent Investor. That was super impressive. You should really watch Riley's video. It'll be linked below. Justine Moore here showed this really impressive looking comic book image. I really like the aesthetic. Like, the colors look really, really good, but appears to do really well with these comic book pages. Gabriel here on X, I don't know what his prompt was here, but if we take a closer look at this image, it's like everything, I don't know, 90s maybe, with just a giant collage of like everything from the 90s or early 2000s.
That seems like early 2000s.
I don't know
brother.
if he asked it for all of these things, like Blink-182 posters and Monster Energy drinks and Game Boy Pockets and PS2s and all of that stuff, or just like give me a collage of everything from...
That barcode idea is fucking fantastic, right?
this era, but either way, he got an image that has a lot going on in it. Bo Wang here showed an image with a complete cell image by ChatGPT, and I'm not a scientist, so I actually couldn't tell you for sure if what it's pointing at is actually accurate, but it's a pretty good looking infographic if it is. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's the nucleus. That looks right to me. Plasma membrane, like this looks like a membrane to me. Again, I'm too dumb to know if this is actually what it's supposed to be, but it looks really impressive. Riley Goodside here posted this maze that they had it draw. School worksheet with maze, 32 wide by 48 tall, rows and columns numbered, no unreachable rooms, solution in blue pen, name field reads ChatGPT images 2.0 in cursive at top. So we can see it's got the ChatGPT images 2.0. It drew the whole maze and solved it. Cheta Slua shared this 10 by 10 grid image that they generated, and it looks like they might have the prompt in the alt tag here. So feel free to pause if you want to read their entire prompt. It's right there on the screen. But here is the image that it generated. A 10 by 10 grid, AI models and agents. We can see a bunch of models, robotics, a bunch of robots, semiconductors, networking and smart devices, biotech. I mean, it's all pretty good looking. And yeah, impressive 10 by 10 grid. Mark here generated this image of a newspaper with a lot of dense text. I'm not sure, but the news might be accurate. I mean, I obviously know the unveiling ChatGPT image 2 is accurate here. I'm not sure about the rest. Maybe it is.
That's beautiful.
It all feels like it could be, I guess. But again, the amount of dense text that made it onto the image, and it's all coherent and readable. That's what impresses me the most about this.
Yeah,
Underwood here posted this movie poster for Echoes, which looks pretty good. Viral Ops here generated 2 images, one in GPT Image 2 and one in Nano Banana Pro. Apparently this is the Nano Banana Pro version, and this is the GPT Image 2 version. If I'm being totally honest, I actually think the Nano Banana one looks slightly more realistic. Like here, her face looks a little too shiny and fake. I don't know. What do you think? I actually think Nano Banana Pro did it a little better. Yuchin Jin generated this image of Sam Altman and Elon Musk offering you a cigarette. So overall, fairly impressive. It does feel like a pretty decent leap over what we were getting out of Nano Banana. And you can use it directly inside of ChatGPT. You can either tell it to generate an image, or you can specifically click the plus and click create image. If you create an image, it actually gives you some ideas that you can potentially play with, like a blueprint poster or animal infographic, anime, icon designs, newspapers, tarot cards. Create an infographic that best shows and describes who I, Matt Wolf, am. All right, let's see what it created here. Who is Matt Wolf? AI YouTuber, tech explorer, creator, educator. Full-time YouTuber and tech creator based in San Diego, covers AI tech tools, no code and futurism, known for making fast-moving AI news and tutorials, easy to understand, breaks down the latest AI tools. I mean, yeah, this all looks good. These numbers aren't super up to date. I've actually crossed 900,000 now. Thank you very much. Newsletter is a little bit higher than that, not too far off, but yeah, I mean, they're pretty close. So all in all, a really, really fun new model. It's kind of getting to a point where I feel like image generation is fairly solved. Like there's not much we can't do with it. I'm sure we're gonna get some like new viral trends out of this that I haven't predicted yet, kind of like how we got the Studio Ghibli style out of the last model that came out. But this is probably one that I'll do a much deeper breakdown on. I love to get new tools like this and find like 50 ways to use it and then really deep dive in it. So that might be a video I make in the future. All right, now let's move on to Anthropic, because they had some really cool announcements within the last week as well. This first announcement actually came out last Friday, but because I record these on Thursdays and publish them on Friday, it didn't make last Friday's video, but it's actually one of my favorite things Anthropic has released in a little while now, and that's Claude Design. Claude Design lets you collaborate with Claude to create polished visual work like designs, prototypes, slides, one-pagers, and more. It uses their Vision model, Opus 4.7, and is available to Claude Pro, Max, Team, and Enterprise. Some of the examples they mentioned in their blog post are things like realistic prototypes, product wireframes and mock-ups, design explorations, pitch decks and presentations, marketing collateral, and frontier design. But this one you can use directly inside of the Claude website. So if I go to claude.ai, over on the left, I've got a new tab that says design, and we've got our new design design page here where we can get going with this. And there's already some pre-planned things up here like prototyping, building slide decks, or from template, one of the templates being animation. And that's something they didn't even seem to mention in their blog post, but probably my favorite use case of this is actually the animations. So when I first got access to this, the first thing I tested was having it redesign the Future Tools website. I gave it the prompt, I want a fresh design for my website at futuretools.io. That's it. That was the whole prompt. It did ask me some follow-up questions like scope, fidelity, direction, vibe, all this sort of stuff. And you can already see the design here. If I click on present mode, I can go full screen, and you can see the design that it gave me. In my opinion, is pretty nice looking, but also a little bit busy. I actually like this idea of showing how the site's changed, almost like a stock chart, so you can see how much the tools have like grown or shrank in votes. I don't quite know how to implement that yet, but
I'm thinking about starting a group in GU where we literally sit in video chat and audio chat and we just pull up these AI coding agents and we just sit around and we code. And we just create app ideas. Because we're now at that place where it's A, cheap enough to do that in many cases, and B, it's like, if you have the patience and you don't have to do everything in one sitting, it's like, you could create some crazy shit over a couple of weeks. Like, and I mean crazy shit. Over a couple of hours, you're gonna create something amazing, but over a couple of weeks, transformative. Yeah, it'd be like the dojo. Well, it would be in the dojo, but it would be for AI. It'd be for like AI coding. Cause dog, I've been using this Claude Code shit to solve for this vinyl, and I basically created, I can't wait to show you this shit. I created a fulfillment console that took all the people who bought the vinyl and basically took all their customer information, sorted it for me, and made it so that I could contact everybody, keep track of it, and figure out whose information has changed so I can get it to them most efficiently. I'm actually going to incorporate a shipping cost functionality in this so that I can know how much it's actually going to cost to ship it to them. So yeah, this shit is, the fucking Claude Code is outrageous. I mean, outrageous. This shit is too dumb. This shit makes me want to watch Hackers, dog. This shit makes me want to watch 1995 Hackers. It really does. I mean, I guess I could do that. That's true. All right, I'm about to hit play again.
I actually think it's kind of a cool idea that I hadn't thought of. I also like this ticker here that might show like the newly added tools or the tools that are getting the most love on the app recently, but it made this cool animated interactive website that could be a complete like redesign, rebrand, rethinking of what Future Tools actually is. And I literally just gave it the one prompt, reimagine Future Tools. Saying that, I've seen some other websites that people use Claude Design for, and they all have this exact exact same feel. Like, I saw this post from Matthew Berman here, and he had Claude Design create a slide presentation for him. And I mean, look at this design here. This is the slide presentation it designed for him. This is my Future Tools website. Very similar aesthetic. I mean, this is a dark mode, but if I switch it to light mode here, you can see it's like a pretty dang close look. He also shared this redesigned website that it created for his Journey platform. And again, it's even got like this little bar right here across it, similar to this ticker bar that it created for mine. So it does seem to have a very specific aesthetic that it really leans into. But again, my favorite use case is to have it actually create animations, because it can create like very basic level, almost After Effects style animations. So I was speaking on a panel at NAB earlier this week, and I was going to show some animations that I created during that panel. Unfortunately, I didn't get the videos to them in time and wasn't able to show the animations, but this was the animation I generated to show what Claude Design is capable of when you tell it to go make me an animation. I told it to highlight Las Vegas on a map and then zoom in on Las Vegas with an animation and put the words Las Vegas, and it did that. I had it generate like a scene of the halls at the convention center and put NAB 2026, and it animated that onto the screen. I then told it to make me some bar graphs that show who shows up to Vegas every year, and it made this. Now, interestingly, the animation just showed these bar graphs pop up instantly, but if I scroll through the timeline, you can actually see they were animated, so I don't know why they just instantly popped up this time. But if I scroll here, these do actually animate onto the screen. So if you're looking for that like After Effects-y look with your animation, you can do that with Claude Design. And then I had it generate a bar graph for me about how much AI is mentioned at NAB each year, and we can see how many booths were related to AI year over year. And it animated this little line graph for me, and then it put some text on the screen: AI, the defining story of NAB 2026. Again, very, very basic animations, but this is something that I gave it just a couple prompts. It spent a couple minutes generating this, and this is something that used to take, you know, maybe an hour or two in After Effects to get this same style. I really, really love that we can do that in Claude Design. Now, if I needed something a little more advanced with a little more detailed graphics, I would still hire somebody to do that. But if I just want to put like a quick bar chart or a quick line chart on my screen, this does a great job for that. There's another thing Anthropic released this week that I thought was pretty cool as well. To be honest, I haven't put it totally to the test yet, because again, I was at the event most of this week, but they released this new live artifacts feature in Cowork. It creates dashboards and trackers connected to your apps and files. You open a dashboard anytime and it refreshes with the current data. So it sounds like you can connect this dashboard to Excel sheets or CSVs or things like that. And if the CSV updates and you open this dashboard, well, the dashboard then updates with the new information. So if I open up Claude here and I make sure I have Cowork selected, you can see there's a new option for live artifacts here. I'll click what needs my attention and see what it actually builds for me. We could see it actually create a prompt, create a live status page of what needs my attention today across my connected tools and keep it updated. It's telling me only Figma is connected. That's thin. Let's just do build with Figma only for now and see what it does. I don't actually use Figma that often. And it built like a real simple dashboard, but there's not really much in it because, again, I don't really use Figma. But if you had it connected to your Gmail or your Google Calendar, your Google Drive or something like that, you can have it actually pull in information and details you might need, I guess. Again, something I haven't spent a lot of time playing with, but I thought was pretty cool. We did get some additional large language models this week. I'm not going to go too in depth into any of them, but I do want to shout out that these new models are here to use. Starting with Google DeepMind's latest model, Deep Research Max. This is an autonomous research agent. As the name implies, these models are really good at doing deep research. We can see from these various benchmarks here that this new model is pretty much the state of the art in all research type tasks. Alibaba released 2 new models this week: Quinn 3.6 Max Preview with improved agentic coding capability over Quinn 3.6 Plus, stronger world knowledge and instruction following, and improved real-world agent and knowledge reliability performance. Here's the benchmarks on that one if you want to pause and take a quick look. Unlike many of the other Quinn models that have come out, this one is not open weight. They do say in their blog post that this is their next proprietary model. However, that wasn't the only model they released, because they also put out Quinn 3.6 27B, which is their latest open source model. This one they claim is outstanding at agentic coding. It surpasses Quinn 3.5 397B A17B, strong reasoning across text and multimodal tasks, supports thinking and non-thinking modes, and it's fully open. Here's the benchmarks on that one if you want to pause and take a peek. Keep in mind that it is comparing it to pretty much other open weight models and Claude 4.5 Opus, which is, 2 generations behind on Claude. And we got another model out of Kimi this week as well. Kimi K2.6, once again, an open source coding model. It's good at long horizon coding, motion rich front ends like videos in the hero section, WebGL shaders, 3JS, things like that. Agent swarms, it can run 300 parallel sub agents, proactive agents, claw groups. And here's what the benchmarks on this one looks like. And in some of these benchmarks, like Deep Search and Humanity's Last Exam, it's actually beating out Opus 4.6 and GPT 5.4 extra high. So this model, actually being an open weight model, beats out some of the state-of-the-art models that were state-of-the-art as of last week in a lot of important benchmarks. All right, there's just way too much to talk about this week. I have just a few more things I want to talk about, but I'm going to blow through them really quickly in a rapid fire section. Starting with even more news out of OpenAI. They introduced another model this week called OpenAI Privacy Filter. It's a state-of-the-art model for masking personally identifiable information, and they're actually making it an open weight model, so you will be able to fine-tune it for your needs if you need to. This is a small model with frontier personal data detection capability. It's designed for high-throughput privacy workflows and is able to perform context-aware detection of PII, personally identifiable information, in unstructured text. It can run locally, which means that the PII can be masked or redacted without actually leaving your machine. As far as availability, well, it's open, so they put it on Hugging Face and GitHub, and anybody can go use it. They also released ChatGPT for clinicians this week, and it's actually free to use for verified clinicians in the US. This is a version of ChatGPT designed to support clinical tasks like documentation and medical
to the blockchain. And there's even a bigger risk. Older Bitcoin addresses already have their public keys exposed. In fact, there's about 1.7 million coins worth of crypto that is worth tens of billions of dollars, where the private key right now is already known. Without quantum computers,
we're about to move, I would argue we've already at least partially moved, from a world where centuries-old individual problems get artisanally solved by a huge edifice of subject matter experts to instead a world where AI bulk solves lots of problems in a given field. It's almost like an assembly line or an industrialization of the process of discovery and invention. This is going to sweep across a variety of disciplines.
What's up, everybody? It's LGD Set here, and welcome to Milk Road AI, the twice-weekly AI show that can't wait for the day that humanoid robots that you're introducing and solve everything.
The central thesis, so this is a book that I co-authored with my friend and, by the way, moonshot mate, go moonshots, Peter Diamandis. The notion is that entire disciplines are about to get completely solved, bulk solved by AI. Math has largely, I would argue, already been bulk solved by AI. Physics, I'm leading and helping to lead a company called Physical Superintelligence that's in the process of bulk solving physics and applied physics. There are going to be a number of other domains that Peter and I argue in this book, Solve Everything, solveeverything.org, that are similarly going to succumb to this bulk solution formula. And we lay out an entire almost rails for how the world goes from where it is right now, where we have all these grand challenges, to a world approximately 9 or 10 years from now, circa 2030, where many, if not most, of the grand challenges facing human civilization have been bulk solved, not on an individual problem basis, but entire disciplines being solved all at once, mass solution by AI, and how we get from here to there.
When you say solved, like, what does that mean?
I have a maybe admittedly somewhat idiosyncratic definition of solve that I lay out in this book. So my operational definition of solved doesn't mean that every problem, for example, in math, every possible math problem we know the solution to. It's a much more nuanced definition. I would sort of summarize the definition as a field has been solved in the framework of solve everything if we have a framework that enables us to scalably pour compute in, to be very confident that if we pour enough compute in, we'll get a solution out for any given problem. So basically an industrialization of that field such that for any given problem, we can be confident and competent at pouring enough AI compute in to get a solution out. And I would argue, and have argued, that that's basically where math is right now. We're starting to see, for the first time in human history, industrialized bulk solution of math. Birdish problems are starting to get solved. We're starting to see many other bulk solutions in other domains of math start to pour out. I think physics is one of the next fields to go, and I'm working actively with physical superintelligence, PSI, to make that dream happen of grand challenges in physics being mechanically and industrially solved at scale. And I think other disciplines are similarly going to succumb to this wave of automation.
If you're not seeing this, you're trading blind right now. There are real moves happening behind the scenes that most people don't see until it's way too late. Inside Milk Road Pro, you can track exactly what our analysts are buying, selling, and what's on their watch lists before it moves. Martin recently unloaded 40% of his cash off of one signal, and Melvin is up multiple calls by like 50%, and we're already up 30% this month on some alts. This is all happening every week. You can try
some of the most interesting, most intriguing unsolved problems in math. Someone has seen a pattern, maybe most notoriously Fermat's last theorem. It went for centuries. It was an open question mark. Was this conjectured relationship between the natural numbers true or false? And so we didn't get a definitive solution until Andrew Wiles and collaborators solved, and all of his dependencies in terms of mathematical technology solved the problem. But it took centuries. And I would say the argument that Peter and I make in Solve Everything is we used to live in a world in math and in other disciplines where you would see centuries between the identification of a possible pattern, as say a conjecture in math or otherwise, the identification of a problem and a solution to the problem used to take centuries. And even at the end of centuries, it was a one-off solution. It was like an artisanal solution to the problem. And the radical, to some perhaps, assertion that we're making in Solve Everything is we're about to move, I would argue we've already at least partially moved, from a world where centuries-old individual problems get artisanally solved by a huge edifice of subject matter experts to instead a world where AI bulk solves lots of problems in a given field. It's almost like an assembly line or an industrialization of the process of discovery and invention. This is going to sweep across a variety of disciplines.
Would you anticipate AI to also develop the problem then, right? Because kind of what you're describing to me, to kind of just reflect it back to you, is that basically, you know, there are patterns observed in mathematical patterns, but nobody's been able to explain how they occur, basically, and that's the problems that AI has been able to solve, and that's kind of like, I guess, a large part of of what math is trying to tie that back. But is that something where AI will then start to tell us what those patterns are, basically?
Oh yes. If anyone, and this is a discussion I've had with many of my friends, if anyone in any field with a certain level of subject matter expertise is hiding behind the assumption that somehow it will always remain a human endeavor to identify the most interesting problems to solve, and then humans will just be feeding the problems to the AI, and the AI may be bulk solving them, but it will be forever within the quote-unquote human realm to identify the problems or directions to solve, you're wrong. And also, your foresight isn't that good. I would say problem identification is very much going to get bulk solved as well, not just problem solution.
Okay, so I don't want to stick only to math, but this is a big blind spot for me, and it's also somewhere where you have a lot of expertise. What is the benefit of solving these types of problems? Like, how does that, I think that's something where people would think about advanced mathematics and they're like, okay, you've been able to solve this problem you've had for 20 years, or you've identified for hundreds of years. What does that like trickle down into society in some way, or does it create a new problem? Like, how does solving a math problem like benefit society or math or however you frame that?
I don't think so. I'll give you my unvarnished answer to this one. I don't think bulk solution to math is the most economically transformative field that one could bulk solve. I think physics is vastly more economically transformative. Physics gave us the physics of the 1930s through the 1970s gave us transistors and lasers and nuclear energy, many other innovations that have completely transformed the way our society works. And getting a few more of those to come out of the technology tree, thanks to bulk solution of physics and applied physics, would utterly reshape the face of civilization. Bulk solution of math, I think, it's sort of the Monty Python line, to paraphrase, like, what did math ever do for me? Number theory gave us cryptography. That's probably pretty useful. A total solution for my operationalization of solution would probably give us enormous disruptions in the cryptography community, in the blockchain community. Those probably cause volatility on balance, but are they economically transformative to the positive? Probably, if I had to speculate, I would say it's more increase of volatility than anything else. There may be mathematical technologies that we haven't discovered yet that really are economically transformative, but I tend to think the better way of thinking about AI bulk solution of math is that the idiom, the canary in the coal mine, I prefer the canary that bought the coal mine, it's a signal. It's a sigil, if you will, that other fields that are perhaps harder to verify are also about to get solved. So it's a warning sign, but in a positive way. Like I would argue we want all of these fields to get bulk solved. It's just that math ended up being some of the lowest hanging fruit, and it's a signal that other fields are about to follow.
What in physics do you think, or are you most hopeful that we can solve soon with AI?
I have my favorite problems. Many of my friends are physicists. They have their own favorite problems. I have a laundry list of hard, open, valuable problems in physics, as does Physical Superintelligence, the company that I co-founded. I would say maybe I want to answer the question from the perspective of myself from circa early 2000s. If you asked me in the early 2000s, when I had just I was finishing up undergrad at MIT and about to start a PhD in physics at Harvard, if you asked me which physics, through my own revealed preferences, like what did I choose to spend my time on, if you asked me at that point which problem in physics and applied physics was I most excited about solving, I think at the time it was probably molecular nanotechnology. I was absolutely fascinated with the idea, inspired in part by my now friend Eric Drexler, who wrote the famous book Engines of Creation, about this idea of molecular-sized nanorobots that could compute and would in principle be able to self-replicate and in principle be able to solve huge swaths of problems in manufacturing and biology and medicine, other disciplines. I think if you asked me 20 years ago, I probably would have told you something about solving grand challenges in nanotechnology, and that's still very much near and dear to my heart. It's sort of disappointing to me in some sense that nanotech, at least in Eric's sense of the term, and he was arguably the one who popularized it and got the US Congress to fund the National Nanotechnology Initiative to the tune of billions of dollars, and stirred a whole wave of interest during the second AI winter in nanotech. That molecular nanotech, where I spent part of my PhD pursuing it, hasn't made as much progress as I would have liked. So I think if you asked me 20 years ago, radical advances in nanotech would probably be somewhere in my top 10.
So wait, what would it be today then?
I'm not telling. I'm going to say,
come on.
I'm going to say, stay tuned on that one. I have a very, very long list of hard, open, valuable problems in physics and applied physics that I would like to see our new and upcoming super intelligent powers of reasoning solve. And I'm very optimistic that we'll be able to do just that, and that the results will be economically and scientifically transformative.
Okay, awesome. Well, we will we will speculate at different times on what those may be, but definitely whenever you're ready to share them, please come back.
Very good.
I want to come back to this, to the blueprint you kind of like lay out in the book, because I think that this is where, you know, I teased it in the intro. Is this was what I really loved about it, and where we've kind of struggled, I would say, and maybe in your circles you're getting a lot more concrete answers. But I think for us in the investor circuit, it's, you know, we look at companies and stocks and earnings and building data centers, and we're very much focused on who has that kind of, you know, capital formation advantage, which is good. But we need, I think what you guys do really great here is you really zoom out into giving us more tangible results, because I think right now, even from my very, you know, retail focused point of view, we're at this point where it's like, yes, we're all using these cool AI tools. We know they're in their infancy. We know that it will only accelerate. You've told us that recursive self-improvement is going to just explode from here. But what I think what we're trying to understand,
and it is here already. Not just that's going to explode from here.
Yeah.
We're in the middle of it right now.
That's right. Yeah, even Google today said that their latest model or something, whatever it was 75% of the code was written by AI.
We're in a position in history where Google is having to do sort of a rearguard action to brag to the market that no, actually 75% of our code is being written by AI. So no, actually we're not as far behind in code generation relative to Anthropic and OpenAI as the public commentators are saying. No, actually we're putting our own software engineers out of business faster than you think.
Yeah, we're cool too. We're also going to fire a bunch of people because of AI. Like that's kind of what they're
pretty
saying.
Much.
It's like Meta today also laid out a bunch of people.
10%
What I'm saying
is
that we know that this is coming, and there's moves being made short term, and we know there's the big data center bottleneck and building data centers in space and all these ideas. But I think what a lot of us can't really wrap our heads around is like, okay, when we do have all this compute and we've been in recursive self-improvement 5 years down the line from now, what is actually happening? And I think that that's what you guys do a really good job of kind of illuminating here. And I think there's a few different parts I want to go through. So what you guys have in here is this scale of L0 to L5 that is basically, I guess, maybe you can kind of define that scale for us and kind of explain to us why we're stuck in L0 or why we seem to be stuck in L0 and what those stages look like and how AI is applied to different industries there.
Sure. So we define in this book sort of a ladder, or we call it a maturation curve, to try to standardize, at least in principle, the process of taking an entire domain and solving it. So we define a few different levels or rungs on the ladder that an industry or a domain needs to climb in order to be solved, as we call it. So L0, we call the ill-posed stage or the muddle, at which point in that stage, people don't even agree on what the rules of the game are. What does it even mean to be, say, in math? What does it mean to solve math? We're not sure what the objectives are. The data are messy. The field is driven by anecdote and so on. Humans are driving everything. Everything relies on intuition or politics, and AI plays almost a non-existent role. That's L0. Then progress gets made. We get to L1, at which point we call a field measurable. It becomes a measurable domain. And the key distinction at L1 is that we can finally achieve consensus in a field regarding what exactly it is that we're measuring. This is, by the way, the stage at which benchmarks and evals, which we've spoken about previously, I always evangelize this notion that the world needs more and better evals and benchmarks for AI so that we can even track progress. If we can't track progress, we're stuck at level L0. If we can start to track progress and we have scoreboards and leaderboards and we can see who's winning and who isn't and which AIs are stronger and which humans are stronger, then we're at the stage of measurability, and that's L1. Then we get, with more progress, we get to L2, which we call the repeatable domain. L1 enables us to measure success, but then we develop standard operating procedures that enable us to understand, now that we're able to measure what works or what worked and what didn't, we establish procedures. But it's still humans following a script but humans almost, if you remember back to the days of the Manhattan Project, a computer was a human. It was a human serving as an element of of a larger computational social structure overlaid over humans. So humans, we have a history in the early days of computing of humans themselves being computing elements. And this is the L1 stage of a repeatable domain, is a stage where humans have a script or a checklist that they're following, and the role of AI is beginning to offer templates or auto-completing simple suggestions to humans in following a script. An example of that would be, say, the way commercial flight works right now, where there's a checklist, and you follow the checklist if you're a pilot, but elements of commercial flight, like auto navigation, autopilot, are still present. Then we get, as the field makes progress, to the level that we call L3, or the automated domain. This is where some of the really exciting, or I should say really tedious grunt work is finally being handed over to the machines, to the AIs, and humans are starting to move up the stack. In some ways, this represents a critical inflection point for a field, for a discipline, being transferred over from humans to AIs and becoming solved. And at this stage, humans are starting to transition from becoming, say, operators to managers and handling exceptions when AI gets confused and AI is doing maybe 80% of the work. And an example there would be modern call centers, where maybe humans are talking to a chatbot or a voice AI to solve their easy problems at the easy end of the spectrum, but the hardest problems still get routed to an actual human at the end of the day. Then we get to level 4, L4, which is the stage at which a field, we say, becomes industrialized. And at that point, buyers in the field, or consumers, stop hiring humans to do tasks entirely. Instead, they're paying for outcomes. They're paying for outputs, not inputs. And the economics of the field start to change in favor of AIs to reward the outputs rather than the inputs. At that point, it's also no longer cheaper to hire a human for a task. It makes more sense to have AI run the show, and the role of humans becomes one of auditors or system architects, basically ensuring that the machines, the intelligent machines, run safely. And we see that, for example, in some of the more modern factory assembly lines, for example, where humans, by and large, are not artisanally hand-building cars anymore. It's robots, but humans are supervising the outcome, making sure it's safe, and providing high-level management. And then finally, at the top of the ladder, we get to level 5, L5, where a field has been solved or commoditized, if you like. And as I was saying earlier, in my definition of the solution of a field, means that we have a reliable way to turn solutions to all the problems in the field into a compute-bound problem. If you want better output or more output from the field, you just inject more compute in as input. It's compute limited, no longer human limited. And at that point, the human role in the field is one of consumers. We consume the output of the discipline without needing to think that much about how it was made. And the role of AI becomes almost invisible. It becomes almost like a utility in the background that's generating results at scale. So gene sequencing looks somewhat like that at this point. And the broader point that Peter and I make in Solve Everything is this ladder from L0 to L5 is about to sweep across a range of disciplines and not just remain confined to 1 or 2 or 3. It's going to wash over the entire economy.
You said that gene sequencing is in L5 at this point?
Yeah, at this point, it's pretty cookie cutter. You can take a saliva kit and mail it to a lab and get back a genome for about $100. It's fast and it's cheap and standardized and requires approximately no human genius or intervention to work.
Got it. Is there anything else that's at that point?
I think the most boring examples aren't even worth dwelling on. I think the most exciting examples are at earlier stages, and we're just going to see math, physics, chemistry, biology, medicine, a variety of humanities type disciplines, law, politics, the arts. All of these, I think, will likely succumb to first measurement in the style of L1, L2 stages, and that will yield L3, L4, L5 AI bulk solutions to the entire domains, and we're already seeing it.
Well, when you say law, especially you're a sci-fi guy, What do you envision? Like, are we? Do you see like a Judge Dredd scenario when it's an L5?
You know, it's funny. Stanford had a while back. I haven't tracked whether it still was maintained, but the Codex project that was looking in earlier days at whether law could be formalized to be machine understandable. And this was by and large before we had generative AI and LLMs that could just understand natural language. So to the extent you're asking me, what does a solved version of law look like? I think there are a few different angles to take it because law is sort of a sprawling endeavor. One variant of it could look like the practice of law, say the practice of litigation being bulk solved. One could imagine in future, obviously requires certain legal and regulatory changes, ironically, but one could imagine fleets of AI lawyers and fleets of AI litigators, the practice of law being solved. And we're already seeing, I talk in my daily newsletter, The Innermost Loop, from time to time about courts that are discovering AI slop with poorly site-checked filings that then, you know, the lawyers get penalized for having not done a proper job of supervising AI that's generating filings. We're starting to see that already, but we're not, at least to my understanding or my awareness, we're not at the stage where, say, the practice of being a lawyer at least in the US, has been, is anywhere close to L5, at least technically. I do think, at least in terms of the raw capabilities I'm seeing, putting aside all of the regulatory and legal considerations, which I think will ultimately likely be a main limiting factor for achieving.
Oh man, I think that's it for me today. It's 4, right? Yep. Man, well, I got a lot of stuff done, so hopefully we'll be able to contact everybody in a few clicks. But I will be back on tomorrow. Tomorrow's my Monday, so. But I will see everybody later. Damn, I'm hungry.